Hello, hello. Welcome to our first virtual online convention. I'm Dexter,
I'm Paul.
and we are joining you live from our offices.
Actual life.
Yeah, like that's what the red button is.
But, okay. I don't think I got contract for live. I've got pre-record.
Anyway, we've got lots coming to you this afternoon. We've got lots of archive stuff, including Christopher, Benjamin, and Trevor Baxter. And we pay tribute to Terence Dix with an archive interview from 2011. So let's go over now to Andy, who is currently in Norwich.
Hello.
I'm Andy.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing? All right?
Yes, I think so. We're pressing all the right buttons in all the right places.
So Eurovision.
Let's hope so. That's the main aim. Yes, I'm over in Norwich. That's in the UK.
What have you got coming up for us this afternoon?
It's been a busy week. I've been chatting to a lot of people. I've been speaking to Mark Gatiss and his husband Ian Hallard about both their Doctor Who connections. Also, the delightful Bonnie Langford. The wonderful Nicola Bryant, and also a really interesting chat with Chris Thompson from Eagle Moss, who are responsible for the figurine collection, with a few little chats and surprises there as well.
And they've given us lots of prizes to give out throughout the afternoon. So make sure you stay in touch with us via social media, and you'll look out for those questions, which will be coming after the next segment. So Andy, would you like to introduce our first video?
I would love to. This gentleman I spoke to earlier on in the week, fans of the Peter Davison era will love this. And actually, it's just a really interesting insight into behind the scenes of Doctor Who. Please give a huge round of applause, even though you're at home, to the wonderful Mark Strickson. Well, welcome back, everybody. Now, I have got the great pleasure now of interviewing Mark Strickson, who you will, of course, know as Turlough from his time with the Fifth Doctor. Mark, you're in New Zealand there. How are you doing?
I'm all right. I mean, I got back to New Zealand. I was in London 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago. And I was supposed to work on the Friday, and I didn't. I went to see my mum and dad up in the north of England, and I then got a flight out on the Saturday, and I was on the first flight back to New Zealand in which you were quarantined for 14 days. So I went into self-isolation immediately on coming back. The only good thing about that is that it does mean I'll be out of self-isolation quicker than the people who've just gone into it.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. Well, you know, as you may well be aware, we are now locked down here, pretty much.
Well, it's no better, if it's any comfort to anybody, it's no better in New Zealand, considering where we are in the graph of cases. For our population, we have exactly the same number of cases as the UK had at that point. So we're following a very, very similar trajectory.
Right. Well, then let's hope that everyone who is ill gets better and all of those things, and let's hope it's a less grim picture than we're told it might be. But we are, of course, therefore, bringing everybody an online event today, which means that I know we've got some of our very regular Fantom people who you will have met in real life, as well as some absolutely brand new people who've never been to this kind of a thing before. Now, I know you and I have chatted before, and it's been it's always interesting to hear about your time on Doctor Who. So I'm going to start at the top for those that don't know. At what point did you know this was going to be the role for you?
I knew when I left John Nathan Turner's office after the first interview, and basically what happened was that I was offered a lead in a soap opera, the equivalent of EastEnders now. It's called Angels, and I didn't want to do it. It was about Brummie ambulancemen. There was nothing wrong with the series. It was fine. And I felt incredibly fortunate to be offered the lead in it. But I didn't really want to do it. It wasn't my cup of tea. So I asked my agent if I was up for anything else, and she said, "Yeah, you're up for a part in Doctor Who." And I thought that sounded like a lot more fun. Literally. And she said, "But you're not going to be seen for the next 5 or 6 weeks. They're just not auditioning." But I had a BBC pass, because I was in a BBC soap opera. So I found out where the producer of Doctor Who, Mr. John Nathan Turner, lived, where his office was. And I went and knocked on the door. And Jane, his assistant at the time, PA at the time, answered. And so it's all down to Jane, really, because she said, oh, well, I don't think he'll see you, but I'll go and ask, right?
Yeah.
Went through to another office, and John came out and said, come in, come in, come in. I thought, well, nice bloke. We had a chat, and he said, well, do you know, he said, we aren't seeing people, but as you're here and you've made the effort, I'll get Eric in. Eric's the script editor, and we'll have a little bit of a read, see how it goes. Might as well do it as you're here. And so I read for Eric and him, and we chatted, and I must have just hit the right note, because at the end of that interview and the readings, John said, would you go out into the other office for a minute? And he obviously had a chat with Eric, and then I was asked to go back in, and he said, look, Mark, you've got the part. We think you're absolutely right for it. But you're not allowed to tell anybody, because we have to audition for this part. You know, the BBC's a public company. It has to be seen to do things in the right way. So, you know, they did audition for the part, but I got it. So I sort of knew, it was the easiest audition I'd ever done. The character just wasn't me, but I didn't have to change myself very much. And you've got to remember, I'd just been playing a Brummie ambulanceman. I mean, I'm an actor. It's fine. I can play lots of parts, but it is lovely to play parts that are much more like yourself.
Of course, of course. How much did you know at that point about just how different Turlough was going to be as a companion? Because there was no companion that had been before whose reason for arriving and staying with the Doctor was to kill him.
Yeah, no, I knew that immediately, because that was in the bit that it was explained to me about the character by John and Eric. And I thought that was great. I just thought, wow, I'm going to make a bit of a splash here. And yeah, it's I didn't realise at the time that Doctor Who was even then such a big thing. I mean, I was a jobbing actor. I was busy. It was just one of those things. I didn't spend my time watching television. I don't think anybody could have appreciated how big it would suddenly become.
Mm. It was, yeah, absolutely. So you knew going in that was there any kind of briefing on the change it might bring to your life? Any idea that, you know, I'm guessing that you would have got recognised and things in the street?
Oh yeah. I mean, I got recognised a lot because I didn't look like a human being. I mean, they cut my hair really short and dyed it bright metallic ginger, and it was supposed to be a washout dye, and it never washed out. So, I mean, I was instantly recognisable. Kids would shout at me, shout my name because I used to cycle everywhere in London. And yeah, it never bothered me at all. I just think that's part of the job. And I don't know what it's like if you're a sort of, I don't know. I think you make the stardom you want in a way. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like to be Madonna or Lady Gaga or, you know what I mean, or Freddie Mercury. Yeah. I'm sure that completely destroys their having a normal life. I mean, I would absolutely hate that. I like, to be able to go down the pub and have a beer and a normal chat with my mates at the end of the day. So again, that wouldn't be for me. I suppose I'd have to build a pub in my own mansion, the grounds of my own mansion, and invite my mates in.
Yeah, that would be it. I'm trying now to imagine Lady Gaga sitting down the Dog and Duck, but she'd probably give it a go. But so going from there, then first day meeting the rest of the cast, because you're joining an established cast. Did they make you feel welcome?
Well, I went along to the studio before to see it being recorded, and that was very, very sensible of John. Because at the time, the studios were the fastest studios I've ever seen to this day. It really was being done pretty much on one take. And you needed to know that. You needed to prepare yourself for that. Because we had, experienced actors who absolutely freaked in the studio and just dried in my time on Doctor Who. We just had to stop and let them calm down, because they just weren't used to working at the pace we were doing it. So I'd worked on a soap opera, so it wasn't like I was a slouch, but I hadn't ever seen it work as fast as Doctor Who did. So I saw them in the studio, and I thought they were all really nice. Yeah, I thought they were ever so nice, and my first impressions were right. They all were very nice.
Good stuff. So where on earth was that pace coming from then? Is that down to the nature of Doctor Who, given stuff like effects and all of those things you need to tie in?
It was down to the nature of Doctor Who and the budget it was being made on at the time. Unless something technically went wrong, there was only time to do one take.
Right.
So unless something went badly wrong, the actors didn't get another go. The only reason you got another go was because there was a balls up in the lighting or an effect or something like that. We'd finish a scene and then they'd play it back on the monitors, and they wouldn't be playing it back for us. They'd be playing it back for them and the tech guys. And we didn't get second takes. But I think it's one of the reasons I got the job. I had been working on a soap opera. I was already, by the time I joined Doctor Who, a very efficient television actor. I knew my words. I never cocked up. And John Nathan Turner, the producer's boyfriend, Gary Downey, had worked as a production manager on Angels, and he knew me. He knew how I worked.
Oh, of course, yes, yeah. I was forgetting Gary was on Angels. I was forgetting that, yeah.
And I'm sure John asked him, and I'm sure Gary would have said, "Oh, Mark's fantastic. He's always there on time. He knows his lines. You'll have no problems with him."
Anyone not turn up on time? Did anyone regularly misbehave in the cast?
Never. You'd have been out on your arse fast.
I was going to say, I guess there's no wiggle room in a structure like that. There's just not the time or space for it.
There isn't. No. I hope I'm being lively enough. It is 8 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand.
Definitely.
Moment of the day. I'm trying to be sparky.
No. You're coming across very, very well. I'm trying to remember. No, I saw you. It was a few weeks ago. I remember one particular time I do remember seeing you was when I was. I think you'd just come off a 15-hour flight and come straight to Utopia, and I walked in the back of the room dressed as Wendy Padbury in bubble wrap, and your face. There's a photograph where someone's caught your face looking like you've. Am I hallucinating? I've just flown these 15 hours, and it was quite something.
Well, I actually made a series called Crash Test Dummies for Sky, which was Big Chef and Little Chef, right? And it was a science comedy series, and we were trying to find a way to link the sequences. So I decided we'd dress them only in bubble wrap and get them to do something insane. So I had them, only dressed in bubble wrap, skateboarding, only dressed in bubble wrap, skiing. Bubble wrap's fantastic. Bubble wrap is just funny.
I can say something. It's very, very warm. Just ask Wendy. Just ask Wendy. So how long did it take you to kind of settle into the pace of things on Doctor Who?
It didn't take me any time at all because I didn't have any choice. What people don't understand, or it comes as a shock to people, is that there was no rehearsal. So I went on a cycling holiday to France. I'd received the script before I left and went and had a quick spin through it. Then I got back 2 days before the first day of filming, and then I turned up for my first morning of filming, having learnt my lines, and I did the scene where Turlo walks around the Brigadier's car and he persuades Hippo to get in it and they drive off. And there was no rehearsal whatsoever because all the location shooting was done on film in my day. There weren't such things as video cameras that worked on location. And so you did all that with no rehearsal. So whatever I did on that first scene was Turlo. It was really frightening. So I didn't do much. I was sort of quite like me, but with a little bit of evilness layered on top. And it was fine. It was fine. People always say to me, "You were too old to play a public school boy." Well, I wasn't supposed to be a public school boy. I was supposed to be an alien. I'd landed my spaceship in the grounds of the school. Somehow I got a school uniform and infiltrated the school. So I was pretty much in hiding. And so they say, you were too old. Well, that was the idea. I was supposed to look weird. I wasn't supposed to look like a schoolboy. I was 24. There was no way I was going to look like a 16-year-old. And the other thing was, after that first scene, John Nathan Turner sort of signalled to me after we'd done the first take, and it was done in a long take. It was all done in one take.
Oh, okay.
And so I drove off, and then we came back, and John called me over, and he just took me aside, and I wondered what on earth he was going to say, and he said, "Look, Mark," he said, "there's only one thing," he said, "can you be a bit posher?" And John comes from Birmingham, and I come from near Birmingham, and I said, "I'm really sorry, John, that is as posh as it gets with me." And he said, "That's fine then, that's Turlo." So there we are. You know, everybody in New Zealand, of course, thinks I'm terribly posh because they think everybody English is terribly posh. Whereas, in fact, I'm terribly lower middle class, I suppose.
Yes, there is that thing. There is that feeling. But I suppose that goes with the territory of being cast as an alien at a public school. How was the cast?
They wanted me to be Daniel Day-Lewis or something, and I'm not Daniel Day-Lewis, you know.
All but, you know, almost there. So how was that car ride, the drive and the subsequent crash?
It was quite nightmarish in a way, but they did. One of the treats was I arrived on the location, they gave me the keys to the car, and they said, "Look, Mark, you are going to need to drive this car, and you're going to need to drive it fast, because you have to drive a little bit faster than otherwise you would to make it look as if it's going fast on television. Because the camera has a tendency to slow cars down." So I was rattling along when I was going down those lanes. And it was a vintage double D clutching car, not the easiest thing to drive. You know, it was a heavy car in terms of the steering. And if you don't know what double D clutching is, you have to pump the clutch in order to change gear. And they gave me the keys and said, "Off you go for 20 minutes, half an hour, Mark. Come back when you can drive it." So that they little did they know how that it might have almost crashed more than once.
Indeed. Now, Turlo's crystal, the infamous crystal.
Yes.
I have read got kind of hot. I mean, there was a proper rigged prop, wasn't there, with a light in that I think ran up the sleeve.
Yeah, no. That's the issue was the studio, not the location filming. So the problem in those days is why, you know, the reason why we wore so much makeup as well was because the studios were lit very brightly, so they would drain your face, and so you had quite a lot of makeup on. Even newsreaders did, you know. Otherwise, you would look like absolutely ashen, like a ghost. Yeah. So now you've got a thing that's supposed to light up, right? It's supposed to light up in your hand. Now, how are you going to see that when the studio lights are so hard? It's going to have to be a really bright light. Now, these days, of course, they just add it on in graphics afterwards. They do a little bit of a paint and, glowy, fine. Those days, it had to be for real. So, yeah, it had a bulb in it, a powerful bulb, and then the wire went up my arm, down my shirt, down my leg, out the bottom of my trousers. I think it did sometimes, depending how they were going to shoot it, right? And then that went out to a car battery. And if I moved, and there was a guy holding the car battery, and if I moved, the guy with the car battery had to follow me. But fortunately...
How wonderfully BBC.
Well, yeah, I know. It was. I wouldn't say that was primitive. That was just an answer to the issue of very bright studio lights. I don't think there was a better way of doing it in those days. That we didn't have effects in the way. I mean, having said that, you know, Doctor Who was pretty advanced. We were doing blue screen and things like that, which was very new in television.
Very much a testing ground, I think.
Yeah, we were at the cutting edge.
Talking of testing grounds for new technology, how was it working with Chameleon?
That's a case in point. That was basically over-ambitious thinking by John and Eric, the producer and script editor. Robots, you know, Star Wars had come out. It was big, you know. We'd had K9, but you know, humanoid robots were all the thing, and. So they went to this guy, and he said to them that they went to. He made basically a mock-up of Chameleon, and he said, "But when you get it, it will walk and talk. I can promise you." And I don't know why they believed him.
I mean, it's a bold claim.
because nobody had made at that point a robot that could walk and talk. I mean, they're still not really very good at it. So goodness knows why he thought it would work. And of course it didn't work. And so what you ended up was with a thing that could hardly move, which had a tape running inside it to give its lines, which we as actors had to work with. And an actor didn't record Chameleon's lines. That was done by the technicians. And so to say that the timing of the lines was strange sometimes would be an understatement. Sometimes you'd have to rush your line, right, in order to get it in between two Chameleon lines. Or you'd have to spend an inordinate amount of time thinking and deliver your line painfully slowly because you knew Chameleon wasn't going to say anything for another 12 seconds. So yeah, it wasn't easy. And I mean, Chameleon was introduced to be a long-running assistant, and that was never going to work because this goes back to the fact that you're only allowed one take. You'd go over in the studio to a Chameleon scene. And there would be just some legs sitting on a chair. And other bits of his body would be scattered around him. And so we have to cancel that, and we have to move on to the next scene. And that started adding time onto the studios. And we couldn't afford to add time onto the studios. So I'm afraid Chameleon had to go. But we have the lovely Mr. Colshaw doing Chameleon now on Big Finish products. And that's wonderful. He's wonderful.
I mean, talking a big. Well, it's yes. I mean, it's quite something. It's quite something.
Mind you, Peter Davison might have never got the part because John could have continued as both Tom Baker and Chameleon. So.
Indeed. Just carried on. How was it working with John as Chameleon? I mean, it's a kind of an odd concept having someone. I guess finally Chameleon works.
Well, Chameleon works. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and there are no technical problems, and Chameleon delivers his lines fantastically and with fantastic timing. So no, it's an absolute joy working with John. He's such a brilliant man.
Do you have any more Turlo adventures in the pipeline? Do you know?
Don't. It's not a good question. Not a good question in these times, is it? I think I'm stuck in New Zealand. Huh?
Well, there is that, but I know that they're carrying on recording with people in their various houses, so you know.
Oh well, I mean that's easy for me because I've got my own facilities. So yeah, no, I have done 2 from New Zealand. I don't like doing them on my own, but and I'm due to be. Well, I was due to be back in the UK 3 weeks from now, but that's not going to happen. I'm likely to be back about 4 months from now. So I was coming home for 5 weeks, going away to work for 3 or 4 months, and then coming back for the rest of the year. That's all changed now.
Everything is all changed. So what was the project? What have you got coming up?
Series for Channel 5. It was yeah.
And I mean that's the bulk of your work now. I mean in real terms, whilst those watching have a passion and an interest like me for Doctor Who. In real terms, that's a blink of an eye of your career in some respects, given what you now do. Do you want to just give a background for those that don't know?
My goodness, yeah. I will give a background. So I, very briefly, I left the UK when I was 30 and I went to do a zoology degree in Australia because I wanted to save the world. I was really worried about the environment. I then came back to London about 5 years later with my zoology degree, and I sat in a room and wrote 3 films. One of them was on the evolution of the kangaroo, and National Geographic commissioned it, and the other film was Steve Irwin's first film, The 10 Deadliest Snakes in the World. And I was working for a company called Partridge Films in Bristol at the time, and we wrote off and we wanted a really good snake handler, and Terry sent a video in and 4 of us watched it in Bristol, and we thought he's either going to be a disaster or he's going to be an absolute star, and we had no idea which it would be. And it was an interesting exercise, but it was the most popular natural history program ever to be shown on Discovery. Discovery was just launching. It was funded by Discovery. It also got shown on ITV and got enormous viewings, and it broke the mould of natural history. It sounds amazing now, but it was the first film where the camera was taken off the tripod, and you ran with it. Because, and this goes back to Doctor Who, we had a camera called a Digibetacam, which was the first ever video camera that you could use on location. So previous to that, all natural history films have been made on film. You can't run around with a film camera, right? It's a clockwork mechanism. It doesn't like it. And so everything came together remarkably, and it changed the way that people made natural history films. And I was the director, so I became a named director overnight. And ever since then, the second film I made with Steve, Deadly Crocodiles Down Under, it was Black Wednesday for the BBC, it was called. That was shown on ITV. There was a football match on Channel 5, and to this day, excuse me, it is the night that the BBC has had the lowest percentage of ratings ever. So I'm also responsible for the BBC's Black Wednesday. I'm sure they've got over it by now. But yeah, but ever since then, I've just been making natural history films, and it's been why I did want to change the way people thought about the world, but I've also had an incredible life. I've worked in over 56 different countries. I've lived in incredibly remote places, seen the most amazing things you can't pay to see as a tourist, and it's been an extraordinary life. So I have no regrets at all. But if people want to, I think there's over 500 hours of programming out there now with my name at the end of it, or somewhere near the end of it.
And I can say definitely well worth digging out. So you've lived all those various different exciting moments as a maker of documentaries. But can any moment in life really compare to the excitement that is working with Janet Fielding?
Oh well, yes. She's probably the most unpredictable animal I've ever worked with. But but no, I mean, I have to say, Janet is a consummate professional in the studio. We were a bloody tight team. And that's one reason we all got on so well together, was we never let each other down. We were always there for each other. And it was a joy working with all of them.
It's fantastic because it as a team. I mean, you were very much a part of my growing up, and I remember vividly, all of you guys and being that. Then quite a dynamic change on Planet of Fire. Obviously, your last story and Nicola's first. How much were you instructed to kind of make it an easy beginning for Nicola?
I wasn't really. I was being an actor. I was more thinking how I'd come out of it as my last story.
Yeah.
I mean, no. So it was my story arc, and I was very, very, because I chose to leave Doctor Who, and I thought it was a really great story. So I came in with a strong story. I went out with a strong story, and when you look back on them, we never really did any weak stories when I was with Peter. They were all great. I'm so glad I came out when I did. Because when one character leaves, it's normal that another character comes in. Although that didn't happen when Sarah left, really. So yeah, it's another assistant's going to come in, but then you're not aware they're an assistant. You're just thinking they're an American girl on holiday in the Canary Islands. So that's fine. And I had enough to think about without thinking about her. If you see what I mean, I don't mean that in a selfish way. I was trying to get back to my home planet and all those sorts of things. So
yes,
there was a bit for me to think about, and I thought it was great. I got on very well with Nicola. She was great to work with, very efficient. Super. I think, would I work with Colin as an assistant? I think I might have been a bit aggressive and a bit bright, bit clever for Colin. I don't know. Would Colin have liked me? Not convinced.
Would you have been too similar? Because at that stage, when he began, obviously he was fairly.
He was fairly acerbic.
I mean, he tried to strangle Nicola fairly early on.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I think we would have been. Yeah. I left at the right time. I think. Yeah.
Did you know when you started that was there an allotted time given to you, or was it potentially an ongoing situation?
I was there for the duration, and I chose to leave. But I think I made exactly the right creative decision, and I think in retrospect, John and Eric think I made the right decision. although they wouldn't have got rid of me. So
in terms of what we would now call an arc, which there wasn't a lot of that happening in television at the time. But Turlo certainly has a really nice story that's genuinely got a beginning, a middle where he kind of settles down, and then an end where he returns off home and the story closes very neatly. A lot of companions don't get that at all, even now.
no, you just feel that they're written out. They're, oh gosh, they're leaving this episode, so they're going to write them out somehow. No, I agree. But Eric was a very good script editor, so all thanks to Eric.
Absolutely right. Now, it's on the Canary Islands, certainly there was quite a... Am I right in thinking the press were invited out and there was this James Bond shoot? I mean, was much time given over to what seems to be a rather ludicrous photo call?
Not really, no. You sort of just got on with it. I mean, we were working we were up at 5:30 in the morning, and we weren't finishing until dark. You don't... We were working incredibly hard, the regulars, right? And you don't really think about things. You just try and get through the day. That was what I remember about Lanzarote. I do remember how beautiful it was. I've never been back there since, but it's a place I would go back to. It's a wonderful volcanic landscape. That was amazing. Another amazing place I've been and haven't had to pay to go.
Yes, the best way, the best kind of trip.
I never pay to get on a plane.
I think that's the right thing to do. On that note, just as if we were at a physical event, we have thrown questions open to the audience. So the audience at home have sent some in. So I have some here, one of which does indeed relate to said photographs. There's quite a few photographs that were taken on Lanzarote. I think you know where this one might be going. This one comes from Mark Cook. It was also asked by a friend of mine, Richard Eno. And they'd like to know, did you have any choice at all over your swimming outfit in Planet of Fire?
No. Do you think I would have been wearing Speedos if I'd had any choice on my swimming outfit?
I suspect not.
No. So there's the logic on that one. God, anyway.
Should we leave that one there? We'll leave that one there. Zach, so this is Zach Broom. Hello, Zach. Zach wanted to know, what was your favourite funny moment on set?
Well, I'm really boring about this because I do say we didn't have funny moments on set, and it is really true, because if you've only got one take, you don't fuck up.
Yes.
Right? You do it, and so nobody thinks it's funny if you make a mistake. Nobody thinks it's funny if you laugh. They just get annoyed with you. And so we didn't have... It's not that we didn't enjoy it. We loved it. And there was an incredible adrenaline of working that quickly. But, I mean, yes. I mean, funny things happened. I mean, but because there's nothing you can do about that. In The Five Doctors, when the Dalek was chasing the Hartnell Doctor, and the Dalek couldn't stop and ploughed through the set, and you hear the Dalek saying, "Shit, missed the bugger." But the Daleks were anybody in a monster costume was allowed a bit of leeway, right?
Yes.
He just lost, he lost control. But that's I can't remember many things. I mean, I remember in Terminus where Lisa Goddard and Dominic Gard were in it, and Lisa puts a piece of explosive matter onto the side of a corridor to blow a way through, and the explosion was massive. I mean, it was far too big, right? I mean, it destroyed half the set. And if you look at Lisa, I mean, she's got these bubbles on these helmets as bubbles, right? Yes. And she says something like, "What the F-U-C-K?" Right? And they had to lay a line over that fitted what she said. Because you can't go back. It's a one-off. It's not going to happen again.
Fix it in ADR. It's the best way.
Yeah, and so things like explosions and things like that, they had to work. They had to work right, because if you only usually got one go at them. And the story I tell is it was in Frontios, where there's a scene in which Peter and Janet and I run out of a cave and there's supposed to be an explosion. And so this was done by having a cannon, an air cannon, to the right of the cave. And as we came out, that would blow polystyrene fragments that looked like rock across. Right. And we would, duck and shelter and terrible, and all that sort of stuff. So we ran out. There was no explosion. And there was a pause. And we were obviously expecting them to say, right, go back in. Sorry about that. We'll have another go at it. And they didn't. We were running out of time. They just said, on we go. We'll lay something over it. Forget it. So you never stopped acting in Doctor Who. Even if the explosion didn't happen, you acted as if the explosion had happened. Because they can, carry on. Because they can add a bang on to it or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there'll be no rocks coming over, but that doesn't particularly matter in the big scheme of things. In the big scheme of things, what's important is that at 10 o'clock at night, you've got all your scenes done. And when they pull the handle and the lights go out, you don't have to reset that studio.
You mentioned the 5 Doctors there. There was a lot of. I mean, it's full of all sorts of bits and bobs, and we've heard stories of how it was being rewritten up to the last moment. For you, how much of the kind of the lore of Doctor Who were you aware of prior to doing the 5 Doctors?
Not a lot. I thought that doing a zoology degree would help me understand the science of Doctor Who better, and even after 4 years of that, I still don't understand Doctor Who any better. I sort of do, but it's a world of its own, isn't it? You have to. I mean, that's what science fiction is about. One of the joys of science fiction is that if you immerse yourself in it, you'll get a lot more out of it than if you just read it. Just read a book or watch a program just once. You sort of need to understand the world of that program or books or whatever. That's it's like Harry Potter. That's the joy of it, that you bring your experience and your knowledge to each as you gradually learn more about the program or the books. That's why science fiction is really rather intelligent. I prefer real science, I must admit, but I do occasionally dabble in science fiction. Yeah.
But talking of dabbling in,
I can't remember what we were talking about then.
yes, hey, what? Well, I have got one last.
I wasn't bringing a huge wealth of knowledge about Doctor Who and its past and the laws. And how everything has to function, right? I wasn't bringing that to it at all.
So on that one final question. Your life has been very much, although obviously being involved in events and meeting fans, your life has taken quite a different turn, and all for the good. Given the opportunity to go back for an episode as the programme stands now, would you take that opportunity?
Yeah, I'd absolutely love it. I'd want to be intelligent, because Turlough was always intelligent. But no, I'd love to go back. I'd like a really good, serious, meaty plot, wouldn't we all? In Doctor Who. I mean, that sort of goes back to what I'm talking about science fiction, and I think it's very well acted, Doctor Who now. It's very well produced and all those sorts of things. But I do think that it's slightly lost its way in why people watch science fiction. They watch science fiction to be stretched and challenged, and think about new things and in different ways. And I think that doesn't mean it has to be serious. It can be enormous fun, but it has to be pushing the barriers somehow. It shouldn't be obvious. And I think that perhaps they could do a little bit more work on that. But I'll never get
a job now, would I?
Well, if it helps, I'm in entire agreement with you on that one. On that note, we've come to the end of our chat. So I want to say a huge thank you What I have been doing is giving people at home, because everyone should still feel like life is as normal as possible, I'm going to give them the opportunity to give you a round of applause. So everyone at home, please give a huge round of applause for Mark Strickson. I will be doing the same right here. And I'd like to say, on behalf of Fantom and myself, Mark Strickson, thank you very much indeed.
And I think I should say that the backdrop here is not, this is my 11-year-old son's bedroom, because it was 8 o'clock in the morning, all right? So if you work out the backdrop, yes, it's not my private study, I promise you.
Well, please say thank you on our behalf.
My pleasure.
Okay, well, look, lovely to talk to you, and keep safe, keep strong, and look after yourselves.
Take care. Thank you, Mark. Cheers.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. You're watching Space Visualiser from Fantom Events. A little bit about what's coming up over the next hour. We've got an archive interview from Jago and Lightfoot themselves. That's Christopher Benjamin and Trevor Baxter, as well as a brand new short story written by Joseph Lidster and read by Debbie Chazen. But first off, we're going to go to our self-isolation social hub. Jason, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Good afternoon,
We
Dex.
can hear you, but your picture's disappeared. Hang on, let's see if I can work this. There we go. Right, hello.
There we go.
Hello, Jay. I see you're not self-isolating all on your own.
No, I'm not actually. I've got a friend for company with me today here in the self-isolation social hub, keeping me company as we go through the rest of the afternoon. But I've got to say, Twitter is off the scale this afternoon. You guys do seem as if you're really, really enjoying what we're doing out there today. And the fact we've got 530 watchers already online, let's get that number up. Let's keep sharing that news. Let's keep getting it out there. We have got our very first online event going on today, and it is an absolute blast. I hope you'll all agree.
Lovely. So have people got time still to send in questions for Annette Badland?
Yes, they have indeed. So if you want to send in a question, you've got another 10 minutes actually before we close the lines. And if you want to send your Annette Badland question to us, email us on tsv@fantomfilms.co.uk.
And if anyone wants to tweet, please use the hashtag #TimespaceVisualiser or hashtag TSV. But Jason, you've got our first competition question.
I do indeed. First question of the afternoon. A nice, easy one to get us all going with a bit of luck. And the question relates back to the interview you've just seen, wonderfully looked after by our very own Andy Footer. And the question for the quiz is as follows. What was the name of the spin-off book featuring the character of Turlo? So what was the name of the spin-off book featuring the character of Turlo? Now, you've got 30 minutes from now to email us your name, your country, and importantly, the answer to the question. Hopefully, I'll be back around about 3:30 to give you the answer and announce the winner. But what prizes we've got for this first competition? We have got some really nice prizes as we go through the afternoon. We've got. Let's have a look what we've got for this one.
Collector Hero has donated some lovely prizes this afternoon.
Indeed, we have. We have as a prize in the first one, the first Doctor Companion set. We're also giving away the first Doctor Console as part of this prize bundle. And on top of that, we're also giving away a Mark Strickson signed autograph and an amazing Fantom goodie bag. So there's loads of prizes up there. So let's remind you once again, send your answer in to the question to tsv@fantomfilms.co.uk. Please remember to include your name, the country where you are, and obviously the answer to the question.
Lovely. Thank you, Jason. We'll be back with you in a bit.
See you soon.
So just a reminder of the competition question. What was the title of the target novel that featured Turlo as a key character? You can email us at tsv@fantomfilms.co.uk. Make sure you include your name, where you're emailing from, and most importantly, the answer to the question. So next up, if I just press the right button, is our archive interview with Jago and Lightfoot. This is something really special, so I hope you enjoy it. Just to start then, you've just come back and done some Big Finish, the two characters returning from Weng Chiang.
Yes, wonderful.
What is to your minds then, what is the perennial interest in these characters? Why do you think that they've come back after their television adventures some 30 years after? Trevor, you start.
Well, I think it's because I suppose the relationship is quite intriguing, really. As characters, they're chalk and cheese. I'll leave it to you to decide which is chalk and which is cheese. But they are so, in a way, unmatched that they're coming together in a friendship is I think, unusual. That's one reason. Speaking for myself from the inside, the interest is that the Big Finish productions develop the characters so that you've got the original potential in the television, and then you see more and more of them as an actor. You find more and more of that character as you go on developing it.
How about you, Chris? What?
I agree with Trevor. We did have a lot of fun doing it, and they did seem to work very well right from the start. And everybody knows they were going to make a series, weren't they, on television? You all probably know more about that than we do, but Richard Holmes sadly died, didn't he? Was it Richard or Robert? Robert Holmes. Richard Holmes is a biographer, isn't he?
That's right.
Robert Holmes, who wrote these wonderful characters, died. And Big Finish have taken them up, and they're continuing with them in exactly the right format, the right characters. Every writer for Big Finish seems to understand these characters perfectly.
It's wonderful to have a part written for you, isn't it?
We come to the script and we know immediately, here we are again, you know.
Yes.
And it's marvellous 30-odd years. Is it 30 years? Yeah. 30 years later.
Oh, it's more than 30 years.
To come back. We hadn't seen each other in that 30 years.
No, we hadn't at all. So it was.
And what we've missed.
I know. 30, all those lost years.
30 years of joyous friendship.
I know.
So what did you have to do for research or reference? Was it, like Christopher said, was it easy just to slip back into it? Are you essentially?
Oh, absolutely no research or reference at all.
Yeah, just didn't.
No, we got there on the day for the Mahogany Murderers, and they said, do you want to watch the Talons of Weng Chiang again? And Christopher and I looked at each other, and Christopher looked at me and went. And I said, "Oh no, we might think we were rather bad." So we didn't watch it again, and we just slipped into it. I mean, there was no problem. I mean, they were there, very well written for us, but somehow all that's still lodged in the brain, and part of the wiring. And it all came out quite naturally, didn't it, Christopher? We had a very jolly day doing it.
And the wonderful thing is we don't have to learn the words.
No, wonderful. It's wonderful.
That's why I was going to ask you, is there a difference between television and radio? Obviously the obvious medium, but...
and we just sit, we can sit down and do it too, you know.
Yes, absolutely. It's very, very much easier. Radio is very much easier. Because you don't have to remember moves, and you don't have to remember lines, and if you make a mistake, you can stop. So they can get the scissors in and edit it, and then
you get a wonderful lunch from Toby.
Yes,
who runs the studio.
He's a sort of cordon bleu, so you get a wonderful lunch, and we all get on very well together, and you get a lot of actors together, you get a lot of talk. Yeah. So it's great fun.
And my understanding is that one box set's been released, and you're just about to record some more. Is that right?
We start tomorrow. Yes.
We start tomorrow. Now, one box set has been released.
Plus the Mahogany Murders, is that right?
The Mahogany Murders was a single. Then the Series 1 has been released. There's a Series 2 which we've already recorded, which is waiting to be released. And we're recording Series 3 starting tomorrow.
Are we? Yes.
Yes. Well, I hope you're going to be there.
You just said that.
Well, I suppose I can say both parts.
Yeah, I didn't know there were that many series. But there is also another one planned for January.
For January, so there'll be a Series 4 too, if we're spared.
And Series 3 is going to be very interesting, but we're not allowed to say anything about it.
That's right.
So, ooh, big surprise. You probably all know it anyway. You guys know everything.
So, taking it further back then, did you always want to become actors?
Yes, I did, yes.
Yes, from school. I started when I was about 12 and played little boy in Julius Caesar, playing a recorder. Brutus's page. And the boy playing Portia, if you know Julius Caesar, or there was John Badley. Do you know John Badley, an actor? Anybody know him? Well, he's still acting. He played Portia, and I was their servant, and we were at school together. And on Thursday, I go to their golden wedding. He's a man, really, although he played Portia. And he's married a woman, so... their golden wedding is on Thursday, and we've been friends for all that time. It's wonderful.
So right from a small child, age 12, you wanted to become an actor? Always something...
I think it was 15 when I actually said, this is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
It saves having to get 2 A-levels and things like that.
Okay. And Trevor, you said you always wanted to be an actor. Is that as young as Chris is?
Yes, about that sort of age, and perhaps a little younger even. I think I knew very, very early on, even probably before I knew really what actors were, in a strange sort of way. I mean, it's very odd how... And it's not direct comparison, obviously, but the great writer Joseph Conrad lived in landlocked Poland, as it was at that time, but knew that he had to be a seaman. He knew he had to be a sailor. And you have these strange instincts in human beings. Before you know what it is about, what you want to be, you still want to be it, which is odd. And my first role was actually a girl. I played Mad Queen Margaret in Richard III, and that was a success.
Because often actors talk about, some other influence, but this, to my mind, listening to you talk, the influence is coming from you. You wanted to be an actor, and none of your parents persuaded you.
No, my parents.
No. They didn't think that was a good idea. In those days, people were expected to get regular jobs.
Yes.
Yeah. And there were regular jobs to be had. In fact, most of the population were in them when I was young.
But I think most jobs now are almost as insecure as being an actor.
Oh, yes. I mean, people always used to say, it's a very insecure profession, yours. But now there isn't a profession that isn't insecure. Even bank managers, the height of security.
We know what redundancy is like. We get it every time we finish a job.
Yes, that's
Suddenly
right.
that's it. What's happening next?
Absolutely. That terrible feeling, I'll never work again. I mean,
yes.
it happens time and again.
So what did your mum want you to do then, Trevor? What aspirations did she have if acting wasn't to be?
Well, I don't think they were ever voiced. I'm sure they existed, but I don't think they were ever voiced. I mean, once they realised that I was determined, they came alongside immediately. I have to say that. I didn't have to fight them. My father was in the post office, as it were, and that was telecommunications, like computers today. And he certainly didn't want me to go into that. So I wasn't up against any opposition. And they gave me an encouragement. And in those days, you could start things very early. I mean, I left school when I was 16 and went to RADA. And the course then was only 2 years, so I was out working as an actor when I was 18, which was terribly exciting.
Gosh, yeah.
Yes.
So what year were we talking about then?
We're talking about 1949 to 51 when I was at RADA. And of course, I was at school during the war. So it was exciting. They were exciting times.
Okay. And did your mum want you to do, Chris? What was her aspirations?
Well, she wasn't. It was my father who was most disappointed, because he had a music shop in Trowbridge, and selling. God, if I'd gone into that, I'd probably be a millionaire now, because it was the growth of the record industry and television and all that, and there it was in the 50s, just starting, and. We went down to Bath to the Theatre Royal, and we saw an opera, Marriage of Figaro, I think. And on the way back, I suppose by then I was about 17 or 18, I said to him, I'm going to be an actor, Dad. And there was this silence. He said, no, you're not. I said, well, we'll see. And that went on. And it was terribly sad, because he actually died in my first term at RADA. And that was pretty upsetting, really. One got quite a guilt complex about it. And I left RADA at that time and started running the shop for a bit, and suddenly realised the potential there. But I had no business sense, And my mother, in the end, insisted that I went back to RADA. And she sold up the business and lived in a bungalow on the proceeds.
So, Trevor, your early roles were without television being, in existence. I suppose early roles were stage and...
It was stage. And in those days, it was very lucky. You weren't expected to be a success immediately. It was... all the juvenile leads in London, in the West End, were played by people of about 40 or older, They were wearing corsets. They got a lot of shading under the chin because there were footlights in those days. And so they could get away with it with that sort of lighting. You couldn't get away with it today, but you could then. And the general pattern was that you left rather. You were expected to do about 10 years in rep, learning your craft, as they put it. And then you were expected to, if you were lucky, to surface. If you were good and if you were lucky, you were expected to surface, and then you might make the West End, which was a very exclusive club of only about 100 or 150 actors at any given time. And so I had a joyous few years. I mean, I think we all thought we were much better than we were, which is a very good thing when you're young. Not sensible when you're older, but a very good thing when you're young. And I was in a company called the West of England Theatre Company, which had notables in it, such as Joan Plowright. You know, all young, enthusiastic. We put the set up ourselves, we had packed lunches, we didn't get drunk every night, we were very poorly paid. I think £7 a week was my wage, I think. We'd have a pint on Friday because it was the agricultural half hour. They were allowed to stay open for an extra half hour in the country. And so and that's all we could afford. We'd nurse, they'd say, you nursing that, you'd have a pint of beer and nurse that, and that was a great treat. But you played role after role after role, and I was only 19 or 20 and 21 then. And I was playing all these senior, mature people because I had a deep voice. Because in those days, older actors were more expensive. Now I'm an older actor. The irony is that I come just as cheaply as anybody else. But then, and of course, older actors couldn't have done that work, you know, putting up the set and driving back through the night from Chard and Dorchester and far-flung places like that to our base in Exmouth. And that was an absolutely joyous time. And then I went to the Liverpool Playhouse, which was a great thing to be in those days. You were almost a member of the town, you know, you were a figure in the town. It was a great sense of responsibility. And then one had to come and brave out, in a way, the loneliness of London, because then you haven't got that warmth of the camaraderie of rep. But, you know, the womb has to be left behind and comforts have to be left behind in life, and that was that. But those early years were extremely happy.
Were yours just as happy, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's oddly, I mean, my early experience was exactly the same. I started out in repertory, and I was playing old men right from the start because as you say, they couldn't afford real old men. And I started in Manchester, where I met my wife, and I was getting, I think, £10 a week or something. This was 1960 when we got married. So I rang up Reggie Solberg at Salisbury. I'd done 3 weeks there. And I said, Reggie, and he'd always said, let me know whenever you want to come join the company. And I said, Reggie, I'm going to leave Manchester, and I'd love to come and join your company. He said, oh, that's very nice, come along then. And I said, the only thing is I've got a wife, and she's an actress. He said, all right, bring her too. And so that's where we sort of started. And it all sort of come full circle, because at Salisbury in 1961, I played Falstaff in Henry IV, Part 1, and now I'm playing Falstaff in Midsummer, what's it called, Midsummer Murders? No. What's that play I'm in, Into the Globe?
The Merry Wives of Windsor.
Oh, that's right, The Merry Wives of Windsor. And now I'm doing it at the Globe, same character. But when I played Falstaff in 1961, William Gaunt, was playing Hotspur, and I used to carry him off the stage. And now he's at the Globe, not playing the same part, but still working in Henry IV, the same thing.
I have a question for both of you about the kind of the birth of television, if you like. So you were good stage jobbing actors, and then television was emerging in the late 50s. Did as actors at that time then, did you have any, were you cynical or thinking, this isn't going to work?
We were very snooty about it. Well, we don't want to be television actors. We said, we're stage actors.
Oh, yes.
And I was in Salisbury when the ITV strike was on, and suddenly all these actors who'd worked for Reggie in his companies before started coming down doing guest appearances, coming from Emergency Ward 10 and things like that, because they were names, and I got furious because I was reduced to small parts while these big names came in who were on strike.
And that's right, and in the beginning, of course, radio was very much bigger than television.
Yes.
And I remember the sort of culture shock when the Radio Times put the television programs first instead of the radio programs. You felt it was the decline of civilization.
Yes.
So we were quite wrong, but I mean, that's how it felt at the time. And radio stars, there were a lot of radio stars, which were much more important than any of the television people.
Yes, there were. Yeah. Dick Barton and all that.
All that, you know, Howard Marion Crawford, Boney Crawford, they did wonderful things. I mean, the third programme, they did wonderful programme. I'll never forget, I was in a production of W.H. Auden's For the Time Being. It had music specially written for it by Matthias Scheiber. Esme Persay played Herod. Absolute galaxy of stars on that radio, giving these wonderful performances, introducing you to that wonderful work. Do you know? It was a very, very inspiring time, and television seemed a poor relative then.
It did, and I'd suffered the same as you. And suddenly the time came when I had to leave. You know, I was at Bristol then, and we made the big trip and settled in London. Suddenly, we were I wasn't in the company anymore, and there was this bleak future. Where's the next job coming? And I'd go up and I'd do the odd television here and there, you know, which are now all coming back to me. Things like little bits in The Prisoner and The Avengers and all that sort of thing, an odd day's work. And suddenly playing big, fruity leading parts in these theatres for 6 years, I was just doing odd little lines, you know. Said, where's that Benjamin? Come on, get out there, come on up here, do this, you know. And treated like a sort of nobody, and I hated that. Because I'd been the big leading man in repertory, and then I was playing bit parts in television. Yeah. And I still am playing bit parts in television.
So I was going to say, has that attitude ever changed then? Do you actually prefer stage work to television work?
Yes, I prefer I get better parts on stage.
Yes, I prefer it. I can't really do stage work now, but I would prefer it, and because often the actual material is better. I mean, you're doing more interesting plays to start off with, and you've got longer to develop it. But on the other hand, television has its own challenges. I mean, there have been television things I've done which I have enjoyed, including Doctor Who. But it was that depth in theatre. You can, if you're lucky and the right cast, you can achieve a sort of depth of performance by doing it for a few weeks or a few months, which you can't get in the instant. On the other hand, filming, if you don't get it in that moment, if you don't get it on the take, you don't get it at all. Yeah. So that's a challenge in itself. That's also a stimulus.
I think Henry Gordon Jago was probably my first decent part on television. You know, certainly the one I enjoyed most.
Chris, as you pointed out, you've done so many what would be considered cult television roles in things like Doctor Who, like The Prisoner.
The odd ones here and there,
what's your post-bag like then? Are there more Doctor Who fans interested to know about Doctor Who?
I think there's more Doctor Who than anything. But quite a lot of Prisoner ones come. And then odd ones here. Because The Prisoner's always linked with Danger Man, because that's where I first worked with Patrick, and it was from that he got me into The Prisoner, you know. But they were tiny little bits, and you'd never think it was something that would keep coming back up.
How about you, Trevor? You've done episodes of The Avengers, some of these cult television
That's
programs.
Right.
Adam and Lives, for example.
That's right, and George and Mildred. I did a couple of those.
You've done the main ones.
Well, it's sort of very strange. You get very strange letters. I mean, it's very nice that people should write, but you are I saw you in George and Mildred, and you are a truly fabulous actor. I may be a truly fabulous actor, but how you can tell from George and Mildred playing the man who ran the Oxfam shop, I really don't know.
Oh, you were very good in that thing where the RSC went to Moscow.
Oh, yeah, the Englishman abroad. Yes, that's right.
And you were that outfitter.
That's right, very snooty man who wouldn't sell the coral brown pyjamas because we provided them for the Queen. That's right.
Because Chris, your engagement with Doctor Who happens early on in the story Inferno with John Pertwee.
Yes.
So but at that point television had been going for 10 years by then. Were you and Doctor Who had been going certainly for 7 years. Were you I'm doing a Doctor Who. Is that a good thing? You don't need to be precious just because you're in the company of Doctor Who fans.
Well, no, I wasn't. I wasn't that knowledgeable about Doctor Who in those. I suppose my kids were watching it then, 1973. And I didn't like that part very much, Professor Gold. I didn't know what to do with it, really. There was nothing much to it. No, it was a job, but it was 5 episodes and money,
Yeah. Are you a science fiction fan?
Not particularly.
Are you?
No, not at all. In fact, the only Doctor Who I've ever watched is my own.
Yes.
Well, the thing about Talons is it wasn't sci-fi, was it?
No.
It's a good old-fashioned.
It was good old-fashioned sort of melodrama of the Victorian era, really. Yeah. But no, I'm not a great science fiction fan. I mean, I do read a lot, but just not that particular genre, But,
well, I quite enjoy the current Doctor Who. when I watch it, it's pretty good.
But one has to remember at that time, when we were doing the Doctor Who, there was a lot of television, there was a lot of drama on television.
Yeah. We were kids' television, weren't we?
Really, it was children's, and you thought, all right, well, it's a very nice job. It's 6 weeks, 6 episodes, or however long it took, and you were pleased to do it. But it wasn't the sort of, it hadn't got the cachet that it's got now, because there was so much else going on. You know, there were a lot of serials going on, like Harper's West 1 and Emergency Ward 10.
Yes.
But there were also a lot of very good drama, Play for Today, the Wednesday play. And he would do Shakespeare and Ibsen on television. I was in Henry V and The Voice, The Inheritance. You did really good, serious drama, which in a way you don't get now.
Was Tom Baker a good leading man in terms of accommodating actors that came in and did those supporting
Well, we found
roles?
so, yes.
Yes, he was very good. I mean, the wonderful thing about Tom was his total belief in what he was doing.
Yeah.
And it's very easy in the theatre to think, I mean, it's like there was a period in life, I think, when a lot of women felt they'd married beneath them, and there are a lot of actors feel they've been cast beneath them. Do you know, they should be doing something better. And I mean, I know there have been people who've been years in Coronation Street and are a bit sniffy about it, do you know?
Yes.
As though, you know...
But can't get out of it.
They can't get out of it.
Yeah.
But Tom wasn't like that. Tom really committed himself with total belief to that part, and that's why I think he was so good, which he was. I mean, it was just remarkable.
And he was very jolly, I thought, with us.
Oh yes,
we all got on terribly well.
We all got on very well indeed. He was a bit peated with me one day. There was a scene which I think I have the ice pack on my head, and I think he felt my lines were better than his. And he said to me, you see, Trevor, I'm supposed to have the good lines, not you. He was quite honest about it, and he would never rehearse this scene. He wouldn't rehearse it. And I can't say it looks any the worse than any of the others because of that. But he was quite awkward about that. But that was the only time, and I liked him and admired him very much.
I mean, the episodes of Talons of Weng Chiang, as you say, they're not particularly, they're not science fiction episodes, they're historical stories. Did you feel as though as actors you had to give way to any kind of special effects or any technical aspects of quite a technical show even in the 1970s?
Yeah, it was. No, we didn't have to give away. I mean, it was all part of it.
No one was just so happy not to have lost John's face.
It was when we got...
I mean, hiding behind that table where they were zapping it.
That's
and
right.
they were all packed with explosives which were going off. And confidence wasn't much given by the director told us that he'd done a shoot with somebody and this great oak tree had to be blown up. And the man who was doing the same effects with us. And apparently, the man, he said to him, oh yes, you know exactly what you've got to do. And he said, oh yes, he said, what I do is, when I learn the handkerchief like that, you blow it up. And he blew it up. And then, instead of waiting for the proper cue, he lowered the handkerchief with not a camera anywhere near it. So when we were crouching behind that table, I was thinking, oh God, please let me come out with my whole face.
Yes.
But still good fun, though.
Oh, it was fun. Oh, yes, it was fun. No, we used to gig a lot. I mean, when we were
had that terrible thing in the
lift. We were in the lift, going up to the dragon room.
What they called those ladies?
Dumbwaiter.
Dumbwaiter, yes. We were stuck in.
Oh, it was awful. We got the terrible giggles, and they're very hard to stop once you start. And we knew that camera with this red light would be waiting for us when the doors opened, shaking with laughter.
I know at the very beginning we touched on the idea of the Jago and Lightfoot spin-off in the 1970s.
Yeah.
And was that really a real possibility? How far did the conversations go with you two?
We didn't hear a thing. The first time I heard about it was meeting Doctor Who fans who told me.
Yes, that was the same with me. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Like most of what we know comes from you.
Yes.
Because I mean, we've been told that there was this possibility, but nothing more.
Yes, it was certainly mooted. It was in the Doctor Who publication, I think, and people, yes, the fans used to say, "Oh, I believe they're thinking of it," but we were never told. And they have these board meetings and they discuss things like that. As you say, if the writer died, then that was it.
Yes.
Okay. And Christopher, you came back and did another Doctor Who very recently, The
Yes.
Unicorn and the Wasp with David Tennant.
Yes.
Had the programme moved, well, technically probably it moved on, but was it very different since you left it and now you're coming back to it?
It was different in that it was all film. And, I mean, when we did ours, we had a rehearsal period, we had an outdoor filming period, then we had a whole lot of studio stuff. So, and it was much more drawn out. And this one was just sort of a week or whatever it was, 2 weeks with odd days filming, and a lot more money spent on it, and but the feeling of the show was the same, in that we had an inspirational Doctor Who character who inspired everybody. I mean, David, like Tom, they loved what they were doing, and their energy transmitted to us. You know, if you've got the leading man going around being jolly and wonderful, then you can't say, "Oh, I don't want to do this." And it was nice to do, and I did get to be married to you know, the bottom of the what's her name? Yes.
Not bad, is it?
It's terrible, this forgetfulness, you know, that comes in when one gets older.
And Trevor, did you watch Chris's Doctor Who, and do you watch the new Doctor Who?
No, he doesn't watch anything I do.
No, on principle, on moral grounds. No, I don't actually have a television, so I didn't watch them. No.
But we could all get together and buy him one. I think you can get them through Saga, you know, or Age Concern. So this poor chap up in his garage.
Do you not want a television?
No, I don't. No, it just doesn't part of my life. I had one, and I didn't have one until I was 55. And somebody said to me, "I'm not at all technophobic. I mean, I love cyberspace and all of that. I'm a great one for all of that, and I read off Kindle." And I think it's wonderful. I love all that modern technology. But somebody said to me, "Well, it's so strange that you have all the computer and everything, you don't have a television." So I weakened and got one. And I watched occasionally. And then eventually it went wrong. You know, you had to thump it to get a picture. And I thought, I'm not going to replace it. I never watch it. And it just doesn't hone in on my life. Nothing ever happens at the right time and I want it to. And so I'm much happier without it.
I think, yes, I'm addicted to it now, especially with all Sky Plus and stuff. You can just record it, you know, and then watch it when you want.
I know.
You are missing out, Trevor.
You can't say you haven't got time for it because it'll be there recorded.
Yes, I know. It is absolutely true. It is absolutely true.
So we were talking outside, Trevor. So this, you know, your lack of television in your acting career, this is taking you more into writing and thinking about adaptations and writing. Is that something you've always been interested in?
Yes, ideas is what I'm interested in, really. And one of the great events in my life was going to Latin America when I was just over 30. It was the days when they still did really big tours, because they thought that players sold cars, I think, still in those days. And so we went on this enormous tour of South America, Ralph Richardson and Barbara Jeffert, a company of 46, including ballet dancers, two quite dreadful productions of The Midsummer Night's Dream and Merchant of Venice. So Ralph Richardson being really very bad in both of them, I have to say. But nevertheless, it took me to Latin America, and it was an absolute revelation. I mean, it was in 1964, when most people in those still weren't travelling at all. We had no high-rise building in this country. I remember getting off the plane, we started off in Mexico before going on to South America, and whispering to somebody saying, "Have you seen? The police are armed."
Yeah.
You know, it was amazing to see policemen wearing guns. We thought it was something that could never happen in this country. And of course now you've got Heathrow, and of course everything's bristling with submachine guns. But it was that their immediacy, their warmth, their generosity, that wonderful history they have, just inspired me. When I came back, I thought, I've got to put some of that out. Some of that's got to come out now. And so I've been writing with various mixtures of failure and success ever since.
Okay, thank you.
You know, you're wrong, I think, when you say it was just selling cars, because it was the British Council doing it.
Oh, it's the British Council.
Essentially cultural.
Yes.
And I've done the same, and we did a wonderful tour of Southeast Asia, playing in halls, school halls, and people would trek over the mountains to come to it.
This one was a bit more worldly. I mean, we would go to somewhere like Caracas, and it would be the oil community that came in. You know, the Americans. It was the rich that came in to see us. Not the Pueblos, not the native population at all.
The British Council did wonderful work now.
And they did do that.
They can do it anymore.
No, they don't. But I think it was because there was a sort of commercial nexus. It was thought that it was still the days of British prestige. There were those ludicrous poster campaigns. British butter is the best in the world. British cars are the best in the world. You couldn't say anything critical at all. I remember some reporter saying something to James Callaghan once, which was slightly critical, and he said, "Don't sell your country short." And what we lack in this country is a great deal of self-criticism. We need to be much more self-critical, and then we get off our asses and achieve more.
Thanks, Trevor.
Hi, Star of Rose and Time of Angels. Love to everyone at home, and I hope you're enjoying Time Space Visualiser.
Hello. I'm not great at talking about myself, to be honest. Quite happy listening and nodding as you tell me about whatever it is you're going on about, but I guess you want to know who I am, how I got here, that kind of thing. And I guess that's what she's done. She's given me the chance to do this, so here goes. My name's Bunny Driver, stupid name. But apparently my mum had a rabbit and it died. And the next day she got the baby scan of me and she thought it looked like the rabbit. So she thought it was looking down on her or reincarnated or I don't know. But yeah, Bunny. I used to live in London, worked in an office. My main topics of conversation used to be the weird names things have in Lidl and bitching about Katie on reception, who frankly, to this day, I still don't know how she wasn't fired, especially with those nails. I used to share a flat with an old schoolmate who I hadn't really liked since sixth form. And I used to go and play pub quizzes at the Dirty Duck, but only because I thought the quizmaster was fit. Seriously fit, though. Hands like shovels. Oh. And that used to be it. That was my life. And it was fine. Normal, just, getting on with it. Paid my bills, watched Holby, went home for Christmas. And then one day, I was just getting off the tube and heading to Londis because Mina had told me about these new French fancies that were after-eight mint flavour. And then there was this huge flash of light, kind of pink, mauve. And then I was in this dark void and I couldn't see or hear anything. So I guessed I was dead. And then I started to kind of hope I wasn't dead. I hadn't been that bothered when the whole flash of light thing first happened because death happens to us all. But yeah, as time went on and as I lost track of time, I really, really started to hope I wasn't dead because an eternity of just darkness. Not great, not for me. Wasn't a fan. But it went on and on and on, and, well, I'll say it myself, I'm just not that interesting, really. You probably gathered that from the whole telling you about myself thing, so, yeah. An eternity of wondering if Mr. Kipling really had perfected the after-eight mint-flavoured fancy and silence. Until suddenly this voice pipes up. I'll try and do the accent. You're all right. Sorry to bother you, but are you really called Bunny Driver? That's brilliant. She was northern, not a fan. I thought, first voice I've heard since I got off the tube, so I'd be polite. So I said, hello, back, and she said she was called the Doctor. Stupid name, but I can't talk. And she told me what had happened to me. Sometimes the universe loses people, they're misplaced, and they end up here. It's like this whole bunch of shadow dimensions where, well, people just turn up. I know it must seem really scary, and actually it's probably really boring, isn't it? Just by yourself. I'm all right, I've got my fam. Couldn't live without them. But you, Bunny Driver, you're lost, aren't you? Sorry, I'm babbling, I do that. So, how are you feeling? I mean, I was fine, really, just fine. Bored, I guess. I'd long stopped being confused and was just accepting it. This is what life is. But she pushed, you see. She pushed. Oh, I hate that word, fine. Nobody should ever be fine. You should be ecstatic or devastated. Anything other than 5 out of 10 fine. She paused. Bunny? So I thought about it a bit and I thought, maybe I'm not fine. I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit sad. I mean, it would have been nice not to have been here. I'd rather have been in Longest than in some mad shadow dimension, and I wish I'd phoned my mum before all this happened, and maybe I should have asked the quizmaster out, because if he'd said no, I could have always found another quiz. And okay, I quite like Katie on reception's nails, and I wish I'd told her, and I actually missed the way she'd made everything sound like an insult. And I just missed my mum and my friends and work. And it wasn't like the best life, but I just missed getting on the tube and really hating those adverts. And I missed just streets and people and everything. And oh God, why has this happened to me? I had a little cry. I don't usually cry. Not a fan. She spoke again, this doctor, and she said that she couldn't fix this. She wanted me to know right from the start that she couldn't fix this. Some things can't be fixed. Sometimes the universe misplaces people and we end up in these little shadow dimensions, these bubbles of silence. But what if I could connect the bubbles, Bunny? I said I didn't know what she could. I could let you and the others trap like you talk to each other. You could chew the fat, you could chat. Chat? I mean, it wasn't an half-rate French fancy, but it was better than this darkness. And she laughed. And that was nice. She properly laughed at something I said, rather than just politely smiling. Not that I'd have known if she was politely smiling, what with the whole eternal darkness thing, but you get my drift. And she did it. She explained how she was doing it as she was doing it, but she got as far as something called harmonic fusion rods, and I trailed off and just nodded and smiled. And then she said she had to go because she wasn't really compatible with this dimension and it was hurting her. And I thought, she's doing this because of me. That's kind, properly kind. And I managed to thank her just as her voice faded away. For a second, and it was so good to realise I had a sense of time again, but I thought she might have failed. And then this new voice sounded. Hello, are you a friend of the doctor's? And I said that, yeah, I guessed I was. And his voice said that she was in a shadow dimension like me and that the doctor had done the same for her. Hello, hi, hey there. And blimey, there were loads of them, loads of you. A bunch was singing, someone was giving someone else a recipe for gluten-free chocolate chip cookies. People were talking about their kids and their families. And there were aliens as well, like proper aliens with these sound effect voices. And we were all talking to each other. And it wasn't the same as, well, I guess the real world, how things were before. It wasn't quite as good, but we were talking and singing and learning about each other and yeah, not quite as good as things were before, but it'll do. And who knows? Maybe one day someone can fix this whole weird, crazy, unimaginable thing, but until then, we're together. We're getting through it together. Hope. Now that I am a fan of.
Hello and welcome back. This is Time Space Visualiser. Thank you to Debbie there. We'll be hearing more from her later with a lovely, sweet story. Don't forget to keep your messages coming in, all your photos and everything. That's really lovely to receive them and to know that you're enjoying the day. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, as there is going to be lots of videos coming over the next few weeks. Fantom is an events and publishing company. We've been organising Doctor Who and Cult TV events, conventions and signings for the past 15 years. We do full weekend events, including Utopia and Pandorica, and single day events like Valiant and our signing events in Chiswick. It would be lovely, once all this is over, that you come and join us in person and experience the fun you're having today in our community. So let's go over now to our self-isolation social cult. I will get that right eventually. Right, hello.
Hello again. I'm actually going to make life a little easier for you as we go on now. We had a suggestion from one of our lovely watchers that we actually rename my self-isolation hub, because I'm having difficulty saying.
It's all right, you put your teeth in.
we should actually rename ourselves, or I should name ourselves the Zero Room. So that's exactly what. Here I am, live from the Zero Room this afternoon.
Lovely. So, have you had any tweets or interactions you'd like to tell us about?
Tweets and interactions. It's been absolutely bonkers since you left. First off, I'll just say the response to the competition has been absolutely phenomenal. So many entries, lots of interesting tweets. What I can see from the competition entries in particular is we've got viewers watching us from as far afield as Russia, the US, and Canada this afternoon. So hello and welcome to you all. You're more than welcome to join us. It's great that we're actually managing to reach around the world in these troubled times to actually bring a little bit of joy and happiness, hopefully, today.
Yes. So what have people actually been saying? Are there any comments for us?
Okay, I mean, basically, it's just a lot of love going on out there right now. I have to say, just a shout out to young Master Berryman, who's actually keeping the side up out there right now, because he's the only cosplay photo I've seen come through on the Twitter feed.
So, I mean, come on, I'm wearing a scarf.
So that's exactly what I was going to say. If we've got any more cosplayers out there, love to see some of your photos as we go through the afternoon. But young Master Berryman looking top there as our very own third Doctor this afternoon. So shout out to you. Hope you're keeping well over there. Otherwise, it's just generally the same pattern. Everybody's loving it. The Mark Strickson interview's gone down really, really well with everyone. And the interview we just had with Chris Benjamin as well, striking a chord with lots of our watchers this afternoon.
So I believe we've got a competition winner.
We do indeed. So this very difficult quiz question that we set you was obviously what was the Turlough spin-off Target novel, and the answer to that was Turlough and the Earthshot Dilemma.
Lovely.
You will be surprised there to hear. And we have a winner, and that winner is Cedric Whiting, and Cedric's in the UK. So hi Cedric, if you wouldn't mind dropping me an email with your address, and we'll make sure we get that wonderful prizes and the goodie bags out to you as soon as we possibly can.
Lovely. Right. Well, it's time to go on to our next video. This lady needs no introduction, but I will anyway. It's Bonnie Langford.
Thank you all for joining us and sticking with us here at Time Space Visualiser. Next up, what a wonderful guest. I'm incredibly honoured to welcome, and please, you may be at home, you might even be sitting there on your own, but I still want a huge round of applause for the one and only Bonnie Langford. Bonnie, it's lovely to see you.
I'll give my own round of applause.
As you should.
It's weird, isn't it?
Very odd, very odd. How are you doing?
Yeah, okay, fine. It's actually, for me, it's still a bit of a novelty, taking completely out of the equation the fact that we are here because of illness and sufferance and all those sorts of things. The fact of actually just being at home is so unusual for me. That novelty is still quite new, and I'm not fed up with it just yet. Give me a few days, probably will be, but you know, I'm actually rather liking being at home at this moment while we're still healthy.
Good. Let's hope we stay that way, and I'm sure
Absolutely.
We will. Because I know that you were, I saw on Twitter, you're right in the middle of a wonderful run of 9 to 5 in the West End. Hugely successful, both in terms of audiences and their love of it, and critically, people just adore it. And without meaning to sound like I'm interviewing Bonnie Langford, I've got to be nice. I'm going to be honest. I've seen what I've seen online. You are getting rave reviews. Are you enjoying it?
Well, I was nearly at the end because I started a year and a bit ago. I wasn't really meant to do it anyway. It was a surprise. It was something that happened at the last minute. I had been in the show for about 7 years ago, and they were bringing it to London. I went into the show, and then I ended up staying as I say, just over a year and a bit. But my time was due to finish on April the 4th anyway, so I was into my last 3 weeks. And it was just a weird way to finish a show. So really sort of unsatisfying, because we all went in, did warm up. Producer came on stage at 6:45 and said, "That's it, we're cancelled for tonight and possibly for foreseeable future. Should they ever go back, the show is due to be running until the end of May. But should that be the case, it wouldn't involve me anyway, because somebody else is taking over." So it's a bit odd, a bit of an odd way to finish. But yeah, it was very much a crowd please. You know, Dolly Parton's music is just fantastic. The film was quite a cult, and the story was just bonkers. I think at that point, you know, people loved to come out and laugh, just to enjoy themselves and have fun. It just was silly. And especially a certain sort of demographic, particularly sort of women of a certain age, they loved it. Groups of women screaming and howling with laughter. So, you know, and also it had a mini message and all those sorts of things. But, you know, it was a fun show to do. But that's it, over.
It is, and so suddenly over. I mean, there are. It's tempting, so tempting that I'm going to do it. Draw parallels with Colin's time on Doctor Who, and of course you were at the end of Colin's time on Doctor Who, which was, I mean, I've spoken to Colin about this. This is something that I've interviewed him about, but I've never had the opportunity to speak to yourself about this. It was brutal. It was rude. There are all sorts of words I could use about that, and Colin and I have used them together. But what was it like? What was it like from your point of view? That suddenly your co-star, who you'd kind of mentally thought, right, and now we're going on to the next series. You've done a story with him, and you're thinking, here we go. Now we'll go into a full series, and suddenly not there. What was that like for you?
It was all a bit odd. I mean, I must admit, when I first joined this show, I did find it a bit strange, and there seemed to be underlying tensions of which I real concept, and because I was the new girl, I wasn't really included in those conversations. But it wasn't the Colin that I knew as well. I knew he had a lot going on, and as I say, I didn't really feel I was party to it. So I think I was just told that Colin wouldn't be back the next series, which was, you know, upsetting. I didn't know him well enough to even have his phone number to be able to say,
oh gosh,
what's not? I was definitely still sort of an outsider. So in some respects, I was before outside of Doctor Who. I'd worked with Sylvester before outside of Doctor Who, so it was sort of a new start. It was almost like my beginning. My time had been sort of a bit of a prologue for me.
Yeah. Okay. Got you. So what had you done with Sylvester before?
Pirates of Penzance. At Drury Lane. Theatre or Drury Lane. We'd got married every night, and I had to waltz with him, and he trod on my toes every single night. So, yeah.
So actually, there was already quite a strong relationship there with Sylvester.
Well, I mean, I hadn't seen him for a while. Yeah, it'd been a couple of years or so. But yes, Sylvester. From that, we were in Pirates together for 9 months. So yeah, it was nice to think that there was somebody that I knew. It gave me great comfort, because I thought, well, I've done a bit of this show, so I've sort of got a bit of the idea of how some of it works. But you know, with you guy coming in, I kind of was able to go, but at least I know Syl, so we've got that initial contact and connection.
Of course. But I'll rewind a bit, because I kind of jumped ahead of myself. I mean, your career, you were already very, very well known in terms of television. When you took on the role in Doctor Who, such a kind of illustrious thing. Obviously, Just William always comes to people's mind. And still does, ridiculously, I think. I mean, it's wonderful. It's a beautiful thing. But it was almost, before you came on there was already this huge volume of work that started from when you were a child. Did you always have a burning kind of dramatic desire?
Yeah. I mean, I came into this industry to do a lot of different things. I didn't, you know, I loved the idea of being different, of doing different stuff, of having, you know, the experience of being versatile. of challenges being thrown at me and trying to sort of rise to that occasion. And this was one of them. You know, it was something I never expected. Then I never expected anything in my career. I never know what's around the corner. And generally, what comes up is much better than I could have planned. So one has to be proactive. You have to put yourself out there, but at the same time, allow whatever it is that's meant to be to come back to you.
Mm.
Yeah, it's definitely a curveball. I'd been and I'd worked at the Beeb a lot at that point as well, because I'd just been doing a television series called The Hot Shoe Show, which was a dance-based series, and you know, and I'd done a lot there, and I'd done a lot of telly, and I'd done a lot of theatre. So, you know, it was just another thing to go, great, okay, let's take on this challenge and see what this brings that's new and different and interesting.
In its own way, Doctor Who brings, and still does, if you join that program, you have any connection with that program, it brings along with it, I think, a much wider expectation, perhaps, of people, certainly from the press. Did you know that was going to happen, or was it a surprise when suddenly, bang, here you go?
Not really. I mean, I knew that the show was struggling because Michael Gray didn't want anymore. I knew that John was trying to get as much coverage and support and media support, especially at that point. You know, social media. So it was you know, and fans didn't have the same voice that they do now, where they can actually sort of get their message out there immediately. So you know, I know that John wanted to create a presence for it. Yeah. Bringing me into the show, I brought a sort of attention with that, good, bad, or indifferent. And for me, I never think of that particularly, although I do understand from a business point of view how that has its attributes as well. You know, for, as I say, for good, bad, or indifferent, that was something that I know that John wanted. He wanted to put the show on the map a bit more. He wanted to get some kind of media presence, and he wanted that media presence to also incorporate not only something, you know, somebody who was in the media a lot, but also to be able to say, this is why we need to keep the program going, because, you know, to introduce people, maybe a new kind of audience to the program as well, and up the profile a bit. And also at that point, I was in the paper a lot, so I understood that was sort of part of the case. But I don't think I realised that it was, you know, such a different kind of program, in the fact that it brought with it, as you say, its legions of fans over the generations.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that it was joining this community. I don't think anybody does. I really don't think you do. It's the same as joining a soap. You don't realise until you're there suddenly that you are very visible. You're out there. Everybody is watching you for a completely different reason than, say, coming into a theatre and seeing a performance, and then you go out afterwards and go, thank you very much and goodbye. So it has a very different, much bigger impact.
Of course, and there's an interesting parallel, I think, between your appointment and when Doctor Who came back in 2005 and Billie Piper. There were, you know, and this is not meant, as I'm sure you will have heard it before. I don't mean it to be rude in any way. There was a lot of concern that, oh, here's this light entertainment person. What's she doing in Doctor Who? I happen to have been, funnily enough, I was at the age, just the right age. We just got a video recorder in 1986. So you were one of the very first companions I was able to rewatch. I love that. Maybe that's maybe that's just me, but I adored straight away. I loved Mel, the character, just fantastic. And a lot of people had a really similar experience with Billie Piper. Billie Piper, why on earth? Why are they doing this? Gosh, here's a pop star. Why are they she's just a pop star. What are they doing? And I will admit, I was in that, you know, in that club, not in a nasty way, but I'd grown up into a horrible, cynical man by then, and was immediately, yet again, proven to be wrong. Did you feel those parallels when she was kind of, you know, it's thrust into the spotlight, as it were?
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of pressure when Doctor Who came back because of it being new, but the fact that they had such a great team, great writing and creative team, And you know, I knew that they were going to flesh out the bits that needed fleshing out, and they also needed to update it. They needed to give it the budget that it deserved. You know, I mean, it had a charm. The old series, the classic series, has a charm, but certainly it wouldn't stand up in this day and age to anything that was, you know, just if it was just presented as it is. It's almost a period piece. But then, and the new stuff, you know, if they were going to do this big launch, they had, you know, a lot riding on it. And you know, it's interesting, isn't it, how people always have preconceived ideas. You know, it's this big sort of thing. Oh, I'm not going to like it. It's like when you read a book and then they put it on screen, or you know, on TV or on the big screen. Everyone is like, no, but it's my book. It's my book. People become so possessive about their own thing and so possessive about something. I mean, we all do. We read something and we see, you know, say we're reading a or something, and they say we're going to do a remake, and so is going to play the lead. Oh no, that's not my person at all. You know, so it's very, you know, we are all very, you know, instantly judgmental. But I think it's important that we take it all in. I certainly think that Billy did a fantastic job, and I love the fact that they, you know, they did fill in all those gaps. I remember once I went to a convention and Mark was there, and he said, of course, you see, in my day, the companions were completely two-dimensional. And I went, oh, I'm so glad somebody's always searching for something more. I was always searching for a reason to be there instead of just running up down and going, oh, doctor. And, you know, you go, oh, at least it wasn't me just going, I can't find anything. I can't find anything else in this character. So, you know, it was, and the fact that they then put that there without it detracting from the story, but it added to the whole sort of flavor. It put it in a place. It gave it more of a sort of a roundness, a completeness. You know, you need all that stuff. You need it now, and now it's proven it, because here we are. It's still on. We're still talking about it.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Still on. Still happening. Would you go back, as we're on the subject? Would you appear alongside Jodie?
Oh yeah, of course I would. Of course I would. In fact, it's funny because Brad asked me whether to do it. Yeah. It was funny. I was filming. I was at Enders. I was at East Enders, so I was at Elstree, and Brad was filming a couple of episodes of The Chase there. He was doing a couple of days there, and so I popped in and saw him, and he said to me that he was, you know, considering doing this. So I told him a lot about it. And I just said, do it. It's, you know, he's Corrie, so he knows what soaps are like. He knows what the attention of that is like.
Yeah.
So we did it in the end. But I did say it's a job. You know, the only equivalent I could say was that it would be like Corrie. In that there's you know, people are very passionate about it. But I think he's had a great time, and he's, you know, with 3 companions, that's quite a lot to take in.
It is a lot.
It's a lot to get in a camera shot.
Well, we could be here all night about that one. I certainly have my feelings, viewers at home. But with something like, you know, back in the day with Peter and Sarah and Matthew and Janet, they had that crowd, but then they had 4 episodes worth for that to kind of breathe and make it space. It's kind of a different. It's almost a different program in a way. You know, you're producing it. I think a team like yourself and Colin in that 45-minute kind of slot, that's what you would need, that kind of snappy, quick behavior. I think it's great. Absolutely great. Talking of that, and also the current climate, we have the Blu-rays now coming out, these beautifully polished season box sets, of which, hang on, I'm going to do this. I'm going to allow me an indulgence. I'm changing costume. Wait, the tweed's coming up. It goes no further. The tweed is coming up. This is going on. Here we are. So that we can discuss this properly. The box set.
That is amazing.
Here we are.
That's much more glamorous than the real thing. It's very smart.
It's
beautifully made.
It's a very beautifully made thing by Steve Ricks. He's a bit of a legend with his costumes. So since we're on the subject of the Blu-rays, I thought, you know, it's appropriate.
Yeah.
On those Blu-rays, I didn't know if you're aware, there's a whole new edit of Terror of the Vervoids. it's removed all of the trial things, and it's made your debut story its own story that stands apart from all of the trial stuff, because there was enough material.
Nice.
It was the only part of the trial where the cliffhangers didn't involve the trial scenes. So it's been made into this beautiful 4-part story, and it was like watching it fresh, new.
Yeah.
Watch it. I thoroughly recommend it. Would you have liked to have gone on and done? No, honestly, I'll send it over. I'll send it over.
No, I never watched myself. Don't worry about
Do
it.
you not? You wouldn't ever watch yourself.
Well, they made me watch it when I was doing some of the extras for the blue, whatever it was,
Yes,
for the Blu-ray to come out.
Behind the sofa, yeah.
Yes. Fortunately, I wasn't in very much of it with the rest of them, because it was all the sort of other the bits before they got to me. So it was fascinating. But no, I can't watch myself. Can't bear it. Can't bear it.
Oh, bless you. Bless you. But it is lovely. It's lovely. It feels like you've been given a wash and a brush up, and this beautiful new, it feels very, very new. There's a lovely new title sequence that goes with it as well. Well worth checking out. Anyway, that's me being self-indulgent, because I love Terror of the Vervoids more than I can possibly say.
It was hysterical. That was so hysterical. They were so naughty to me, because they put the guys, all the guys that were in that, sorry to give the game away, but the actors that were being the plant creatures.
The Vervoids.
They were all people I knew.
Was it dancers? Was it dancers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, old dancers that I knew. And so it was just hysterical. It was just hysterical. I was trying so hard to be the new girl, who was very good. But there were times when, couldn't help but the giggles got the better of me.
But isn't that part and parcel of it? At least with that you can stop and, well, I say stop and restart, but we're talking about the BBC. 10 o'clock.
Oh yes, we're talking about the BBC, and not when you're the new girl, and not when John was very keen for it all to be perfect and right and all those sorts of things. And of course, you know what it's like when somebody says you mustn't laugh. I mean,
of course,
you're done.
Yeah. Once you've been told, enough's enough.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you, bless you. And then, of course, then you find yourself, this whole new situation. You've got Sylvester, this kind of fresh new start. How was that? Kind of day one with Sylvester. What are we looking at?
Well, I don't remember my first day with Sylvester. I mean, it must have been a read through or something. He was quite sort of animated and anxious, I think, but I always liked first days in a way with new stories and new casts, because I always felt we were like this little rep company, and that Sylvester and I were the sort of the people that would stay behind, and then all these wonderful guests would come in. I mean, with the whole sort of with Kate and everything, and such brilliant actors would come in as our guest artists, and I always felt I felt like we were sort of running this kind of hospitality, and we would just sort of have to welcome people in, and I suppose we did that with Sylv on the first one. I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember being in down corridors that weren't corridors. They were these poles, and then masking tape, gaffer tape on the floor, and you would get on with it very quickly. There was a lot to get through, so you'd have to get on with it. And everybody wanted to go home early, so it worked quite quickly.
Did anyone ever get to go home early?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the Beebs. You didn't stay very late. Only on shooting days. Those were long days. But the rest of it, you won't be working beyond 4.
Lovely.
Half a day, yeah.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Not anymore. They don't even rehearse anymore. I don't know who. Do they rehearse it?
No, it's pretty much rehearse, record, bang, bang, bang.
Record,
single camera stuff.
Yeah.
It's a different work. It's an incredibly different work. Do you think that in terms of the creative side of things, that things are worse off for that? That you don't get the opportunity maybe to breathe and understand the character before you're, explore it with your other actors, your fellow actors?
Possibly. Yes. I mean, I don't know how they work it. Maybe they do a few days together at the beginning or a couple of days or so. I don't know. I would imagine in something like that, especially if you're coming in as a guest artist, because of weirdness of the show in that you can't turn around and say, okay, you're a bus driver from Croydon and this is your home. Well, you know, you might be from some weird planet and you have to sort of go, oh, okay, let's think what that could be. And, you know, because you have a lot more scope, really. You have a lot more inventiveness if you want to, I would imagine. I mean, I remember, you know, especially when you're in maybe if you're in a peculiar costume or something, and you might have read it and suddenly put you in this costume, you go, oh. So all the stuff I thought I might do is going to be hopeless and pointless. So even if it was a table read, and then talk about it, and then.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose maybe that's where those things get ironed out now. Is the table read? There isn't the rehearsal that there was. There, you know. How much of your rehearsal time was given over to sort of setting your expectations for special effects? Because traditionally and, you know, legendarily, the special effects on Doctor Who became you know, it didn't matter if a performance wasn't up to scratch. If that was the take and that special effect worked, that was that. How much of your time was kind of given over to just waiting around for an effect to happen?
Well, we worked quite quickly, so not that much. I mean, yes, there was. Sometimes we would do a take up until the moment of explosion or whatever, because it was better to keep. You know, you didn't want to then carry on and have to then reset for hours and all those things. And you know, we only had a couple of days in the studio, so it would always be quite. But I mean, you know, the special effects were not hugely as explosive as they are now. Although we probably did a lot more in real time than they do now, because so much of it would be CGI.
Absolutely.
And, you know, post it. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think. Yeah, we would do things up until the moment of, and they would record and then start again, just to make sure that we got it in the can, and then the next bit would have to be the thing. I think I remember in my first story in that Vervoid story, is it Simon? He goes and puts his hand against a thing, a gate, and then it explodes. I think that's he said that it didn't work first time. So it had to be a complete reset, and that took a while.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of pyrotechnics in that, and there you are. You know, it was your first. Well, it was your first episode, but it was also you provided the cliffhanger for that episode, doing the scream. You know, the now famous scream. I mean, it's passed into legend. Is it really true that JNT had a tuning fork on set so that?
No, he didn't have a tuning fork. No, he didn't have a tuning fork. He just asked me to sing it in E. He didn't have a tuning fork, but he did ask me to sing it in E. I could scream in the key of E. I think they might have played in the grams a bit, just to give me an idea of what key I was trying to go for.
Oh, come on. What we're saying here, Bonnie, is that you're professional enough. You didn't need the fork. You just needed to be told, scream in E. Yeah. Scream in E. Yeah. We're done.
Just find it.
Listen, it remains to this day one of my all-time favourite Doctor Who cliffhangers. I think it's wonderful. Even more so in the new polished version. You really must see it. I can't praise it highly enough.
Oh, okay.
Now listen, when your time on Doctor Who came to an end, is that a decision you took?
Totally. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I did, because for probably 3 reasons. A, I had another job, and B, I didn't think I said I would stay 2 years, so I did. Yeah. I didn't ever expect to stay on any longer. I was surprised when they went, "Aren't you staying?" I went, "Well, you haven't asked." Anyway, do I know? And also, I'd done it, and I did feel that I had nothing more to add. I couldn't embellish anymore. I did feel a bit of a spare part at the back most of the time, which was absolutely fine. I was happy, more than happy to be there, but I wanted to contribute more. I wanted to be a bit more, just not this sort of girl going, it just seemed a little bit that I couldn't find any more meat to get out of it. couldn't sort of. It was nice when Sophie was there and we could work together. It gave me somebody to go, oh great, we've got.
Oh, it's lovely, absolutely lovely.
Yeah, and we got on really well. So that was always lovely, that fact. But to be honest, I was happy to move on. I always was. I pretty much always am, actually. I'm a bit like that. I love doing things, and then I go, no, onto the new. Don't get stuck and don't get stale. Just move on. So, and I had another job to do. So
it's great. Fantastic. But I mean, Big Finish has given, in the same way that it has for Colin, it's given the character of Mel this this dimension that you just didn't get on television. Is that what keeps you interested and keeps you involved in that side of things?
Absolutely, 100%. Because I mean, I hadn't done anything to do with Doctor Who at all. I mean, I finished the job. That was the end of it. Thank you very much. Goodbye. And then I did hear about all these sort of conventions and things, and I thought, well, they're not really. I don't know. That's the past. I've done it. Anyway, Big Finish got in touch, and then they started sending me over what they had done and how they put all these things together. So I tried one, and I worked with Gary Russell, who was just delightful and lovely, and the whole team seemed really nice, and the scripts were good, and it was a nice script to do. So that sort of started me off, and I enjoy doing them. They're great. I love doing this sort of radio play, and that's exactly what we're doing. I haven't done one for a while, actually, so maybe I'll.
We need that. We need that. Given our current circumstances, that makes no odds. It hasn't stopped Big Finish, let me tell you, because I was reading yesterday. They are still recording. They're not getting together. Everyone's doing it from their houses. That's how this is going to work. So given this odd new climate in which we find ourselves, it doesn't stop you. So I'm telling, right, I'm going to look to the other camera. Big Finish, get in touch with Bonnie. We need more. We need more Mel. That's what I want. I certainly want it. I mean, it is an odd situation in which we find us. Are you keeping well? Is everything okay with you?
Touch wood, yeah. I mean, I'm touching wood. We're trying to do everything we're told to do, washing our hands 100,000 times a day, and just staying away. Went out for a walk today. Just trying to be as positive as you possibly can in this situation. As I say, I'm not usually at home. It's actually a nice novelty for me at the moment. Putting the whole sort of illness aside, I think I'm trying to take one day at a time, which is all we can do, because we just do as we're told and hope to goodness. It's just all a bit too real, and watching the news too much is a bit too disturbing and worrying. I'm worried about older people. I'm worried about people like Bernie Cribbins, for example. I want to make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
And other friends of mine and my mum, but it's not just that, is it? I have heard from people, some friends of mine have had really not fun, really not, we mustn't be complacent. We mustn't sort of sit there and think, yeah, but I don't fit into this category, because we just don't know. We just don't know. So it's a bit like a Doctor Who story, isn't it, really?
It is rather. It's all a bit surreal. I can recommend wine. I hope you don't mind.
I love it. I don't drink, though. You have it. I'll be on a bar of chocolate. Cup of tea. That's me.
Now you're talking. Now, as we are online and we are in this fabulous, multifaceted world that we just didn't have all these years ago, we have got questions from lovely, loyal Fantom fans and people from all over the world. So if it's okay, as we would on stage, I'm gonna throw it open to the lovely audience at home. So the first question comes from Jonathan Turner. Thank you, Jonathan, for sending your question in. He says, if Mel could encounter a monster from Doctor Who that she has not encountered before, what would you like it to be?
Oh, Daleks.
Yeah.
Love it to be the Daleks. I bet everybody says that. But they're just so iconic. And I think that would be brilliant. I did actually, when I first started the show, it was just before my first episode, they did a launch on Blue Peter, and they had a Dalek, which was brilliant. But I'd like to
Daleks is good.
The Dalek.
I mean, and I know you've encountered the Daleks. It's certainly in Big Finish, and the wonderful Juggernauts with of course Terry Malloy as Davros. Sorry, spoiler fans, that's that. You know, you've had a few years to listen. How was that working with Terry? Terry's just wonderful. And in this, he got that kind of multi-dimensional. He was pretending not to be Davros. He was Davros. What was it like working with him?
Well, I always find actually, well, he's such a delightful man. He's just charming. And I always find that recording some of the stories are just hysterical. Especially there was one time when Nick was in the studio and they had the effect on him, and we one of the guest artists came in. I was already in my booth, and Nick was in his booth, but nobody. I think he'd been sitting down. We couldn't actually see him. And one of the guest artists came in, and we read through the scene, and then when we got to the end of it, there was one line from a Dalek, and she literally, it was poor woman. She virtually cried. She was a 7-year-old kid again, and she went, because of course all she could hear was the voice.
Yes.
And didn't even know he was in the room. And she burst into tears, this poor. Are you all right? It's okay. It's not really. He's just standing there. But it was just to see the effect that it had on this,
Absolutely.
Did all that thing, and then went, because it was just this power of this recollection.
Well, it's wonderful. It's funny because going back to a subject we were talking about earlier, Billie Piper, when she was first on set with a Dalek, she said she had no reference for it, none whatsoever. She's a young un. Ooh, Piper. Yeah. She's a young one, and she didn't. And she said she saw all these grown men and women cowering from this frankly ridiculous-looking prop. And she just thought, what on earth are they on about? And she said once she saw the episode, she said, I've got it. That's it. Yeah. So I guess this was similar in that scenario, in the booth with these headphones. It's a very visual thing that you instantly conjure up. But it's a brilliant story. Love it.
Loud. It was loud for her as well. Yes, it was very loud suddenly. We'd been doing this suddenly, this completely normal, scene and talking back and forth, and then suddenly this came in the thing, and she went crumbled.
Oh, bless her.
We had to laugh a lot because I think otherwise she would have absolutely been paranoid. But I mean, she was very embarrassed as well, but genuinely terrified.
Oh, bless her heart. We've got time for one more, and this is going to come from a dear friend of Fantom, Jixter. He knows who he is. Jixter 2009, if anyone wants to follow him on Twitter. And he says, if you had to describe one key element of Doctor Who that you believe has ensured its longevity, what would it be and why? So what is it about Doctor Who that's made it last for so long?
I think it's its eccentric Britishness. I think the fact that the character is allowed to be a bit sort of a mad professor, but with this, the fact that he travels around in a TARDIS, looks like a police box. This sort of the quirkiness of it. It's not big and grand. It's quirky. It's eccentric. And there is actually a darkness about it. So it's got this mad I think the fact that the character himself is obviously a very learned character, but at the same time there is a weird quirkiness and nuttiness about it that is quite eccentrically British. And I think that actually is probably the key to its uniqueness.
It's terribly, terribly British. That's what we love.
It is, but like all Brits, they're always lovely to people, and very, and there is, the Doctor is always very, very polite and well mannered, and well behaved, and that whole British sort of one must be always nice and generous, and that's what's so great, because it isn't he is not a warrior, he's not a fighter, he's also he's a peacemaker, but also he's an intellect, but. So he's not actually an adventurer. We're not talking sort of Harrison Ford here. We're not talking the Raiders of the Lost Ark. We're talking about somebody who is much more cerebral. So therefore there is a different pair. It doesn't have this kind of war sort of let's all go into battle and raise our back. It's like no, hang on, let's think this through.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes it so intriguing. And it started in an age, television, and well, the whole world was a lot slower. And although it has picked up speed, it has that pace about it, and it gives you to watch, to be drawn in, and then to often work out things. That's always the key to that basic story and that basic character that we are intrigued about, but we like.
Well, I think probably in these times more than ever, we could do with someone like the Doctor with that politeness. Now, whether or not you believe that character is fictional or not is neither here nor there. We can all be the Doctor. I'm looking at my audience now. In these scenarios, let's all be the Doctor. Let's be nice. Let's look after each other. Let's keep an eye on each other. Let's do all that. I just think the message of the program that you've given is actually key. I think you're absolutely right. You've hit the nail on the head, and actually it couldn't be more important than right now.
I know, because it's a story that we're living.
Yeah.
If this would have been a Doctor Who story, we're not living it, and now it becomes a little weird.
Listen, Bonnie, it's been absolutely delightful chatting with you.
And you,
once this is all over, I would love you to come and sit down with me on stage, and we can do this properly, and let's do this face to face. It would be wonderful. So let's all kind of stay safe. Love to you.
Yeah.
Love
to everybody.
Absolutely.
Be careful. This is the best way to do this, and we are using the technology that wasn't invented when I was in the show, but that I was supposed to be part of. So I'm quite glad to be experiencing what Melanie Bush would have been part of in those times.
Absolutely.
And we can use it to keep us safe.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So,
I can't think of a better use for a megabyte modem. Can you?
Absolutely. Right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are at home, but please, we may not be able to hear you, but let's have a huge round of applause for Bonnie Langford.
Thank you. Love to everybody.
Hello, this is Jack. Hope you all listen.
Hello, viewers. Thank you to everybody who got behind the Bring Back P-Bar campaign. I love both of you. I am joined right now by the lovely Annette Badland.
Hello, everyone. Are you nice and comfy? I hope so.
I'm waiting for the applause. I'm waiting to hear the applause. It's a bit surreal.
I'd like to hear. Are they there? I can't hear a damn thing. You sound like you're in a goldfish bowl.
Maybe I am. Maybe I am.
Maybe you are.
Well, welcome to your first virtual Doctor Who convention.
I know, it's wonderful, isn't it?
I mean, there's no guarantee you'll get to play games with Wendy Padbury today, but we have got some questions. I was wondering earlier, how long has Doctor Who been on your radar? Because obviously you were acting when it was originally on. Was it something you ever went up for or auditioned for?
No, I wasn't. I was a child when it began. I'm someone who hid behind the sofa, so no, it was I was just approached by Russell and Phil, so no, out of the blue, fantastic. I'd been a fan. I hadn't watched. I kind of watched when I was younger, of course, and then as I started to work, watched it less and less, I guess. And I know Louise and I worked together at the RSC and things, so that with Tom, I used to watch her, and then used to dip in and out, but it came out of the blue, Russell asking me.
So did you have to audition? No. I don't know why I'm surprised. You're good. It's not, you know.
Well, that doesn't count for anything now. I mean, no, it was a great privilege that they did that. Because often nowadays, even if directors and producers want you, you usually have to go and be seen on camera for all the execs and the people behind the scenes that we never see. All the men in suits who sit in a high office and go, nah, well, you know, couldn't we get someone with a bigger name? Or I thought they'd have blue eyes and they've got brown eyes. I don't want that person. So it's much harder now. You wait for ages, you wait for ages to be told if you've got a job or not, usually.
Was it Andy Pryor that you saw for casting?
Yes, lovely Andy. And his lovely dog, Remy. I don't know if folks know about Remy. He's got the most glorious dog, who's a little superstar. And so it was Andy at that time.
I mean, we're now this week celebrating, I think about 2 days ago, 15 years since Doctor Who came back.
Yes, I know. I was invited to Gallifrey 1 with Chris, because Chris Eccleston did Gallifrey, but I was opening a play up in Liverpool, so I couldn't go across. I would love to have been part of that.
At dinner?
Dinner, yes, but of course. We always have dinner when we meet, usually in bondage. That was one of my favourite lines from that. Dinner in bondage works for me.
I won't ask how many of the audience it works for as well.
Yeah, well, could we take a little poll and have, maybe they could come back to us.
Put it in the comments below. Yes. Yeah. Before we came on, you were saying you'd had a little reunion, actually, quite recently.
We had, the play I was doing was written by Jonathan Harvey, and it was up in Liverpool. And on opening night, Russell was there and Phil Collinson, which was tremendous. I haven't seen either of them for ages. Russell and I, Chris and I exchange, Phil and I exchange Christmas cards, and Russell and I send messages back and forth, but I haven't actually seen either of them for a few years now, so it was just wonderful. Lots of big hugs and squeezes and kissing one another.
So when you did the first 2 episodes, did you have any idea that you would be coming back for the...
No, not at all. That was a gift from Russell. We shot those eps first. They were the first 2 eps that were filmed when it was regenerated, because they won't film they tend not to film the first ep of anything first off, because they want to know how the machine works and how long prosthetics take, or just get the machine oiled and the actors knowing one another. So we shot those eps first up. So that was in the summer, and around Christmas time plopped onto my mat the script for Boomtown, because Russell had liked what I'd done and decided he'd send me off to be Mayor of Cardiff and wreak havoc there. So absolutely fantastic. One of the most wonderful gifts of my acting life, I think.
So obviously it wasn't broadcast till a few months later, so when you did it you didn't know what the reaction would be. When did you know that it had had an impact?
Pretty early on. I mean, the response was very good initially. So when I went to record those first episodes, I was skipping about going, I'm going to be in Doctor Who, I'm going to be in Doctor Who. And people were kind of, actors going, oh, yeah, oh, well, and it might not work. And certainly the whole team didn't know if it would work. So to move from that kind of cynicism and doubt and, oh, well, it's old-fashioned and it's gone, to the response that it had. And it was really welcomed initially. They didn't know if the fans would take to it or care for it or care for what they were doing with it. But the fantastic thing was it was being made by people who absolutely loved Doctor Who. Russell and Phil, Chris, everybody adored Doctor Who. So I think that shows the love and the care and the commitment. They weren't going to mess with it or, make it, take it away from its original ethos, I don't think. They would move it on, but they still had its heart in theirs, and they wanted to protect it.
So did you get a big reaction from a younger audience, having played the villain?
They're scared of me, which is marvellous. I just have to do this, and little boys in supermarkets run away. It's great. I think, as Doctor Who has always been, it covers the whole age range. So, kids kids love me. They do get scared of me. I have to be quite careful, or they're quite dubious. They have a glint in their eye, but if I am at all serious about it, and I do raise my hand to my forehead if necessary. They're terrified and run away. I was one Christmas, I was not well. I had flu and I had to go to the supermarket, and there was a family of mum and dad and 2 little boys, and I passed them in one aisle, and the eyes glint and they kind of go, can it be? And then we passed in the next one, and I nodded, and they kind of went, it is her. And eventually mum pinioned me with her trolley against the frozen pea section. And demanded I speak to her little boy. But we chatted and everything for a little while, and because I didn't feel well, I thought they'd had their fair share, and I didn't want to be stuck to the frozen peas much longer. So I did raise my hand to my forehead, and of course they scooted. I mean, the one little boy was very frightened of it, which amused me no end. But
so
cruel to children.
Sorry. That's what we're advocating with this brawl.
But I am a Slovene. I can't help it.
But did you find the reaction when you were Aunt Babe, was that different? Because I mean, you were a villain, but probably a more human villain.
No, well, the big difference for me with EastEnders was that some people think you are that person. So I actually had death threats. And the police were involved in things, which was very disturbing. And it was, prior to that, the one part that I've played where people talked to me as though I was her and would call me Babe. They go, hello, Babe, how you doing? How's Babe today? And where prior to that they would go, not sure, is your name Annette? Or, I love what you did, or I didn't like that, or that was terrific, or that, I wouldn't watch that again. But they knew I was an actress, whereas with EastEnders, they seemed, a number of the audience thought I was Babe. So it was a wee bit scary.
So which role do you think you still get recognised for most, then?
Hard to say. I suppose maybe Babe, but it's always those 2. They're usually the first. Or a film I did a long while ago called Last Day of Summer, which was an Ian McEwan story, and it was on Film on 4. And I'm always pleased when people remember that. But it tends to be, I guess, EastEnders is probably, because it's more recent, tends to be the first one. But Doctor Who, they're close. They're close.
Maybe we need the spin-off with Blonde and Babe. See how they find.
Yeah, twins. They were twins, evil twins. Yeah.
I am now going to consult the technology.
Dear.
See my little tab there. And I'm going to give you some viewer questions. Ooh,
right, okay.
Ooh. So I've got...
Can they see that I've got my little Slovene badge on? I don't know how.
Sophie's
Yeah, look.
watching this, I believe.
Look.
Higher.
Higher.
Lower. There we go.
Okay.
I'll be a director, yeah. Okay.
I've already told you I don't take direction very well.
I don't give it well either. Okay, right. Jamie Lee Cowan, hello.
Hello, Jamie. Hello, Jamie.
In Boomtown, there was deliberate doubt over whether Margaret Slovene was trying to make herself a better person or not, and it was left open. When playing the part, how were you interpreting it? Did you see it as just her trying to weasel out of the situation, or that she was trying to be better, but just wasn't sure how to be that?
I think she had no facility for being better. I think she grew through it. I think that's the wonder, that there's always the possibility. And she struggled, and she had, that's the great thing with Doctor Who, often the villains have very human emotions, whether they're aliens or not. So she missed her family, she didn't have children, she wanted to be loved, she was isolated. So those things are very human and made her human. I think she would she didn't know how, it wasn't in her DNA, but she was struggling with it, and I think the struggle was genuine. I don't think she was, laughing behind her mustachios and going, ah, ha, ha, I can get through this. I think maybe initially, yes, and the restaurant scene and all those things. But as it developed, she did thank the doctor at the end. And I think she developed through the episode and things changed for her.
Okay. We have a question from Toby Sutton Long.
Double-barreled, Toby. Good afternoon.
His question is, which out of your 2 stories did you enjoy most and why?
Boomtown, because it was all mine.
Oh, me.
It was all me. Yes, it has to be Boomtown. The other 2 eps were great, and working with Eric and Chris for the first time, and Billy, it was wonderful stuff, and because they were the first 2 episodes, as I say, the prosthetics, they didn't know how long they'd take. The mask I had made, I remember Phil and Russell running to me, thrilled that my head had arrived, and taking me over to where it was, and then my face dropping because it was just extraordinary. The likeness, and even that they have people who do all the painting, and they'd look so closely at my face, and they'd done little veins or lines, so it really was like looking at a death mask of myself. So then Russell and Phil rushed me away again when they saw my breath had sort of left my body. But they were thrilling episodes because it was all new, and everybody had such energy and desire to make it work. So they were very exciting in that. And then the gift of Boomtown and, getting, a leading role in it was fantastic.
I can't tell whether he's hovering to get me off now. David Maskell asks, this is a 2-part question. 2-part. Okay. 2-part. I'll give you both at once.
You're confusing me now. You're doing this deliberately.
You've appeared in so many different TV programs. Are there any you haven't done that you would love to be part of? And what are your memories of working on Hold the Sunset with John Cleese?
Oh, well, John was wonderful. We had a great time. And he was splendid and funny. He went a bit 40 Towers a couple of times when things, not with me, but things, practical things. And he's just so witty. But he was very kind and generous to me. And because I was manifest in the wardrobe mirror, I had to do all my work on green screen. And I assumed, wrongly, that John wouldn't be there, that it would be somebody else reading the questions and the lines to me, and I would be responding to someone with a script in their hand. And no, he stayed for the afternoon, and he said, of course, this is how it should be. But I know other actors who would not have done that. I'm collecting the pythons, which is rather, I'll never get the whole set now, but I've worked with Mike and Terry Jones and Terry Gilliam, so I'm having a little python collection. What haven't I been in that I'd like to be? I don't know.
Do you fancy any of the other soaps? Would you go into Corrie or something like that, or was that?
I've done Corrie, darling.
Shoot the Researcher. You did Crossroads. We know that and love that.
And The Archers. I'm Horrid Hazel in The Archers. She hasn't been around for a bit, but I'm Horrid Hazel in The Archers. I did it was when I was making Cutting It up in Manchester, Debbie Horsfield series. And they asked me to go, and I only did about, I think, 3 or so episodes. I had a pink poodle, and I did a belly dance. Yes, yes, always exotic. Thelma Clegg was my character's name.
Northern.
Very northern she was. So No, I think not a soap. I don't know, something new. I'd like to be in something new, I think. Something not one of the standards, something unusual and unexpected. But most actors like that. They kind of like a challenge.
Time for one last viewer question here. And this comes from Bridget Ehrman. And it's,
Hello, Bridget.
hello.
Hello.
Was Fleur in Midsummer Murders planned that cheeky, or did you have an influence on the role, enjoying it a lot?
It was written. You know, what they wanted was someone who, I'm sure Guy Hescott's probably spoken about this in public, but he said he'd only taken over producing the previous year, and he'd said that there had been a prior episode where the pathologist, the actor, had been ill, and they couldn't film with this person, and they'd said, how do we get round it? And the answers to the detective work and everything came through on a filofax or a printer. And he said, I don't want a pathologist that can be replaced by it coming through a machine. I want colour and something unusual. And then they knew they wanted humour, and also the dynamic needed to change a bit. So bringing Fleur in meant that it sort of jostled the boys a bit. She kind of disturbed them and changed their relationship, as opposed to being the love interest for the sidekick. So it is written wittily. I hope I add a bit to it, but it is there. It's me responding to what was in the lines. I had to, for that I did audition. I had to do my own audition. Then of course I had to read with Neil to see if we got on. And then I think did I go back again? I think I might have gone back again. And that is because, as I say, lots of people at the top of ITV and all the money people involved need to see you can do things. So there I was. I wasn't in a little blue Smurf suit, though. I got to be in my own clothes. The Smurf suit's a bit frustrating. It's got no pockets or anything. I find that very difficult.
Your bum bag. Your Smurf bum bag. Right, we've got two things to do before we wrap up here. Directors give me evils here. Got two things to do before we wrap up. The first thing I'm going to say is if everyone's got their camera phones at home, everyone's got a phone with a camera on it, we're going to do a virtual selfie now, not with me. So if you stand with it against your television or your device where I am, and Annette's going to smile in 3 seconds for you, this can only go well. Cameras at the ready. You go 3, 2, 1, selfie. Yeah? Okay. Post those online and we can marvel at how beautiful you all look.
Because I don't know if you know, I can't see anything, and I can't see Paul, or there's a little picture of myself up in the corner of my screen, which I'm desperately avoiding.
You're missing.
So it'd be great. It's great if you post them, and then I can see all of you. So that'd be fantastic.
You're missing my leopard skin blouse. It's beautiful.
Ah.
It's a bit Bet Lynch. Okay, we've got a competition now, a second competition.
Can I just say, as well as Bonnie Langford, I know Angela Lansbury as well. I've worked with Angela Lansbury on Lace. Just a little bit of information.
Drop that in.
And I've worked with Bonnie, so there you go.
Just work with them all. Okay. If you enter this competition, you could win, and there's a lot for me to read here. Okay, you could win a monstrous metallic trio of a mechanoid, Drathro, and a Croton. This is all meaning a lot to Annette, I can tell. It's 3 of those courtesy of...
You put protons in your soup.
You don't want to put this on, and he's made of metal. They're courtesy of Hero Collector. Thank you, guys. And there will also be an autographed picture of Annette. Yeah, actually signed. I'm signing it later. and a Fantom goodie bag. So what is the question, Annette?
Oh. Okay, so what was my character's full name in Doctor Who? She's more than double-barreled.
That's a lot of barrels. So
That's a lot of barrels.
email in. You've got half an hour to do that, and then Dexter and Jason will be taking over for a professional feed, and they will.
Oh, I wish I'd had them.
If I could still feel things, that would hurt. Okay, and well, I'd like to give everyone a round of applause at home. A round of applause here for Annette for joining us.
Round of applause to all of you.
For us. And we are now going to have an archive interview. I've gone all over the word. Archive interview with Christopher Barry and Terence Dix.
Oh, brilliant.
I've got to start first of all with you, Chris, to ask, after 40 years, are you amazed to be invited back to talk about the Demons, having directed this such a long time ago?
I am. I'm surprised that anybody trusts me to remember anything that happened there. I'm 85 now, and it is over nearly half my lifetime ago.
Yes, okay. And of all the Doctor Who's that you've directed, is this one of the Doctor Who greats to your mind?
It's my absolute favourite, way head and shoulders above any of the others I did.
Yes. Why is that, do you think?
The script was good. The subject I liked very much. And the cast were lovely. We had a very happy location here, starting off. I mean, we had a bit of rehearsal in London first, but then we came up here and stayed in Marlborough for 10 days. And then when you have a snowstorm in the middle of your filming in May, well, late April, it does sort of, an interruption like that does somehow bring everybody together. Yes. How are we going to get over this? And I remember that moment very well. I remember dear Barry Letts, our producer, saying, oh well, it's thawing, we'll just take an early lunch and hope it'll be better afterwards. And that's what happened. Although looking at it again recently, there were lots of places where the ground was very, very wet still from the thaw.
Okay. Terence, where does this story come from then? So, two questions. What's the inspiration for this story, and who the heck is Guy Leopold?
Well, I think really the answer to both those questions is Barry Letts, by and large. And Barry was always interested in this kind of question, you know, the kind of questions that this show raised of spirituality, the supernatural, self-sacrifice, you know, the origins of man. You know, he was a great one for that kind of stuff. And I think he always wanted to do a story on that kind of basis. And am I getting it mixed up? Is this the one where the audition piece that he did originally for...
That's right, did for Katie and
yeah, that's right, for Katie and the Captain Yates character there, was it? Wasn't Richard who played it, was it? In the thing. But Barry wrote a little scene in which some kind of magical event occurs with a Bible or something in a church.
Throwing it down onto the stone.
Yeah, that's right. It's an audition, you know, and it was to audition Katie, I think, or to audition the companion.
Yeah.
And I remember talking to him about it one day, and he said, you know, just sort of casually, I always liked, you know, I was very proud of that bit. I thought that was very good. You know, it's a shame that it should just sort of pass away as an unheard, unthought of audition piece. So I said, well, why don't you do something with it? You know, I mean, you've got at least the foundation of a show there. And Barry and, who was it, his friend Bob Sloman, went away and came up with this kind of basic idea, you know, of witchcraft, demonology in an English village.
Yeah. So did you have any involvement in the writing of it, or
Not in the writing of it. I edited it.
Yes.
Because which was a bit tricky, since Barry had largely written it or rewritten it, you see, because his I know it's kind of officially acknowledged now that Barry wrote it, or fairly initially. I mean, I think Chris realised early on, didn't you, in the scripting stage? And but I had a good story, which is sort of partly true. It's always good if you've got a good lie, you've got sort of partly true, which is Barry had asked his friend Guy Leopold to write it, which was true. The script, when it came in, wasn't really up to standard, and Barry had more or less taken it over and rewritten it, you know, and that is pretty much what happened, except that what ended up was really, I think, pretty well all Barry and Barry Letts, because you can kind of see his fingerprints all over it, as it were. You know?
So I don't think I was aware of that, Terence, actually, that Guy Leopold was a real person. I just thought it was a
Well, he wasn't.
Oh, okay, I see. I see. I thought you said you tried it. Oh, I see.
No, he had a friend called Bob Sloman who had written stage plays.
I'm with you.
But not for television, and Barry, who was always a sucker, you know, for being kind and kind-hearted and good and other things like that, which never bothered me much. He wanted to help him and gave him the opportunity of doing the script, you see, which didn't work out, and Barry ended up pretty well doing it. He was very happy with that, you know, because it was very much his baby.
And when it came to the novelisation, Barry Letts did that as well, didn't he? You didn't get a chance to do that.
It was a show that, well, I have no complaint about the number of novelisations I've done. You know,
you didn't want that one as well.
I think I could spare one. And in fact, you see, to be honest, this show was a bit of a holiday for me, because I knew it was in capable hands and that Barry would look after it. And all I did really on it was the final edit. And all scripts, in the writing stage, you cannot time a script precisely. You can't until you see what the director does with it. But certainly in the first stage, it was running too long, you know, I think even before we got to rehearsal. And so I did some trims on it, and the one I remember is that I was sitting in my office going through, cutting the odd line here and there. It wasn't huge, each script needed to lose a few minutes. And I saw one speech for the Brigadier and thought, that's a bit silly really, a bit frivolous, and put a pencil through it, you see. And Barry wandered in and looked over my shoulders and said very mildly, oh, do we have to cut that? I rather like that line. And I looked and said, which one? He said, oh, that one there, chap with wings, 5 round legs. And I said, yeah, all right, if you want it, I'll cut something else. And very nearly robbed the world of a classic.
Terence.
A very near thing.
Was it always destined to be 5 episodes?
I believe so, yeah. Well, and was it?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
But so often, or certainly on some of the Doctor Who's I've done, they've seemed overstretched and overlong.
6 is tough, yeah. I mean, in the early days when Barry and I first took over the show, we got stuck with a decision by Peter Bynum and Derek Sherwin, our predecessors, to do 7-parters. See, it's cheaper to do 3 7-parters than 4 6, because what's the word? You amortise your sets, your cast, your actors, whatever. You see, you save money. But the thing is, you've got an impossible. You know, it's hard to do a good 6-parter.
It's hard to
keep
it going.
Hard to do a good 6, isn't it, Chris? Is what
yes,
saying.
You'll find your 5th episode develops into a lot of chit chat.
Yeah.
Awful lot of dialogue and very little action.
Or something, you know.
Yes, and it can go right off the point.
Yeah. So it's always a problem. I mean, 4-parter is a much happier length for Who. But I think this made a good 5, because this was a good compromise. I think isn't it the only 5? I mean, the fans will know. I think it may be the only 5 we ever did.
Is it?
Oh, good.
Well, what?
The Mind Robber. Black and white. not in your time, Terence.
No, I don't care to.
So you've kind of answered my question, Terence, which is my next question, which is: Are you happier with the next season that the Demons is in, that Series 8, than you were with Season 7?
Yeah, I think we both got happier as time went on, because Barry and I were getting more and more grip on the show, and turning it more and more into what we wanted it to be. And as I say, first of all, we got stuck with this dreadful 7-part thing, and with the Doctor being exiled to Earth, which I always felt was wrong, you know, for Doctor Who as a permanent thing. All right, we got away with it for a little while. But who is the Doctor getting in his TARDIS, going off to another planet and saying, let's go out and have a look round? I mean, basically, you know, and it's a lovely place and you'll enjoy it. You go that way, I'll go this way, and something jumps on somebody, you know, before very long. You know, that's your kind of basic Who plot. And so we spent time gradually moving the Doctor and the TARDIS away from Earth and getting back to something like the original format. But meanwhile, we had to do Earth shows, and this, I think, was it was a good example, because when I told my friend Mac Hulk about, you know, the exile to Earth, and he had a very kind of sharp computer-like brain, and he thought for a bit, he said, well, you've got 2 stories, he said, alien invasion or mad scientist. And that was true, you see, and this story was, in a way, a successful getting away from that. It wasn't quite alien invasion, since he'd been there all the time. It wasn't quite mad scientist, although you got the master, you know. So that was an attempt to bring the changes on a limitation, as it were.
One thing I liked about it, relating to Earth, was that it seemed in an ordinary situation, a typical English village, and it could happen anywhere in the country, and I hoped it gave people a feeling that this could be happening just outside our door.
Yeah. But you see, Chris, that's great in terms of one story. If you have to do it 5 times in a season, a certain monotony is going to creep in, you see. But as an exception, as a one-off, I think it works enormously well.
Chris, I was going to say, because we're here on the location, from a director's, I'm not a television director, but from a director's point of view, is it more fun, for a better word, to be on location than within the confines of a studio?
Much.
Okay.
I've always preferred, I came from the film industry into television. I've always preferred film to television. The greater part of my career was done with multi-camera technique in the studios. The fact that nearly all television today is done single camera, or possibly a couple of cameras together, but very much feeling of filming rather than, and everything set up specially. I mean, every single image that is filmed from multi-angle is a compromise. You've got to have people in positions right for both cameras. You've got
a whole string of compromises.
Yes,
one after the other.
Absolutely. Right through. I mean, when I started television that long ago, it was live. And one was going like this up in the gallery the whole time. That's why there's nothing there anymore. And then we came down to recording, and to start with, when we started tape recording, because tape was terribly expensive, we weren't allowed to edit it, although there it was. Well, we had to get the producer's permission to edit, to stop and start again anywhere. So one kept going, and if the producer at the end came in and said, "Okay, I think you went wrong there, something dreadful went wrong, you better retake that," that was him saying it, not the director. And thank goodness he did, but everything today is just so professional, looks so professional. It's quite a different scene.
Chris, from my mind, the barrow scenes, which aren't in the village, which are some considerable way up that hill, was that a limitation, you know, to get all that equipment up to film those scenes?
It didn't limit things once we got there. I think we had some problems getting up the lane, as I remember. Some of the generator that had to go up there for the lighting. But, I mean, one of the reasons we chose this location was because they were so close to the village.
Okay.
And the whole village itself was so perfect for what we wanted to do with the church and the green and a nice little village with the pub on it and everything. And they were just up the hill. Memory Airfield wasn't far away, which is now, I think, junction something on the M4. And that was just a little way away. So everything fell into into our logistics, so to speak, because time being of the essence when filming, one didn't want to waste time driving from location to location.
And this is my next question about logistics then. The villages then, were they encouraging to you, but were they somehow obstructive or an obstacle to the filming? Because it is such a small environment out there, isn't it?
We never found them an obstacle. Everybody was very sweet. As far as I knew, Peter Grimwade may have had problems with some of them. My production assistant, I don't know. But as far as I was concerned, everybody was very, very cooperative.
People are very good. You know, you just put up a thing saying, "Sorry, you can't reach your house for 2 days. We're filming." And they say, "Oh, all right then." You know. By and large, you know.
Did you visit locations, Terence?
Yeah, but not often and not for long, because watching people film is incredibly boring. Filming itself is exciting, excruciating and dramatic if you're the one that's doing it. But by the time you get out to filming, I mean, my job is done. It should be done, you know, which is to give the director a workable script. There'll still be a bit of tinkering and changes, whatever, according to circumstances and place and bright ideas from the actors. But by and large it's done, so I had no function. So you're just standing around watching, and I always say it's like watching paint dry. It really, you know, by the time they've tried to get somebody to walk through a door 17 times, it's heartbreaking. So I would go down, and I would go down with Barry and walk around saying, "Well done, chaps, great job." I always used to say it was like the First World War when the generals come down from the front, you know, and you go down to the trenches where the troops are there in the mud and blood and bullets and say, "Jolly good show, you're doing awfully well," and then you drive back to the chateau and have a good dinner, you know.
Here, star of Doctor Who episodes Rose and Time of Angels. Love to everyone at home, and I hope you're enjoying Time Space Visualiser.
In the beginning, there was light and fire and screaming. No, it wasn't the beginning. Sorry. My head's in a mess. Getting ahead of myself. Let's try this again. In the beginning, there was darkness. The endless, desolate, unrelenting silence of space. The flame drive had started to fluctuate a few days before. Oh, we could have coped. Like crews have coped over the decades as the drive has aged and adapted over the years. And then one day last week, the call came over the intercom. "Captain, code 15, violation in the isolation wing." Well, I leapt to my feet, instinct taking over as muscle memory kicked in. "Active quarantine procedures across decks 12 through 15, I shouted as that damn klaxon kicked in. "Lock the doors, deploy protection and seal all bulkheads. Focus internal cameras on isolation." On the screen, clutching a battered straw hat on top of his head, there was a man running for his life. "Who's that?" The bridge officer looked at me, eyes slightly panicked. I don't know. Is he a doctor?" "We've only got doctors on board." I jabbed the intercom. "This is Captain Albrighton. What the hell are you doing in isolation?" "Saving your life," came the cry as the man raced from left to right. "From what?" The man skidded to a halt. Using a battered old umbrella, he tilted the camera towards the back of the gantry. "From that!" And even though the klaxon rang through my ears, as it did for the months of darkness that followed, the world fell suddenly silent. My ship was cracking apart. Thin spider webs of gold spread across the gantry as the man's eyes widened in fear. Evacuate now, Captain! Your flame drive's been infected! I've stopped most of it, but ah! He was gone. How can it be so silent when the klaxon sounds so loud? And then there was movement. All at once, I looked down at my hand and saw I'd ordered Emergency 1. Stasis pods slid out into space. Tendrils of life support cables keeping them together. Did I do that? I heard myself barking orders I thought I'd never have to give as the bridge emptied and the plates under my feet began to shudder. As the crew abandoned their stations, one final glance at my screen told me I was going nowhere yet. Evacuation of the isolation deck had failed. The man was holding open a door with his umbrella while shouting orders at my doctors with an authority I hadn't heard since cadet school. "That's it," he shouted as the deck shook. "Get the stasis patients into the locker room. They'll be safe there." I grabbed his arm. "There's 50 stasis tubes to move. Are you mad? That's a cupboard. They'll never fit." "Captain Albrighton," he said, quickly doffing his hat. "It's okay. I parked in there. There's room." Why did I trust him? "The fractures. I've stopped the source of the infection, so the ship is safe," he said. There was a crash, and the man's eyes widened. Or not. He was getting frustrated. "The evacuation! It's too slow! I just need some more time!" I looked at the unknown doctor, and it was then I knew this moment had always been coming. "How long do you need?" I asked. Then I spoke the final words I knew I'd ever say. In the beginning, there was a light, and there was a fire. And I remembered to stop screaming, as he told me it would be all right. As I slipped into a coma, he held my hand and told me I'd be fine. I'm not sure where I am. He's sitting at the end of my bed, hands resting on the absurd handle of his umbrella. "Ah, you're awake," he beamed. What happened? "You burned the infection out of the ship by overriding your own flame drive. The flames would have spread in seconds, but you told me to expand the patient's stasis field so it covered the deck." Clever. I propped myself up, my vision slowly coming into focus. "You slowed down time. You slowed the fire. Enough to get the rest of the patients to safety. But I'm afraid the flames caught up with you as you ran. I'm sorry." I ran my fingers across my left cheek and know without looking that I'm different. "There are so many times, Captain, that I can't save everyone. But because of you, on that one day, I did. So I stayed, watched over you, made sure you were okay for the months that you rested. My ship, the patients, all safe. But I had to bring you somewhere a little more advanced." I look around, and for a moment, I can't speak. This kid, it's impossible. It's a little in your future, yes. But your scar will last a lifetime, I'm afraid. I can take you somewhere else to try to... No. I cut him off, knowing I'd be rude to, but no. It's okay. I'll keep it. He frowns, and without knowing him, I know he's concerned. Are you sure? I am. He smiles as he stands. We go through our lives, one day at a time, Captain. Sometimes it's worth thanking the scars that made us. We all carry them. Some of them are quiet, kept close to our hearts for only us to see. Others carry them proudly as a message to the world. I look at my bandaged hands. A message that no matter how hard the struggle, I survived. I swing my legs to the side of the bed and try to stand, but stagger back as soon as I do. The man catches me as I fall. Careful, he said. Remember, one day at a time, one foot in front of the other. That's all life is. One more deep breath as I compose myself and stand, leaning on him for support. A new day, I breathe. A new beginning. You really are the doctor, aren't you? Nice to meet you properly, Captain. He smiles. Joy, I smile back. Call me Joy.
Hello, this is Jackie Lane. I hope you all have a great convention.
Welcome back. I am now going to be interviewing the excellent Chris Thompson from Eagle Moss Productions, who you will know from the figurine collection. Chris, hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. All things considered, you know. It's
things considered, it's an odd circumstance in which we meet, but as you're looking well, you're looking healthy, this is a good thing in these times.
Yes, I'm not coughing, I don't have a fever, I'm feeling fine. So at least at the stage that you're talking to me, things are all good.
Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. So you work for Eagle Moss. Do you want to just give me an idea, and those that are watching perhaps who don't know about the figurine collection, and you should, just give them sort of an idea of the background of how it works.
Okay, so I'm the brand manager for Hero Collector, which is essentially the pop culture hub for Eagle Moss. And so we do Doctor Who, we do Star Trek, we do Rick and Morty, we do Marvel, we do DC, we do a whole bunch of stuff. But for me, in coming to the company last year, I was particularly excited about the Doctor Who sort of material that we're doing. And I must admit, and if people don't know about it, I forgive them, because I am like a massive Doctor Who fan. I buy all the DVDs, I go to cons, I do all of this, and yet I'd never bought any or engaged at all with the figurine collection. I remember hearing about it at one point, but then, I'd sort of lost track and just forgot it existed. And it's easy to do because I think we're approaching 180 figurines at the moment, which is pretty substantial and incredible. But I think a lot of people either just missed the boat on when we started or simply forgot it's still happening. And there's so much gold in there at the moment. It's incredible the stuff we actually put out and how sort of, the minutiae and the weeds that we go into with it.
It is. I mean, it is crazy. It doesn't surprise me that you're coming up to, was it 180, something like that, did you say? Yeah. Because there's all that history there. We're already, on the day that we're speaking, today is the 15th anniversary of the return of the programme, let alone the history that was already there. So, from what you said, you weren't the brand manager from the start of from the launch.
No, I actually used to work for Titan Comics before this, so I was working on the Doctor Who comic range. So it was literally just sort of pulling over my knowledge and experience to this. But Doctor Who is obviously, you know, like so many of us, something I grew up on and have stayed a fan of, you know, through the wilderness years, through the dark times. You know, arguably we're in different dark times now.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Yeah. Well, this is it keeps us going. It keeps us going. I think it gives us a certain spirit of hope. I think that's at the heart of the program. So, being a brand manager, kind of day to day, what does that entail for you?
Whew, it kind of varies, but you know, without being sort of too crude about it, I kind of consider myself a pimp for the brand. So I'm out there just trying to make people aware of what we do, what's out there. I'll be talking to other licensees. I'll be talking direct to our licensors. I'll be making contact with, you know, fan groups and fan communities, really just finding ways to spread the word. And so some of that, you know, a lot of it is actually just emails back and forth, chats like this, really just trying to make sure that people know we're around and finding ways to collaborate and really sort of, you know, the high tide raises all the ships. So we just want to boost the message of all of this together. So the brand manager role can be quite weird, but a lot of it is either, you know, very much behind the scenes or very much public facing. So it might be doing an interview like this, or being at a con, or hosting a panel and doing talks. And I think what I've tried to do over the last sort of 10 months since starting here is just ramp up the, you know, awareness of what we're doing and the fact that there's so many more new lines coming through. So outside of the figurine collection, we've brought in the Doctor Who companion set series, where we're doing classic Doctors with their companions, something that we, you know, sort of weren't able to do within the main collection, mainly because getting likenesses right and doing that sort of thing basically costs a little bit more. And so it's about maintaining a price point, but also offering something above and beyond and outside of that. So we've also started up the Time Lord box set series. So you get 2 Time Lords per set. So we started with the Curator, of course, you know, Tom Baker's return with Romana 2. And we recently announced the second one is going to be the Meddling Monk and the Master from the TV film.
Yes, I've read a lot of good feedback on that particular one. I think the Meddling Monk is an incredibly well loved character. So I think a big thumbs up from me for certain. But certain other quarters I've seen that being championed, it must be said, and of course the console collection as well.
Yeah, so the consoles have started coming out now, and so we have the first one was the 4th Doctor's console. We released then the 5th Doctor's console, you know, as seen in the 5 Doctors, and then the 1st Doctor console. And with that, we went for our first variant. So we've done a variant of that and the recent 1st Doctor set, so you can get them also in black and white. So they came out in color originally, which was fun. It's like, what color was Ian's coat in the show? Because we see it as black and white, but there was a color. You know, what color pants was Susan wearing? Things like that. And all of it we've been able to track down, find out. But then myself and a few other people in the company were like, well, you know, we did see them in black and white. Wouldn't it be great to do a version that is how you saw it? So they've literally just come out. The 1st Doctor companion set with the Doctor, Ian, Barbara and Susan, and then the 1st Doctor console in black and white. And they're all in scale to one another, so you can actually set them up as a nice little kind of diorama of your own.
They do look lovely. The fact that they are in scale like that just works, beautifully. Absolutely beautiful.
I would show them to you right now if I could, but I'm literally waiting on mine to be delivered because they're going to be my new sort of home desk ornaments for while I'm doing this period of working at home.
As it should be. We all need a nice desk ornament. Generally speaking, this is my favourite. While we're on the subject of desk ornaments, this one usually lives on my desk at work. This is my little favourite, my little Drathro, which I think is just beautiful. It's a stunning thing. How do you go? in terms of references and photo references, I guess there's quite a battle on their hands depending on what era of the show. I know for something like this, there's a lot of photograph and video from all sides, you know, so there's quite a lot for this. How, for something with slightly less photographs, how on earth do people begin even thinking about sculpting something like that?
Well, I guess the thing is, you know, for the older stuff, it's very much about getting screenshots, screen caps, whatever we can find from that time. I think as well, it's about speaking with the people who were working on the show, designing it, if they're still actually around. You know, it all depends on the era, but there's a lot of research that goes into it, and huge credit to Neil Corrie, who is the editor on this range. He has done an excellent job, you know, in terms of utilizing the contacts he already has, because, you know, so many people in the Doctor Who community already know and love him, but then actually, you know, putting that to work and finding all this stuff. The BBC are great to work with in terms of giving us access to everything they can. We have Richard Jackson on our side, who also works on the companion sets and, you know, the Time Lord boxes, basically anything outside of the figurine collection. So there's a good team really doing the hard research, but some of it is, you know, really studying those screen caps, and then other stuff is actually being able to speak to the people who did it originally.
That's great. Fantastic stuff.
Sorry, so I was going to say, it's funny that you pointed out your Drathro there, because actually I put in a little order for stuff to arrive to populate my desk. So along with the first Doctor stuff, I've got my Drathro coming, and what was the other one? Oh, the giant robot, because I'd missed him first go around.
Absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And that's, again, a classic design, and one of those where, in fact, the original is still with us. You know, the original still exists. In that instance, would someone work purely off photographs, or might they visit the prop itself?
I think, from what I understand, it's generally going to have been working from photographs. You know, with the fact that exists, we can usually get extra photography done. But getting to visit them probably doesn't happen as much as we'd like. You know, I mean, in that case, if I knew that was going on, I'd be saying, hey, I'm coming along, I'm tagging along for that one. I'll take some snaps for social media that we can share and whatever. It's like, yeah, if you can see the real robot, always see the real robot.
Absolutely right. So, I mean, it's coming across in waves, very clear that you are a Doctor Who fan, but also, is that, am I guessing right, Aussie accent there?
Yes.
So, were you in Oz when you first saw Doctor Who?
Yeah, so we used to get it on the ABC, which I guess is our version of the BBC, but far less popular. I'm sure no one at the ABC is watching. But yeah, it would be on. Now, I can't remember what time of the day. I used to be able to just sort of set my life by it, essentially. But it was either 5 or 5:30, I think, every single afternoon they would show Doctor Who. And I would tune in every day. I was obsessed. We used to get the Doctor Who annuals sent to us in Australia, so I could get all those. I'd read the Target books. Yeah, I was very much dyed in the wool. It was sort of, I started with Tom Baker, but just at the end of his tenure, so really Peter Davison is my Doctor, and he's the one that I most identify with to this day. But, you know, they're all great, and I've come to appreciate them all.
There is, like we said, there's so much history now, and another 15 years as of the day we're talking. So how do you go about selecting what's going to be next?
Oh, that's quite a fun discussion, actually. There's obviously very set things that Neil has in mind, certain things where you go, okay, we have to do this, and so then it's a case of when the assets are available as to when they might fall in the collection. But there is also those fun little discussions in the office of like, oh, I'd really like to see this, I'd really like to see that. Everyone's got an opinion, and kind of, you know, rightly so, because we all love it. And it's like, oh, I really want one of those. Like, for example, there is some stuff already in the collection, and I told you before that I'd brought along some props, because I do already have desk ornaments. So I did want to show off some of them. just again for the obscurity of the range, but
please feel free.
So one of my favorites, which is a special here, is one of the crotons.
That's a beautiful thing.
It is, and again, it's just so amazing we did stuff like this, and the beauty of these that they work so well, you know, like alongside the black and white figurines. They're going to go perfectly well because, yeah, they're essentially monochrome as well, which is great. It was the nature of how they were making them at the time. Another one of my particular favorites that I had to have here at home is a mechanoid.
Yes, that's lovely.
Yeah, you know, as much as Peter Davison is my Doctor, I'm still very first and second Doctor oriented, actually. And then I brought along Magnus Greel, purely because season 14 is coming out soon on Blu-ray. I'm, you know, eagerly awaiting my copy and just watching it get pushed back by months and months. Although I guess there's a good excuse now.
Yes, there is. There is. On this occasion, there is.
Exactly. But I went along to the BFI screening of Talons, what was a couple of weeks ago, just before pretty much everything was locked down, and it was great to watch again on a big screen, you know, and it just made me go, okay, I need Magnus at home to keep me company.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Any sneak previews we're allowed to know? Anything that's possibly coming up in the works?
Well, there was something we announced that kind of slipped under the radar. I think it was the Doctor Who sort of yearbook for this year, whatever it was that came out on the 2nd of January. They did a great feature on the figurine collection, and we actually sort of stealth announced in there that it's been extended to 200 issues. And people have been waiting for a long time. So when I say, hey, we're around issue 180 now, everyone was wondering, are you doing more? So yes, we are going up to 200. I think there's always these incremental increases, and if people are still buying them, then hopefully we can kind of eke it out a little further as long as the demand's there. Because at this stage you can't subscribe any longer because it's so long in the tooth. The kind of Partworks format was never set up to be subscribe at any time, but we make them all available on our online store. So if you're looking for past figures, some are sold out, but a lot of them are there. Some have been reproduced, and then all the current ones as they come are still available.
It's interesting because there's generally with Partworks, we know they tend to come out in January, and the first one's always about 20 pence, and then it's all sort of goes, you know, there's quite a cynicism, I think. Naturally, as a bunch of people, the British tend to be quite cynical about things anyway. Partwork seems to be a bundle of that where you, oh, well, we're told it's this many issues, it's going to be this many issues. However, with the Doctor Who figurine collection, I'm saying this from the point of view of a fan who loves buying the figurine collection, there's a will to kind of want it to keep going and to go on and go on. So I think there's a huge amount of goodwill, and it's funny because obviously let's not beat around the bush. It's not just a gift to fans. It's a lovely thing for fans to have, but also there's a business at the end of it, and those decisions have to be made. But I've never seen quite such a, having spoken to you today, there doesn't seem to be, other things don't seem to have that symbiotic relationship that you've got that love of the collection in the same way that we as fans do. So is there the potential, you think, then, for extending it beyond the 200?
We always hope to. You know, it's a constant battle. It's like, can we afford to do this? Can we get assets for the things that we need? Is it possible? Is there enough demand? I'd like to think so, you know. But that's always me, sort of my fan thing, just going, hey, I hope we can. Because I'm always bursting at the seams with, like, you know, but hang on, we haven't reached that person yet, or we haven't got that monster, and there really is, yeah, there's so many to do. And as you're saying, it's like I've just done all the well, don't touch your faces, okay? We've reached all these incredible characters that would never be reproduced in any other format or that anyone else would touch. It's only when you've got a line that's 200 figures long that you can do some of these obscurities. And I mean, I say 200 figures, but you know, when I show you things like the Crotons, the Mechanoid, etc., they're actually, you know, specials and extensions and bonus ones. So when you include all the extras we've got, there's probably close to 300 figures.
Yeah.
And when you think of it in that terms, you're really getting into minutiae, and everyone's got a weird favorite. And so ideally we want to cover them all, and this is the collection that can do that. So I guess we always hope to keep going, but as you say, it does come down to a financial thing, but there's so many fans within the company arguing to go, how far down to the bone can we take this to keep it going, and we do our best.
It's brilliant. Well, I mean, I adore it. One of my other faves I've bought with me from the same season. This says a lot about me. I love me some Colin. A Vervoid. Something like that I find fascinating. The level of detail. And again, you were just saying things that you would never see in any other range. And you're quite right. I can't, as much as I might love a full action figure of a Vervoid, I don't think I'm ever really going to get that in real life. So this is beautiful. This is a lovely thing to have. What's behind the actual physical making of these? Where are these being sculpted? Who's involved in that whole process?
Okay, so yeah, we have our own team of sculptors that we work with, and then in terms of the actual production, it's happening in China, as many things are, or perhaps not as frequently at the moment, but you know, as much as they can be doing it. But everything is crafted then in resin and actually hand painted, and that's why you'll find there's a slight difference between each of them.
And lovely things they are. I mean, I adore them, and I'm now going to go and have a look on the website very shortly. But go and have a browse, see what else has come back into stock. Before we go, I have to ask: is there any one item that you've not yet produced in the collection that would be your dream figurine?
My dream figurine is coming. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. I know that much. It's coming.
Okay.
That actually has nothing to do with me. It was already in the pipeline, but it is coming. So I'm very happy about that. The other thing to plug, you were sort of saying, is there anything else I can mention or talk about? And I guess we've spoken about the figurine collection, but actually we do a lot more Doctor Who stuff that we've expanded into this year. Very exciting stuff. So we started up a thing called the Doctor Who Chibi range, which are essentially sort of, you know, cute little versions of the Doctors and their enemies and aliens that are available as pin badges. They're on T-shirts. They're on socks now. They're quite gorgeous. And yeah, it was great. When I went along to the BFI, I actually saw a few people wearing the shirts and with the pins and stuff like that.
Yes.
I took a handful to give out and things like that. So it was good. The other one is the Doctor Who Episodic Collection, which has started as T-shirts. Essentially, it's sort of a T-shirt of the month. Not a subscription, it's just there to go on and buy as you feel. We're going to extend that into having prints and also mugs with those on it. But it's basically sort of getting, you know, top artists and going, you know, what would you do as kind of your design or movie poster for this classic storyline?
Absolutely right.
So for those who know Ryan Hughes, who's a very famous designer and comic artist, we went to him and said, hey, you know, what would you do for Tomb of the Cybermen? He came up with the most incredible thing that sort of riffs on their seal. It's gorgeous work. We've worked with a bunch of different artists, some who are very familiar with Doctor Who, like Adrian Salmon, who's done the comic in the magazine many times. We've worked with Karen Hallian, who's a US artist, huge fan base. She does a lot of great stuff for Doctor Who and Star Wars. So we've done things with her, with a guy called Robert Hack, very big comic artist, did the Afterlife with Archie and then the Sabrina stuff. And actually, if anyone's seen Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, all that intro is based on his art. He has this great style.
Okay.
Yeah, but he loves classic Doctor Who. So he's done one of the War Machines that is coming out soon. And he's done one for Blink in this beautiful sort of pulpy style that's perfectly fitting for that. So those are all available on the site, and honestly, they're gorgeous. Like the episodic collection t-shirts are smashing. If I hadn't been wearing mine already this week and not planning for us to talk, then, you know, they wouldn't be in the wash and I would have it on now. But yeah, I apologize. I didn't plan ahead.
There's very little planning ahead going on at the moment, I think, and I think we're all excused. Chris, it's been absolutely lovely to talk to you. Sounds like there's some nice things in the pipeline, even if we can't say what they are just yet. Yes. But it would be lovely to talk again, so if we get the opportunity, we shall do that. Failing that, I will see you at the BFI at some point, no doubt.
Yes, well, you know, I guess we haven't heard yet, but if Utopia is going ahead in June, I will be there. Or I will be at home Skyping in for something like this. That's an alternative.
Either way, we will chat again and we will revisit some of these revelations. But in the meantime, thank you ever so much. Ladies and gentlemen at home, I'm trying to get everyone to do this. Ladies and gentlemen at home, please give a huge round of applause for Chris Thompson. Thank you ever so much. Take care.
Hello and welcome back to Fantom HQ. You're watching Time Space Visualiser. Don't forget to keep sending us your messages and your photos. All the details are just there to the side of the screen. Now let's go over to our self-isolation social hub. Hello there, Jason.
Hello there from the Zero Room. Welcome back.
Hello, how are you doing?
Well, it's been a very busy couple of hours. I'm not watching a lot of the content as it's going out today because I'm busy watching all of the very many feeds and many messages that I'm seeing coming across the Twitter feed in particular today. Got to say, loving the comments, the cosplay photos, particularly Floppy and the self-isolating lion. I know you're looking after yourselves in Bristol. That's nice to see the photo that you gave us there. We've got the very lovely Aled enjoying his first convention down in Cardiff. Lots of love for the very wonderful Jackie Lane. And everyone got really excited there for some Jackie Lane footage, which was really nice. And nicely surprised everyone with our Graham Norton clip as well, which was brilliant. And in particular, TARDIS Monkey, thanks very much for that lovely post on Twitter, giving us all a massive round of applause. Always nice to know we're getting some positive feedback as we get through the afternoon.
Lovely. Well, please do keep tweeting in your messages. They really, really are appreciated. And it's nice to know that I'm not just sitting in the office talking to myself.
I feel the same up here in Nottingham.
Lovely. So we've got a competition winner.
We do indeed. So then, I made a bit of a hash of announcing the winner of the last competition, but you've given me an even more difficult one to answer.
I'm not the one saying the answer here.
Exactly. You've left this entirely up to me, which is brilliant. So obviously we were looking for the name of Annette Slitheen character in Doctor Who. The correct answer, if I can do this one correctly, is Blon Fel Foch Pasimir de Slitheen.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I'm not doing that again. No way. I've got away with it once. I'll stick with that. Thank you very much. And our winner is Emily Radford. So if Emily could email us, please, with your address, details, and we'll make sure we get this lovely bundle of prizes off to you as soon as we possibly can.
I'm afraid I've got to interrupt you because we've got to go live to Downing Street.
Good evening, well, good afternoon, depends what time you're watching it. This is a very special message to Doctor Who fans, to you guys. That's how amazing I am that I'm speaking to you. We've got to exterminate this COVID-19, and we will do it. We will exterminate. But you know what? We all got to take time out from being outside, we've got to keep our distance. And that's why you fantastic Doctor Who fans are having your online convention this Saturday. And, you know, I'm really a huge, massive fan of Doctor Who. I used to watch it. I've watched it forever, you know, ever since I was a little boy. Even before then, before I was born, I used to watch it. I was that much of a fan. And, you know, I have to tell you, actually, my favourite time was the classic years when it was Sylvester McCoy with Ace. Absolutely fantastic. My favourite episodes, my favourite story was that one. What was it called again? It's Survival. Absolutely brilliant with that, the amazing Anthony Ainley as the Master. An incredible performance from a young actor. Just trying to remember his name now. Will Barton, I think he was called. Will Barton. Absolutely amazing as Midge, the boy from Perivale. I could quite identify with him, you know, because quite a tough, good-looking, handsome boy. Gallivanting around, fighting whoever got in front of him. And, you know, in fact, I remember the story, because what happened in that story is if you fought, you turned. You turned into one of these cheetah people. And, you know, they were bloody scary, I have to tell you, these bloody cheetah people. You know, they were so realistic. They looked like the real thing. It was like watching a David Attenborough a documentary on cheetahs. I'm telling you, I couldn't tell the difference. Those cats, someone told me later, those cats weren't even real. Amazing, incredible performance, particularly by, what was his name? Will Barton. Will Barton. Well, I can't imagine where he is now. What was he even doing? I don't even see him. No idea at all. But anyway, we're going to do this. Whovians. We should get the doctor to sort out this COVID-19. Come from Gallifrey and sort it all out. Anyway, I'm going to have to say goodbye to now, because I'm going to go upstairs with this one and have a bit of fun with my Dalek and Carrie, all three of us together. Should be fun. Take care. Have a good convention. Brilliant. Fantastic. Bloody Doctor Who fans. Great.
Josh Snares here. It's well past midnight here in Australia, so I'm sadly not joining you on this great journey of life. But I thought I'd show you some clips that Kieran Hyman and myself have been working on for the Daleks Master Plan colorized reconstruction of Episode 8 Volcano. Oof, that's a mouthful. Obviously, due to copyright, I can't include audio, but I think that adds a fun little dimension to it. A missing episode without video and audio? Groundbreaking. So, the Dalek models and some sets were constructed by Aaron J. Klimas and Simon Ayres. Basically, if you see a really nice model, they made it. If you see something a little bit dodgy, that was me. I'm learning. These clips haven't been graded yet, so this isn't exactly how they will look in the final render. When I originally constructed this reconstruction, I made it for black and white, but I future-proofed it by rendering out the model sequences in colour and making the 3D sets in colour also. The only set that wasn't in colour was the TARDIS set, which I've been cleaning up recently, and all of those shots are being re-rendered. Personally, I prefer a white TARDIS interior to a green, because I feel as if that was the production's intention. But Kieran asked for green, and if I don't listen to what he says, he points and laughs at me for about 20 minutes. And trust me, it's humiliating. Speaking of Kieran, let's move on to his work. I provided Kieran with a ridiculous amount of pre-cut out screenshots of the characters within the episode. With the screenshots of the actors, they've been put through Remini or Remini, an upscaling app, to give the illusion of HD. Obviously it's not true HD, and Kieran and myself have cleaned it up in Photoshop as well. But it gives the whole project a nicer polish, which you probably wouldn't even notice unless you put them side by side. But when you're watching it on a bigger TV, you're going to be thankful for it, let's just say that. We're in the super early days of colorizing this episode, so we don't have many actor examples yet, but Kieran has sent what he has done so far. And by super early, I mean we started like a week ago. Hopefully y'all have seen my short doco on the colorization of episode 2 of the Daleks Master Plan by Doctor Who, as in Hue, Get it? You can see the amazing work that team has put together to colorize it, and this is supposed to be a nice companion piece. Kieran was a part of that team also, just for reference. I don't usually like announcing projects this early on in case they never come to fruition, but since we're living in Corona time, who knows what the future lies? So let's just try and share some love, compassion, and colorize Daleks, I suppose. Keep positive, divas. Keep being the best that Fantom has to offer, and make Doctor Who proud. Love ya. XOXO, Gossip Girl.
I forgot to put the mic up. Sorry. Welcome back to Fantom HQ. You're watching Time Space Visualiser. That's some excellent stuff there from Josh, and I look forward to seeing more of his work. Just need a quick to say thank you to a few people, including Paul Fitzwilliams and Lisa Bamman for that lovely story piece, and of course Chris Thompson from Hero Collector and all the stuff that they've donated today for prizes. It's greatly appreciated. So what's coming up? Let me just have a look at my list. We've got a short story read by Peter Purvis. Review of Death gives their verdict on animated reconstructions. We've got a message from Katie Manning, and we go live to Sophie Aldred. But first off, we've got an interview regarding our Who Talks range. Now, for those of you that are new to us, Who Talks is an alternative DVD commentary which can be downloaded or available on a CD. This video will tell you all about them. Hope you enjoy. If I can find the right clip. Where are we? There we go.
Okay then, joining me now are two of the main contributors to the Fantom Who Talks range. I have Paul W.T. Ballard and Toby Haydoe with me today.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. You weren't expecting the WT,
What
were
did the
you?
W? Well, I've seen it written down, and it seems like a different person. Do you know? Is that Paul? What's the WT stand for?
WT is my middle name.
Well, yes, I know that.
Well, it would be WTF otherwise, wouldn't it?
Oh, well, that's very true. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
But Walter?
All my Christian names are Doctor Who doctors.
William Thomas.
Mother and father knew that.
Paul William Thomas.
It's quite Welsh sounding, actually, William Thomas.
Well, there is in fact, William Thomas is the first actor to have been in classic Doctor Who and new Doctor Who, because he was in Remembrance of the Daleks and then Boomtown.
But he's not on our commentary for Remembrance of the Daleks.
No. No. Unless we do a sequel.
We could do it again.
Well, you may have to on the basis of that.
Special edition.
A special edition, absolutely. Always a good excuse to bring another version of it out, isn't it? What are your involvements in the Who Talks?
Well, he asks me to do them, and I say yes. So it was your idea. Was it your idea?
Yeah. Basically, because we produce a lot of audiobooks and different things, we had because we do the conventions as well, of sort of marrying them up, because there were a few DVDs where, especially the two returned Troughton stories, where there was nothing. So a lot of people thought, is there going to be a special edition? And I mean, of course, Enemy there has been since, but at the time...
there wasn't. And I remember being quite cross when it came out, because there was talk that they were going to do it, and then they released it vanilla. And I think we went, well, as punters, we would like there to be commentaries, and Paul has the wherewithal, and he knows where all the bodies are buried and in which gardens of which Doctor Who actors they're buried. So he rings them up and says, I'm not going to tell you that there are people buried in your garden if you will do the Enemy of the World commentary. And so that's... Were they the first two we did, the Web and Enemy?
Well, yeah, actually, to go back onto the history of it, we did a couple that weren't released at the time because of the people that came into the studio when we did them. Does that make any sense? So Margot... not Margot. I should know these names, shouldn't I?
Marcia Wheeler.
And Sylvia came in and did some Cyberman stuff with us, which then went on later on. So
okay.
We'd already started banking
early.
Because basically, the situation rose where we'd got the studio booked, hadn't got something to put in there, and we thought, okay, let's go for it. Let's go for the commentary thing. And then inevitably you start getting emails back from people who say, I would love to do that, but I can't do that date. And you think you can either leave them out or you work around it. So there was no way we were going to get web and enemy in the same day. So we did a bit of both over 2 weeks or sort of a month, something like that, 2 sessions. Because I think initially Mary Peach wanted to do it but couldn't come, and Milton John wanted to do it but couldn't come. And the first person to say yes, and God bless her, because she was a massive supporter of us all, was Debs. And I phoned her up and said, Debs, got a project, it's 2 days away, can you come and do it? She's like, yes dear, I don't know what you're actually talking about, but yes dear, I'll come and do it, just tell me the time. And she did, so bless her, we got to do...
Well, it's good, because we got her on, because she's not on the BBC one, because she passed away, so...
Do you try to get everybody into the studio all in one go for these, or do you try and did you piece them together in post-edit? How's it working?
I think we'd rather do it like that, but we're just a prey to people's schedules, really.
Yeah, it's a bit of a headache doing any of these, insofar as say you pick the Claws of Axos. I'm not specifically saying that, but you're just doing that story on that day, and if you're recording between 2 and 5, someone might say, "Oh, I can do that day. I can do it at 10 o'clock," and then someone will say, "I can do it, but I've got to be gone by 6," and so you sort of end up juggling who can come in on what point and what day, and sometimes not everyone can do the same day. So there are releases where we've just gone, bam, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's quite good. There's a good feeling to doing that.
But to be fair, that happened with the BBC ones as well. I remember with the Ice Warriors commentary, because we could only get people at certain times of the day. We started with episodes 5 and 6, and then did episode 1 and 3. So of course, in episode 5, you've got Fraser Hines go, "Is that Peter Barkworth?" And you have to go, "Fraser, you've already you saw him an hour ago, but not yet." Do you know what I mean? So it's very tricky. It's always been, but as I say, that was when we were doing the BBC ones. So it's just a thing of scheduling, isn't it?
I remember Michael Bryant was surprisingly good at that. In that when we did the Green Death, he was doing the later episodes before we did the first episode. So he was saying, "As I already mentioned," and he's like, "Oh, okay, you know the form."
As director, he's got the overview of the whole thing. You see, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
What are the other challenges on putting a Who Talks together typically?
Well,
Toby's availability.
Well, oh God, it's because I mean, it shames me to this day about the one when I got a text from Ben saying, "I'll see you later," and I went, "What?" And it was because I thought we were talking about the following week, because it was my fault, wasn't it? And I was very late. I was very, very late because I got on a train, because I live in Manchester, so I got on a train then. You were very sweet about it. He doesn't
to his face.
Yeah, I said, but what are it's. I mean, I have to say, we were talking about it's. You can't just talk. You know, if with the best will in the world, if you think somebody who's 85 is going to remember everything about something that happened 55. I remember when we did the Dominators for the BBC, it was the time when I went on forums looking for the kindness of strangers, and then realised that it didn't exist there, so I went away again. Somebody complaining that Fraser Hines was we didn't have him for episode 3 of the Dominators, and somebody genuinely said, well, that's ridiculous because we won't have his memories of that episode. And you really think Fraser Hines has different memories boxed off for each week of the Dominators? And so I think the challenge for me is to talk around the subject, but of stuff that is still of interest to the listener. It was a difficult one for one that's not out yet. I don't know if it's even been announced, where two people start having a conversation about cricket. And I really like cricket, and it's actually very interesting hearing these two people who you would never hear talk about cricket anywhere else. But part of you going, but how much of this do I allow before we go, do you remember this hat? Because a lot of the listeners are going, I'd rather hear about the hat. So, but I would hope the listeners are interested in the people as well. But it is trying to get it. You know, if we talk about other TV shows, I'm always conscious that people would want us to be talking about Blake Seven or the Tomorrow People or whatever, and less about something that isn't of a fantastical. That's not necessarily always the case, but it's there are some there are some subject matters that I would try to steer people to and away from.
But what would be quite nice, though, is that you're able to get some new information that comes out that isn't necessarily on the official BBC commentary, for example. So actually giving your guests an opportunity to have some leeway in there's probably not a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, we don't censor anybody. We haven't had to censor anybody.
No. Well, you're and the BBC ones, you're not allowed to swear, but you're allowed to swear on yours.
Yes.
Louise Payo said dog's balls, which was very exciting to
Yeah,
hear.
with the accent,
Miss
you got
Kelly
quite
say
a-
dog's balls.
Well, I'd say sales of Seeds of Death is going up here somewhere along the line.
And yeah, Richard Martin F-bomb, that was a shock. But
yeah,
it all
we still got a sweepstake on which Doctor episode is the first to get the C-bomb dropped on a commentary.
We'll remake the censor, right? Someone will have to. But yeah, I think actually, and also I'm going to be nice about you here. I think that the contributors always respond well because you're also an actor, so you've got a sort of standpoint there's a common ground with them, and also it is a conversation where you go around and you will know who they are talking about, which is a massive skill. When someone's going, that chap, and if you leave that hanging for too long, it becomes this really awkward expanse. But you can always get in with who they are talking about, and you can.
Yes, I've had to get bold with that because I think there's one on, I think it's on. Maureen O'Brien was saying, "Oh, who's Gertrude Klauber married to?" And I thought it was Gwendolyn Watson. And of course, if I'd got it wrong, you could have done we don't really do retakes of this either. And I just went, I better not say it. And they said, it was Gwendolyn Watson. And I went, yeah, I knew that. I should have said. So I'm trying to get bolder because it doesn't matter if I get embarrassed, I guess. But one has one's pride. But it's interesting how you can suddenly there in the, because it's, you can't plan these conversations. Sometimes when people say, "Oh, and I can't believe he said that," you think this isn't a planned conversation. It's an hour and a half's worth of conversation. Sometimes things just come out of your mouth to keep it going. So it's not a script. And also, one, is it not script, and two, you don't know what lines you're going to be fed. Fraser Hines has always done this thing where he thinks it's amusing if he can ask me a question not about Doctor Who but about something else that I don't know the answer to, and it's like, well, why would I? Why would I know that? Do you know what I mean? Gotcha. Well, not really. I mean, you could ask me anything. Who lives at number 21 Leicester Street? You know what I mean? I don't know. The people I'm sure I've had it a couple of times where people have said, so were you in this? I sort of go,
Roy Spencer.
I wasn't. Yeah, the Ark. Was I in the Ark? No, that wouldn't have been possible. That wouldn't have been possible for another 8 years. Yeah. So not only was I in it, I was massively not in it. It was not even in the realms of possibility that I would have been in it. But so
you're almost going to have to cut at that point because how do you keep a straight face when somebody says that to you?
I think the closest that could have come to that, and how you recovered, was with Carmen Munro. when you pointed out the date of The Enemy of the World, you're like, oh, that's next.
It was 2018. So when we did it, it was next year. I think
it's next year. And so these are all the fashions we're going to be wearing next year. And she's like, no. It's like, oh, wait, why not? It's like, because the robots will have taken over. I mean, he kept going. So what happens to us then? And there was just that pause. She went, fodder. I mean, we're all still here, so she was wrong.
But the fact that she then sent because it was I'd sort of had it in my head as this will be a funny thing to say. Oh, look, are we all going to be wearing plastic with high collars in 2018? But she's got this apocalyptic thing where we're on farms.
Ruled by the robots.
Yeah, but it was the pause that did it. And fodder. Brilliant. That's probably my favourite moment of all the ones that we've done. That's
sort of like a crazy. Generally speaking, I think people are quite lucid about what they're watching. I mean, it varies, and it's also interesting in terms of what the dynamic is with the size of the group. So if you get, I think the ones we did with just Maureen on her own were really good. They were quite deep.
It depends on the people. Yeah. But you can have some where it's just you and one other person, and I've done interviews where it's me and one other person, and it's been crikey. That's about, as you say, somebody like Maureen. Because Maureen, I think, is really interesting because she, did about 2 interviews with Doctor Who magazine, or maybe even 1 when I was younger. And that was because she had a book to publicise, and it was always. we always got the impression she was very dismissive of Doctor Who. But that's because the words, I'm only doing this because I've got a book to publicise, are there without any of the person. And she's one of the... I only met her for the first time at the 50th anniversary. And we kept in touch after that. And I think she's really lovely. And she's not dismissive of Doctor Who at all. But she's still, to me, somebody quite new in that she's not on all of the DVDs. She didn't do many interviews. She was always slightly elusive. And she's never been anything other than, really open. I mean, geographically, it's awkward. She's not always around, is she? But she's very smart. And so she's one of those people that actively engages in a question that you ask her and then gives you a little bit more, which is a relief.
Is there an ideal group size?
Do you know, I would say no, insofar as, on the sort of solo front, because with Stones of Blood, I threw you the curveball of Shirin Taylor, who is on screen for about a minute as Pat the Camper.
Pat the Camper.
Pat the Camper. She's not even Pat on screen, is she? She's just Camper.
The credit is Campers, James Murray and Shirin Taylor, but she's...
But 25 minutes, and it's a great... Somebody actually said on the forum that it was their favourite commentary that we've done.
What?
You and Shirin for 25 minutes.
She's in it. I mean, she's in it for literally 90 seconds, isn't she?
Yeah.
And you said you're going to do the whole episode of The Stones of Blood with somebody who's in it for 90 seconds. But I can't remember what we talked about now.
But it's a good conversation because it's a broader conversation that goes around things that you wouldn't necessarily even engage with. I mean, it was a similar situation when we do a book. Sometimes some will buy an autobiography because Mary Tam's in Doctor Who, but then they come away from it and go, oh, actually, the Doctor Who part was probably the finite part. The person was the...
Well, I found that when I did my Who's Round commentary was that I would say to people, yes, I do talk about Doctor Who, but frequently the least interesting part of the interview is Doctor Who. Now, there are always going to be people who, when it comes to the commentaries or something, will go, well, unless you only talk about Doctor Who, I'm not interested. And you go, well, one, it sort of misses the point of Doctor Who, because the good thing about Doctor Who is it makes you interested in all sorts of other things. But at the end, you just have to sort of go with your gut. And I'm, a massive Doctor Who fan. I go, what would I like to listen to? First, I'd go, not me. But other than that, what would I like to listen to? And it's because you can only go with what you want because you don't necessarily understand. It's like when... I remember somebody saying about the animated Ice Warriors episodes, we filled in something with the BBC, and somebody said, oh, I can't believe they did it without the animation. Well, it wasn't ready. They said, because I think it would be really interesting to know what they say when they're confronted with the animation. Well, the answer is not very much. They're going to go, is that you? Yes. Does it look like you? Yes/no. What's it like looking at a drawn version of you? Interesting/not interesting. And then you've got another 24 minutes. But there are some people who go, no, but it's really important that they see the pictures. So I don't know what those people want, so I can only do what I would like to hear, really.
I think sometimes it works both ways with a larger group, insofar as it's great because you get the chemistry of Aruna and it flies.
It takes pressure off me a bit. I prefer it if there's more. Yeah. I also think it's better if there's a mixture of actors and technical personnel, because you can go up a blind alley and just bring it back, or it just gives a little bit of variation. But you actually don't know until you've got the bunch of people in the room. I mean, fortunately, we've usually met the people, certainly the actors before, some of the behind-the-scenes people. I think we've dug out some very interesting sort of floor managers, assistant floor managers, people like that, who weren't on the DVD range much at all, actually, full stop, who are brilliant. And production managers are particularly good because they're people who have to remember lots of things and are down to the nitty-gritty minutiae of production and quite often have kept their paperwork. So people like that, I think, are a godsend, and they, as actors, have become sort of, most actors have now appeared at things and done things or been interviewed somewhere. That's an area I think you've really opened up, and you got in a couple of the recent ones that we did, there were people that I'd never heard anything from who suddenly come, and people who've had interesting careers outside of Doctor Who, but also who've never talked about Doctor Who before.
And then I suppose there's sort of, I think Survival was a great one because they're all still friends and they all still have that dynamic.
And I knew them all.
And you knew all, so it's got so much pace to it.
Yeah, well, I think we worked out that we all got divorced at about the same time. We all lived in about the same part of it. I mean, Will Barton, who's Midge in Survival, lived over the road from me. And then when I was getting divorced, I was interviewing Dave John for about something, and my then wife's best friend walked in, and I was just like, "What's happening here?" And he said, "That's North London, mate." So I sort of knew all of those people. And that was the other thing I can't say. Will and I had another very amusing and slightly embarrassing link that made us all chortle just before we started, because we discovered that the same thing had happened to both of us, and so it got it. There was a lot of bonhomie in the studio that day, and then Rona Munro, who'd not at that point in time been interviewed anywhere. Came in so that was really exclusive and was game and brilliant. The survival runs are really, and that's a really good one on the story. Some are good because, the story is a leap-off point to talk about other things and discover certain personalities of people who haven't been interviewed much. But I think that's a really good one about that gang of people.
Yeah, and I think usually that comes from having the guest cast. If you get whoever's the companion at the time, they will have done 2-3 years or something on the show. So there'll be certain ones which stand out, certain moments which stand out. But episode 3 of the 4th story they did, probably less so than someone that was
only
in
episode 3
or production manager.
Well, that's why I've always been interested in the guest actors. And in fact, when I was younger, the first thing I ever had published was interviews in Doctor Who magazine with the guest actors from Power of the Daleks and Fury from the Deep. Because for that, I thought, well, they have more specific memories of that particular story. So I'd always been no disrespect to the regulars, but it's like you're almost spoilt by them. So if Doctor Who magazine did another interview with Nicholas Courtney, it'd be like, well, yeah, and I love Nicholas Courtney. But if they said, we've got an interview with Norman Jones, they never did, sadly, or but so Walter Rand, when they interviewed Walter Randall, you go, oh yeah, brilliant, because he was in a guest star in loads of stories. So those were the ones that really appealed to me.
I think some of our sort of hero contributors that sort of slightly understand. I think Margot Hayhoe is worth her weight in gold for anything. And Roger Bunce is one of those.
Roger Bunce, cameraman, who's brilliant.
You would never say, because they didn't credit cameraman, so he's got no on-screen credit.
Crew 3 on the paperwork even. He's not even on the paperwork.
But he knows. So when you're watching, he knows what the studio setup was, what the cameras would have been. It's fascinating, and he's got such a knowledge of it that actually.
And his son's a Doctor Who fan, which I think helps as well. So it's always been kept in his mind. But and also Roger worked, I think. If he didn't do any Hartnells, he certainly did Evil of the Daleks. But he worked all through. I think if he did Evil, he might have done a couple early, but he definitely did Evil. He definitely did Paradise Towers, and quite a lot in between. So,
Yeah, you've referenced quite a number of 60 stories as you've gone through. I'd be particularly interested in understanding how you approach the difficulties of the photo recon stories only. So something like The Massacre, where there is only, the photo recons available to comment along to.
Well, to be honest, we don't, because of the... we have the episodes on and we have the sound coming through our ears. But if the conversation's going well, they're really only an aid memoir. We're not watching it. So in the same sense, we have photos flashing up and we have the soundtrack, but we're not watching. We're having a conversation, and occasionally, it's as much to see a telesnap, not even a telesnap, but a picture of Leonard Sachs as the Admiral de Coligny as it is to see a clip of him moving. So I remember. Was it Roy Spence hadn't brought his glasses? So he kept standing up and looking.
Hadn't brought his theatre glasses.
Yeah. So was he the one who didn't recognise himself? No, that's you.
Yeah. Am I in this?
Yes, there you are.
So I think with the Massacre, when we do, we dipped the toe with Marco Polo. I think.
I'm not on that. That's
with the other chap.
That's the other chap. Yes.
The other chap. That's not him. We did.
I was doing a radio play in Manchester with Geoffrey Whitehead, who did William Hartnell's last stage performance with him.
No Doctor Who.
No Jeffrey Whitehead, no Doctor Who. He's one of that. It should have been in Doctor Who.
Still could.
But I was doing an H.G. Wells radio play. So I'm afraid I had to back out. Yeah, I had to back out gracefully.
But Nick Pegg and Carol Ann sat and watched telesnaps of Marco Polo episode 1, as you do. And it worked. It worked quite well as a thing. In some ways, it worked slightly better because they weren't focused on the visuals. You get a sense of the visual, but you're not watching it, so you don't get tricked into following the action.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard of Blake Seven commentary on the DVDs where they go, because let's watch this. That's the first,
There's nothing. What's he up to? Oh, I won't spoil it for you. Oh, he looks like he's a bad guy. It's like people watching this will have seen this.
Yeah.
You wouldn't watch a commentary before you watch the actual thing. So I think it was the sort of, we did the Savages, I think, we did that with Peter Thomas and
Kay, yeah.
So then it became a thing, let's try a full story, and I think Massacre's got such a good cast and such a...
Yeah, because you got David and...
David just said, do I need to, or can we just talk? And he just took his headphones off, I think, for that. Yeah. But it's important, I think, to get these memories recorded, and to be honest with you, there isn't a Massacre DVD, there isn't a Massacre Blu-ray, so what outlet is there to do an interview? And you know, it's good to get this stuff down.
And plugging the gaps, because, you know, and that was, I mean, that was important when we were planning, you know, let's plug the gaps of the ones that aren't on DVD. And you thought, well, why do we have to restrict ourselves to the ones that are on DVD? Because, as I say, you know, sometimes what's going on the screen is massively unimportant. And they are sort of extended interviews in a way. And because they don't come with the pictures, it's not a deliberate policy of going, and remember, some people watching it won't have the things in front of them. We still go, ooh, what's that, or whatever. But I know from speaking to people that a lot of people listen to them in the car on the way to work or whatever. So it actually doesn't matter. And we just got used to DVD commentaries as a thing. But I think actually they're becoming less of a thing now anyway, as DVD dies. So standalone interviews, where they're just useful for us in terms of timing, aren't they? And in terms of, you know, I know that I've got to keep people to a certain time, so it helps to focus what the interview is. But, you know, we're not wedded to the pictures.
No.
Which are the favourite ones for you that you've done?
I did like the stuff. Now, see, this is the terrible thing, is because
he doesn't know what's released.
Well, well, one that, and also we had a conversation the other day, earlier today, wasn't it? Where I went, when's that one coming out? And you said, well, it's coming out with those episodes. And I went, have we done those episodes? You said, yeah, we did the whole story. I mean, so I have the gall to sit with actors, asking them about something they did 40 years ago, and I can't remember something I did 7 months ago. But I loved George Layton on the Space Pirates, because he's had such a brilliant career. The Space Pirates was very early in his career. He's about the only actor that's not mentioned as a guest star in the Radio Times. He's right there at the bottom. It's the Space Pirates, and he was totally game. None of it was, this is before I was 6. He didn't really actually talk about it. He was there because it was Doctor Who, and he wasn't sort of going, well, he knew exactly what he was there for, but we still did talk about other stuff, but there was no sense that he was slumming it because he was talking about Doctor Who or any of that sort of thing. I liked the Three Doctors, because is that out?
Yeah, that's out.
Because I adore Laurie Webb, who plays Mr. Ollis, who is 93, and he'd never seen it. And I actually I actually took a photo, because he was sitting there grinning away. So I actually took a photo of it. And I tweeted it actually, that Mr. Ollis watches The Three Doctors the first time, and Mark Gatiss retweeted that. And he's amazing, because then you go out and I mean, I've got an 18-year-old son, and Laurie was talking about being on Normandy beaches at the same age as my son. And you go, there's this funny little Welshman who still plays golf 3 times a week. It was Mr. Ollis in The Green Death. And Mr. Ollis is quite sort of taciturn and doesn't say much. So you sort of wonder if and he's nothing like that. So of course not. He was acting. And this great enthusiastic guy, and he's really lovely. And he goes, yeah, I saw things on. Well, I said, I won't talk, don't want to talk about that. But, he was there. And you go, crikey, it's a privilege to sort of meet these people and to record. And part of you thinks, and he was on Normandy Beach, and I'm recording his memories of the Three Doctors. But that's the main thing about it for me, is that these sort of amazing people that you meet and get to spend time with them. We've had some big names. So we got Julian Glover came in.
Yeah. But no,
What's your favourite one, Paul?
What's my favourite one?
Yes, he did duck this earlier. What's your favourite Who talk?
I think, and it's one of my favourite stories anyway, I think Stones of Blood is probably my favourite.
Okay, we've got a lot of people for that.
And Daryl is amazing on that. Susan.
Daryl Blake's very, very good, isn't he?
And Caroline's his neighbour, so they're good friends.
Yeah, and Nick McArdle's not on the DVD, so that's
quite. I think there's I like that. Survival we've mentioned already. I like that.
Resurrection of the Daleks. Get Rula Lenska for Resurrection of the Daleks.
Yeah.
Rula Lenska.
I don't think she liked it when I told her to take her bangle off. But she puts it on at the very end of the commentary, so I think that was a resolute ungoing. But she loved it, and she that was one of my favourite quotes ever from the range. When she got to the end of the episode, she said, "I should have worn a bra." As a review of Eric Sayworth's writing, she's like, "I should have worn a bra." And Eric, I think, again, is another great contributor, because we tend to have him solo. He's done a couple of duo, he has done some solo, and he's got quite a dry wit. I think,
yes, which doesn't, you don't, because he's not on many of the commentaries, is he, on the DVDs? He's sort of interviewed, and then, you know, they sort of pick and choose which bits of Eric, and the bits of Eric that they tend to use on the DVDs the ones that are sort of critical of certain aspects, because that's often what they're after him to say. So actually to have him unedited, as it were, you get a slightly different side of him.
I mean, it hasn't come out yet either, but Revelation was quite fun, wasn't it? Because Colin hadn't done that for the...
Yes, that was nice to fit that one in, Revelation, and...
it's exclusive.
Yeah, is that...
Yeah,
you heard it here first, folks.
It's on the way.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, actually, what does the future hold?
Have I ruined your question?
No, you haven't. What's the future?
Well, there's an exclusive that we recorded a couple of Christmases ago. I had to come to Birmingham,
had to come all the way to Birmingham to meet.
And I did that out of love, because it was somebody that's I've not seen an interview with anywhere.
That's Yuzan Churchman.
Oh, yeah.
We'll go.
I was being tantalising.
Oh, I just put straight out.
You're straight for the money shot. I came to mend the washing machine. You cut right to the end.
Oh no. He was the trailer and I was the main feature, which no one wanted to see.
Oh dear.
It's been an enjoyable chat. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me to go through some of what Who Talks is all about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you're enjoying the space-time visualizer, the time-space visualizer. I don't know what day it is, I don't know where I am. I do know that I am here today to talk to you all about Doctor Who missing episode animated reconstructions. We love them, we also criticise them, which is odd considering that I don't think any other franchise, sci-fi or otherwise, has been treated with so much dignity and respect as to bestow upon us these stories that we once thought we would never ever see in any kind of visual form. Obviously some of them have been found, but we get animated reconstructions of this pulpy, quirky, weird, mass popularist science fiction fantasy drama series that's been running for far too long, but we get them. And how exciting is that? And yet we still find ways to criticise them, and I probably will in this video. We've got the Reign of Terror, we've got the 10th Planet, we've got the power of the Daleks, we've got the underwater... We've got the Moon Base, we've got the Macra Terror, we've got the most recent release, the fabulous Faceless Ones, which is here. The reason it's in a slipcase is I accidentally bought two of them. And so, as a gesture of goodwill during this horrible time, anybody want a copy of the Faceless Ones? Hit me up on Twitter. Or just keep an eye on Twitter, and this will pop up at some point and you can win it. Then we have the fantastic, and I think massively overlooked in my opinion, the Ice Warriors. Which was part of the 50th anniversary sort of slew of releases in terms of animations, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think people don't really give it the time of day because it's got less of a sort of stylistic approach. It's got more of a sort of comic book flavour to it. There are people still doing construction out there. 2 seconds. Then the grandfather of these releases, we have The Invasion, here signed by the wonderful Wendy Padbury. This holds up so well. really. I mean, you go back and you see some earlier animations, you see some stuff that's done in a context that's not as restrictive as a 1970s or 1960s studio TV program. Take The Infinite Quest, for example. Full colour, with recognisable faces that we would see running away from CGI explosions and huge spaceships in these massive sound stages with a infinitesimally huge budget. That's not a word, but I think it is actually. And the animation that Cosgrove Hall made there, I don't think it quite suited the animation style that they perfected with The Invasion, because this echoes the sort of often stilted, awkward and sort of hesitant nature of a 1960s TV studio, in my opinion, and they perfected the art. Everybody else that's kind of come afterwards has, I think, sort of tried to get back to this level, and a lot of them have done it, some of them haven't, but The Invasion for me, I think, is still toppermost of the poppermost. It's the standard bearer, isn't it, really? I will say, however, my favourite of all the animations that have been done so far is the moon base. I'm not a massive fan of what Planet 55 did with the Reign of Terror, because they had this very specific animation style, very stylistic. It was very kinetic. It was all about seeing the movement, almost like trying to plaster the joins between the awkward nature of TV studio shows back in the day. The fact that everything just had a slightly slower, more methodical, often plodding pace. The Reign of Terror tried to plaster over those cracks a bit too garishly. Those weird... You know? When they came around to doing the moon base, I think they found the perfect middle ground between trying to authentically replicate a 1960s studio TV program, but also their stylistic flourishes, their stylistic flair. I think they got it down pat. I like to refer to the first era of animated Doctor Who reconstructions as the alright, we'll do one era, which came with The Invasion, produced by Cosgrove Hall, which was very, very sadly, I believe, absorbed by ITV. They don't really do anything anymore. But I'm sure we won't hear about any of that sort of stuff with the other studios that were involved in Doctor Who animated reconstructions. I like to call this the 50th anniversary wave, which started with The Reign of Terror, then moved on to The 10th Planet, then moved on to The Ice Warriors, and finally ended with the Moon Base. Now, most of these, with the exception, of course, of The Ice Warriors, were produced by Planet 55, an animation studio that has now become Big Finish Creative, and also was supposed to animate an episode in the third era, which is what I refer to as the I guess that will do wave. Again, the Underwater Menace. Now, apparently, I mean, people will know more about this than me, but what happened was this episode was commissioned to be animated by Planet 55, and for some reason they had a massive backlog of work to do or something like that, and this never saw the light of day, even though the cover art and the special features had been finished and I think released, possibly. I think this is the most disappointing Doctor Who DVD release we've ever had, in all honesty, and it's a shame that it never flourished, it never became the animation that we wanted to see, but that's life, I guess we have to live with it. Then we have the current wave of Doctor Who animations, which I refer to as the you get a recon, and you get a recon, and now when Power of the Daleks... I still think that this is the best the Daleks have ever looked in animated form. I think they are the absolute standout of this release, and I cannot wait for BBC Studios to do more Dalek stories, because this is the animation, the 3D animation on the Daleks is superlative, absolutely incredible, and it's got the best cover out of any of these BBC Studio releases. The rest of them are I mean, I don't know what to say. The next to be released was Sharda. Did anybody need Sharda? Then we have the Macroterra, which is great. It's really, really good. I believe this was also produced by a company called Sun and Moon, alongside BBC Studios. Whoa. Got some muck on it. That's one of the dirtiest DVDs I own. Except the ones under my bed. And then we've got the faceless ones, which is the one that we're all enjoying now. Which is really good. Really fantastic. The one thing I would say is just in relation to whether or not these are here to surpass or to replace or to just add to what we already have in our collections. Since 2017, the Beatles have sort of been going through 50th anniversary releases of their past albums, and they started with Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And every re-release, every 50th anniversary re-release has had a different mix or added bits to it, which doesn't take away from the original album because they still include the mix to the original album on there. In much the same way that the Faceless Ones has been done, because of course we do have select episodes from the Faceless Ones and they are included on the DVD, but they've also been animated. And it's odd to think that we've got to the stage now where we couldn't have episodes like The Crusaders, which is one of my number one stories to be released on DVD in an animated form. We couldn't have that made, even though we do have surviving episodes from it. But we had enough of a budget in this to animate every single episode, even if they have survived. I love that. I think that means that somebody can sit down and watch an entire actual Doctor Who episode as a cartoon, not just as bits to bridge the gaps between episodes that already exist. I think that's really, really cool. Can this happen to more stories? Could we just go back and just make cartoons out of stories that do just fully exist? And that's a pointless exercise, isn't it, really? Is that 10 minutes? Thank you for watching, everybody. Remain indoors.
Hello everyone, hope you can hear me. I'm back and I'm joined by the lovely TV Sophie Aldred.
Yay! Hi everyone.
How's it going?
Yeah, very good, thank you.
Please, you've cosplayed for the day.
I know. Well, I decided, these strange times that we're in called for a bit of, dynamic something or other. And, oh no, that's Batman and Robin, isn't it? Anyway, I thought I'd get my jacket on, just, bit of power.
You've gone Ace, I've gone Space Age Jackie Tyler, I think. Marvellous. This is your first virtual convention, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Can you remember your first convention, your actual real one?
Oh, yeah, yes. That was, it was just after we'd filmed Dragonfire. And I can't remember who got in touch with me, but it was somebody from DWAS got in touch and said, do you want to come to this Doctor Who gathering thing we're having at Imperial College up in London? And I thought, oh, that sounds intriguing. So I went up there, and it blew my mind because I had no idea what a Doctor Who convention was. They weren't science. I mean, now everybody knows what Comic-Cons are, don't they? And everybody's doing one. But back in those days, it was very unusual. And I'd heard of conventions, and people sort of, how dare they? They kind of laughed at, or sort of thought they were a bit odd. I mean, how can they possibly think that? Anyway, I went up to Imperial College, and the first thing that happened was I was taken to the green room, and there in the corner was John Pertwee, who was my Doctor Who growing up, Nicholas Courtney, John Levine, and Richard Franklin. And I was just completely gobsmacked, basically. And John beckoned me over, and I got introduced, and he was so kind and lovely. But it was just incredible. And then the first thing I had to do was to go and have a look at the place that I was going to do this interview in. And it was a big lecture theatre. And they took me right to the very back of the lecture theatre. And the guy who was introducing the whole thing, we had a ruse, basically, to introduce me, because I hadn't been announced and nobody knew who I was. So the guy who was running this part of the panel said, right, we're going to pretend that you've won a raffle. So I thought, okay, sounds fun. And so he said to everybody in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, get out your tickets, and we've got a special raffle, and the prize is a visit to the set of Doctor Who. And everyone went, oh, wow! And anyway, then he announced this fictitious number that didn't actually exist. And I went, yes, that's me. And I went running down these steps towards the stage, and I could feel everybody turning towards me like, who is this woman? And I got up on the stage, and he said to me, oh, so how do you feel about winning a trip to the set of Doctor Who? And I said, okay. And I could feel the waves of hatred coming towards me. And then I said, well, I've been there already for the last 4 weeks. And then he said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Doctor Who's new companion, Sophie Aldred. And waves of people, it seemed to me, came running down the steps towards me, all clicking their cameras. I'm sure people have still got those photos of me kind of looking probably a bit like a scared rabbit in the headlights, not knowing what was going on. So that was my introduction to conventions.
Was that your sort of first taste of like a public fame, of like a recognition, do you think?
I think it probably was. I can't remember whether we'd already done the photo shoot. I don't think we had, for the press, where Sylvester and I stood outside, did the obligatory TARDIS outside BBC TV Centre. That was weird as well, that first press shoot, because we didn't know so much about paparazzi and things in those days either, well before the days of social media. I mean, this would have seemed absolutely unheard. You know, I couldn't even have, in those days, you couldn't conceive of being able to talk to you to see me. It seemed like that was the stuff of science fiction. But this paparazzi thing was weird, because was a whole bank of photographers, and everybody started shouting, you know, Sophie, over here, Sophie, over here. And, you know, I'm standing there going, what? And so, yeah, the whole thing was very peculiar. And I have to say, I rather enjoyed it, because I'm a bit of a show-off.
That wasn't a very ace look, was it, your photo shoot? You were in a skirt.
No, it wasn't at all. It was very funny. It was very John Nathan Turner wanting to, I don't know. He was very, very good at the press, and he was very good at, you know, knowing what was going to get maximum coverage in the maximum number of newspapers, which is what it needed at the time. For viewing figures. And so I remember going out with the costume designer. I think we got this very thing, this very jacket, and some of the badges like this one and these NASA ones and things at the same time. And we went to a place called St Christopher's Place off Oxford Street, just by the side of Selfridges. And we found a little designer shop. And we bought this lovely skirt, which I've still got somewhere actually up in the attic. Don't think I can still fit into it. And then a sort of off the shoulder little top from this kind of tiny shop there. And I just thought it was fun. I thought it was fun to play along with that. I didn't really know what. I can't remember when the photo shoot was, but I just thought, well, yeah, just do what they say, you know. And I was quite thankful that I didn't have to wear stuff like that for the actual shoot.
One thing I was going to ask about, actually, because at the moment, BBC 4 are showing Top of the Pops. I don't know if you've seen any of that. Is it true, and apparently there is a little bit of a screen cap, that you ran out of a Ghostlight recording with Sylvester to watch?
Yeah. Yes, our floor assistant, I think it was Lynn Grant at the time, or one of the floor assistants. We were hanging around in the studio, and she came up and she said, Top of the Pops are next door. They're just recording in the big studio. And Sylvester and I just looked at each other and we said to her, how long do you reckon? She said, they're going to be ages setting up. It was between sets, I think, between the next scene. Going to be ages. Do you want to go back to your dressing room? So we said, no, we want to go to Top of the Pops. So we snuck in there and Bros were on, and we kind of danced around in our costumes to Bros. Very funny.
That might well be coming up soon. I'm sure somebody will tweet a picture of that when it comes up. I've got the faith.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether we actually got on camera because we may have been trying to stay in the background, but knowing us, we may not have.
I can't imagine.
So.
Sylvester jumping, he's going to get in shot, isn't he? He's going to get in shot.
Yeah.
One of the other things I'll say, because Doctor Who sort of opens up all kinds of strange avenues. Action figures, because we've had a bit of a talk earlier about the Eagle Moss figures. You've had a few action figures. Can you remember your Dapol action figure?
Oh yeah, the good old Dapol one. Yeah, it was actually very well thought out. I remember standing by a wall somewhere and somebody taking photographs of me all round, like headshots all round like this. And then when it came along, of course, there was just the standard body with the rivets in the knees and the rivets in the elbows. And then it looked as though my face, somebody had just gone like that with two eyes and a nose. But actually, when you look back, I love it. I think it's great. I've got a pile of them in a drawer somewhere because I thought, yeah, exactly. Forget loo roll, ace figure.
Get the Dapols. They're worth the money.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, actually, at the moment, because everyone's in lockdown and they're binge watching all sorts of box sets. Season 26 has had quite a sort of resurgence, hasn't it? How have you found looking back at it?
Well, very funny. We hadn't got a means to play Blu-ray, and I've been thinking, oh gosh, I really want to get something where I can actually watch, because I was my curiosity was so piqued by being at the BFI do and watching it with everybody. That was just such a brilliant experience. And then, of course, I saw that there's all these extras, like all the deleted scenes and the whatever. And I thought, I'd love to see that. And my husband got round to buying a PS4 before lockdown, thank goodness. He'd been procrastinating for ages. And so at last we can watch the Blu-ray. So last night I got round to watching the documentary with the scene of me jumping in the water and Sylvester and Tomek, and it was really fantastic. I loved it. I think and the content, the amount of content is just extraordinary. So yeah, I'm kind of in fact, my eldest, started watching bits of it because they know my sons know Sylvester obviously incredibly well ever since they known him, and he found it very amusing because Sylvester is very amusing, and he said, oh, I've never seen Curse of Fenric. So we were thinking we're going to sit down as a family and watch Curse of Fenric at least.
Going back to me, you watched some of them for the sofa. Do you still have ones which
Yes.
you like more and ones which you like less, or has that changed over time?
It's so weird because, of course, what I'm remembering is different from what you guys are remembering. You probably remember where you were when you watched certain episodes, and of course I remember where I was when I was filming certain episodes. So the actual end product to me is quite a revelation because, oh gosh, yes, I see that bit goes with that bit, because in the actual filming we're filming all the, say, scenes in Lulworth Cove together, and then all the scenes at the church in Hawkhurst together, and then all the scenes in the Crowborough camp. So Actually, the other way around. But so to see the story actually fit together and tell a story is actually quite a revelation.
Well,
and I do remember very clearly. And yeah, to answer your question, I loved doing all of them, and I'm not just saying that to sound nice, but it was just every different story had its own flavour, its own characteristics. Of course, brought by the people who came and guested on it. So, for example, although I wasn't so keen on the story of Battlefield, because by that time I'd already filmed Curse of Fenric and I'd got my kind of acting head on, and then going back to Battlefield was a bit like Ace jumping around and chucking Nitro 9 again. So it wasn't as fulfilled to actually act. However, the actual experience of it with the just amazing cast, you know, Nick Courtney and Angela Bruce in particular. And for those of you who've met Angela, I mean, you know, imagine spending however long it was filming with her. What a complete joy. Robert Jezek, again, they were such a great fun double act. T.P. McKenna and Sylvester hit it off, and it was just a laugh a minute. And I think you can see that when we were at the BFI. I'm looking forward to watching those outtakes, because it does give you a flavour of what it was like. I'm quite surprised we ever got anything filmed, actually, because everybody was having such a laugh. So yeah, it was there wasn't any one particular story that I liked over another one. But I think for me, I thought The Curse of Fenric worked particularly well as a story. And also it explained a lot about Ace's character, and I found it very satisfying and fulfilling as an actress to film that one, to kind of, you know, to bring Ace's story to life.
We have got, I'm going to try and read these now. We've got viewers' questions that people have sent in. People that are I hope you're still watching now.
Thanks, Steve.
I hope there's still viewers.
Yes, they might have gone off to make a cup of tea. That's the weird thing, isn't it? You can't tell. They might be, you know, I don't know. They might have turned off in disgust.
They might have. Let's hope not. Okay, we have got a question from Liam Soul, and he says, this is about Ace pin badges, so that's helpful. It says, obviously a lot of fans take on the pilgrimage of tracking them down and recreating the iconic jacket. Is there a particular pin or patch or other prop that stands out or means something special to you?
Quite a few of them, but dunno. My Blue Peter ones, obviously. Yeah, the real deal. This one is the original that I won in 1970-something for sending in a programme idea. And this one is actually a substitute, because the original one I had was, I think it was a sort of lighter blue. But the problem with that was I lost it in the quarry. I think it was Greatest Show in the Galaxy. And somebody looked at my jacket at one point and said, hang on, where's your other Blue Peter badge? And it was somewhere in the sand in the quarry. So they had to send off to the Blue Peter studios and get another one sent down to Warmwell Quarry in Dorset. And in the meantime, they made me a sort of cardboard one that just about worked on camera. It's lucky we didn't have HD in those days. So anyway, I'm very fond of those. And then there's the Fanderson one, which is my real Fanderson fan club badge from All Things Jerry Anderson, which I got this when I was at university, and I joined Fanderson because I was doing a dissertation about Jerry Anderson and puppets on TV. So I'm very fond of that one. And then there's my camel badge here, which my mum gave me years ago, because she and I don't know, I had this thing about drawing camels, a cartoon camel called Charlie the Camel when I was about 11 or 12. And my mum picked it up and cottoned onto it, and she's always sending me funny little camel things. It's really funny. And then there's, what else have we got here? Oh, we got my Thunderbirds badge, of course. And, oh yes, now this, that's dear to my heart as well, Rupert Bear Club. My mum is a huge fan of Rupert Bear, and when I was growing up, We've got all the original albums, or she has all the original albums. So, well, not all of them, unfortunately, because some are very rare. But I love Rupert Bear. So I put that one on. And there's loads, actually, that I put on. This BSA, I must have put that on. That was around Greatest Show in the Galaxy. I think it was just after. It was the one after Greatest Show in the Galaxy. And it was given to me by a guy I was going out with at the time. And these initials, BSA, he says, it's a bit rude this, but he says it stands for Bloody Sophie Aldred.
We've had worse. We've had ruder.
Good. And yeah, lots of good ones here. And I'm really pleased that people can now get them on the internet. You know, there's a wonderful fan called Kurt. I don't know whether he's watching, but he's been incredibly helpful to people who want to get sorted with their badges. And yeah, and I'm thinking actually in the next few days or weeks, I'm going to do a full jacket video that I'm going to post. Oh, somebody sent me this recently. It's not the Flower Child badge, but it's a very good reproduction made by somebody, friend of Kurt's, whose name I'm sorry I can't remember your name, but I'm very, very pleased to have that. It's wonderful. So there you go.
What a QVC bit that was.
Oh yeah. Yes, that's true. Well, when I was pregnant with Adam, so that must have been over 20 years ago now. I did not QVC, but I did Littlewoods from Liverpool, the Littlewoods channel, shopping channel, and I went up there every week and did my. So I've done my stint talking about absolutely nothing for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and just having to go on and on, which weirdly enough came quite naturally to me. Strange that, isn't it?
But actually, you can get quite good sort of Ace jackets and H&M. I mean, obviously not right now, but as a rule, it's come back into fashion, sort of bomber jacket and all that sort of badges.
Yeah, I think, was it last season, or the season before last winter anyway? Winter before maybe. I think even Sainsbury's, I thought, aye, because they came back, these nylon jackets, and they had an A on them as well somewhere, and I thought, I wonder if somebody at Sainsbury's is actually the buyer or whatever is a Doctor Who fan. Be interesting to find out.
Question mark pullovers never made it back, has it though?
No, not really.
We've had quite a few questions about your new book, Talking of Selling Things. Amy from Liverpool says, how did the idea for At Childhood's End come about? What was it like writing it and looking at where Ace would be now?
Oh, wow. Well, the idea actually came from Penguin or BBC Books. First thing I knew about it was that Steve Cole, who I knew from years ago from doing short trips with him, he's the guy who wrote all the dinosaurs in space kids books, who's a fantastic writer, not only of children's fiction, but of adult fiction as well. And he emailed me one day and he said, you're next in line to do a book, because they'd had such success with Tom Baker's Scratchman. And so he and Mike Tucker and I got together, and the ideas really came very much from Russell T Davies's idea of from the Sarah Jane Adventures, where there was that mention in a sentence of, somebody called Dorothy is running a charitable Earth. And then I'd also filmed the trailer for the season 26 box set, where Ace had her offices in this penthouse overlooking Tower Bridge, the Tower of London, and so we started from there really, and then just started discussing ideas, throwing things back and forth, and I really wanted to explain a lot about Ace's past and about, obviously the crucial point, which is where she meets the 13th Doctor. And of course, she's never come across the Doctor in a regeneration form before, so that was fun to do. And it was a collaborative process. I couldn't possibly have done it we had a very, very short timescale. This was in June, I think, where we first got together, and we had to deliver the book by October, which is bonkers, really. So yeah, we all worked really hard and emailed to and fro and sent things backwards and forwards, and then I was still editing right up. I was actually doing the audiobook, spotting things that, oh, hang on a minute, can we do that? So we were tweaking it right up until the very last moment.
Are you pleased with the final result and how people have reacted?
I'm delighted with the final result. Yeah, I'm really pleased. I love the jacket. So pleased with that, because the Albert de Petrillo, who's the guy at Penguin, he said, who's a huge fan actually, and of Doctor Who, and that's brilliant because you know he knows his stuff, and he said we'd like to do a jacket that's like a thriller, and I thought, yeah, that sounds fun, even though the book really isn't a thriller, but and then he said, you know, say, be honest about this. And they sent me the cover, and I just went, yeah, that's fantastic. And the only tweak that I wanted to make was at Childhood's End. Well, initially it was going to be called A Charitable Earth, and then Albert said, let's have something a bit more kind of, I can't remember what the word was he used, but at Childhood's End, it sort of is a bit more subtle and a reference to science fiction, but what we wanted, of course, was for the first letters to spell ace, and the only tweak that we did was that in the very first cover they sent, it was sort of at Childhood End, and I wanted it to line up, which they then did to show me, and it looked weird. So we just indented it just very slightly. You know about book jackets, Paul. It's a real kind of it's a real art, isn't it? So yeah, and I was delighted. I was delighted with it, and I've been overwhelmed by the response. I'm just so pleased that everybody seems to like it.
We've got time for one more question, and it's I don't know if you've ever been asked this one before. EJ Robinson says he'd like to ask, if Ace could have her own theme song, what song would it be and what would it sound like?
That's amazing. My own theme song, Ace's own theme song. It's funny on the subject of Ace, though, and music, because I never liked the music that they gave her. You know, like in, it was a sort of heavy metal kind of thing, and I don't think Ace would have liked that so much. Oh, it's actually, talking of heavy metal, of course, it's got to be Ace of Spades, hasn't it? Of course.
Obviously.
Yeah, and then we could Ace of Spades, Ace of Spades.
You could do a country version.
Something like that.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yes, that would be good. Yeah. Yeah. With twangly guitars and things.
Well, we have got...
She probably like rap.
She wouldn't like rap. She'd like rap.
Yeah, I think she would like rap.
She likes Spice Girls. No, we won't go on that. I couldn't work out what was happening there. Dex was trying to operate the system, but I thought you should groping me. We have got another competition. Another competition. And this time I'm going to give you the email address so you can enter it, because that was quite a rocky error. It is TSV.
Oh dear, did you not?
I'm not so professional. I'm not going to lie. It's tsv@fantomfilms.co.uk. I've given you the email, and that's going to be the question. Just so if you have the question there on her screen, or not. No. Has the technology failed?
Yes, I mean I have actually answered the question already that I was going to ask.
You can test whether they're
so I think Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, I know. I'm going to tweak it slightly. Am I allowed to do that?
Let's go for it.
Okay. So what was my book originally going to be called?
Ooh. I was listening.
Yes. And I did mention... Do you know? Are you going to enter,
I
Paul?
am, because if I entered, I could win some amazing prizes. I could win a set of...
I'm sure, knowing
They could be
you.
the best. It's a set of classic and new pin badges of the Doctors from Hero Collector, a signed photograph of TV Sophie Aldred, and a Fantom goodie bag. I mean, that is a lot of stuff. So I hope you've been paying attention and you enter. You've got half an hour for that. Thank you very much, Sophie, for that. Big round of applause. Oh, I almost forgot. Stay there, Dexter. Almost forgot. We're going to do a virtual selfie again. Have you got your cameras ready, everybody? Are we all ready for this? It worked last time with the Net Badland. So are we ready? In 3, I'll go this way. In 3, 2, 1, selfie, everyone. Come on. There we go. I hope that worked. Thank you, Sophie, for that.
Amazing.
Thank you. Randall, tweet them in. Keep tweeting us. Keep watching. And we've got Peter Purvis on now. But thank you, Sophie.
I'll give my love to Peter.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
I have a terrible habit of losing things. Glasses mostly, spectacles you might call them if you're a little old-fashioned as I am. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with being old-fashioned. My wallet, money, memory, pens. I'm forever losing pens. Property, wives, 1 or 2 wives, I'm afraid. 2, actually, if I'm completely honest. In fact, thinking about it, over the years, at one time or another, I've lost pretty much everything I ever had, including my sanity, some would say. I'm not so sure about that. I still feel reasonably sane, even after all I've been through. I guess the professional training taught me how to be resilient. Not everyone's cut out to be an astronaut. Not everyone's cut out to be an astronaut's wife, which is where the first marriage went wrong. At least, that's what I like to tell myself. Truth is, I suppose, we were both too young and didn't know our own minds. Who really does at that tender age? Anyway, I was married before I left Earth for the first time, possibly for fear that something might go wrong and I'd never return. Well, I never did return. Not to the same time or place, not even close. And I don't suppose I'll ever go back now. Not unless... No. I wonder what happened to her, the first. It was a long time ago, a very long time ago. That's the problem with time travel, you lose track. Did she die hundreds of years ago? Did she die? Maybe she's still out there somewhere, exploring the universe, wondering what happened to me. Although I doubt it. I hope she got used to the loss, stopped waiting, moved on. She had her family and friends around her, of course. I was alone for 6 long months, with only a soft toy for company, a panda, her last gift to me before the launch. The second marriage, 1,000,000 miles and 1,000,000 years later. I say marriage, there was a ceremony, a joining of sorts, but it would never have worked. We were too different from each other. I wasn't easy to live with. There were pressures, responsibilities. I had a planet to run. Well, that's my excuse. I was too busy running a planet to notice how lonely I was, how lonely we were, she and I. Lonely together. And then you came along, just when I wasn't looking for anyone, just when I thought I had everything in life I needed. How wrong I was. How right you made things. We had a good life together, growing old without too many cares. We were happy until the illness came. And so here I am, standing at a graveside alone, thinking about what was and what could have been, going through treasured belongings you left behind, attaching meanings to them that they never had when you were here. That book, a page corner turned down so you wouldn't lose your place. The favourite chair, now permanently empty. Those shoes, still where they were after you last wore them. I'm not very good on my own, I realise that. Aside from 6 months in captivity, I've never had to be on my own. The thought of it terrifies me. And going on without you terrifies me even more. I'm too old for change, too stuck in my ways. The days of hurling myself out into the void are long past, although I know I'm yet to face the greatest void of all. That doesn't bother me, certainly not in the way it used to. It's the being here without you that bothers me. Why do we have to grow old? Why do things have to change? Why did you have to go? Are you talking to yourself again? Says the familiar voice at my side. I hadn't heard the soft tread or the gently laboured breathing. You silly man. I was thinking, I reply, about what it'd be like. On my own, thinking about the world without you. Rehearsing, you mean? Without turning from the stranger's grave, I sense the look of mild disapproval. The time will come soon enough, and you'll find the strength to go on. You're strong. Stronger with you, I say. We're a good team. Don't spoil what little time we have by wishing it away. Try to enjoy the years, months, days we have left. Make the most of them. The words hit home. I'm being a sentimental, foolish old man. Someone centuries ago wrote that it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Shakespeare. Tennyson? Oh, one of the two, I'm sure. Looked at another way, I guess it's only possible to lose what you've already gained. As a wiser head than mine once said to me, sheer poetry, dear boy. Yes, I have a terrible habit of losing things. Hope you enjoyed that. Bye.
Hello, darling. Slightly hampered making this video because I can't see due to the fact that I've got an eye infection, can't put my lenses in, can't put my glasses on, and I've got a patch over one eye. But I know you're going to have a fabulous virtual convention with incredible people, very kindly put on by the darling boys, Paul and Dexter. So have an absolutely great time. I know that these are very, very dark days that we're all going through, but I look at the way that nature is completely unaware and just blossoming beautifully around us. And I see light through the kindness, care and dedication of all the people that are out there doing everything they can to make our lives easier until this virus finally gets removed from the planet. Lots and lots of love and the biggest virtual hugs I can possibly muster with my little short arms, but they go right round you all. Bye-bye.
Well, you're still watching Time Space Visualiser from Fantom HQ. Thank you for sticking with us. We've got another 2 hours worth of entertainment coming up for you to keep you busy on your Saturday evening. Thank you for all your messages and tweets. It was lovely to see your photos with Sophie. I'm going to post mine in a bit. Don't forget also to subscribe to the YouTube channel because we've got a few people who have asked if we'd be able to see a few of the bits again from today. We'll be posting all the videos online individually so you can see all the bits and pieces that you want to see. I've got some exciting news for you now. We'll be back here next Saturday at 2 p.m. We are presenting a show based on missing episodes. So we'll have a 3-hour live stream going through archive and new material based around the missing black and white years of Doctor Who. But wait, there's more. This will be followed by a live tweet of Enemy of the World with Philip Morris. There'll be facts and quotes through the Fantom feed and opinion and comment from other people and Philip Morris through Twitter. So I'll remind you about that all later, but we'll be back here at 2 p.m. next week. This segues next into our next archival video. This is from 2013, when we were very fortunate to be joined on stage by Wendy Padbury, Fraser Hines, and Deborah Watling. Enjoy.
Right, first question. Yes.
Dix,
Good.
come and sit down.
You all started out as child actors, quite early ages. What got you into the profession?
Well, me, actually, I didn't want to be I never wanted to be an actress. I wanted to be a ballerina. But I won a scholarship to the Royal Ballet School when I was about 11. So I was quite good from the waist up, but I've got slightly flat feet, so I was never, ever going to make a prima ballerina. And also, I didn't grow. Oh, quite clearly.
Touche.
Talk about stating the obvious.
Yeah.
And so I could never have been a prima ballerina. Even though I'd got my name sorted, I was going to be Wendowski Padbarova. So I then sort of diverted into acting, and that became what I then wanted to do. Quite clearly, it was always going to be something to do with performing.
What age were you when you started then?
I left home at 15, and I started work straight away.
Wow. Yep.
I never wanted to be an actor, I wanted to be a ballet dancer. But I did the Dying Swan, I was so bad the swan lived. So, you should have to buy booze.
She's French.
She's French, yes. So I joined Corona School, I was only 7 years old, well no, 9 years old when I joined Corona School. And I always wanted to be an actor. My parents were in the Amdrams in Harrogate, the Harrogate operatic players, and I didn't mind singing and dancing in Harrogate on a Saturday morning instead of playing football. I went to dancing classes, so I went to Corona School and started off in films. John and Julie was the first film where I played the 458th citizen, which means it was a crowd scene. And then you get a line in a film, and a couple of... Because when I was started, I mean, films were prevalent, and television was infancy, really. So I did movies, and then moved into television, and then movies got left behind, and I just carried on with television.
Deb, did you have any acting family that coerced you into the business?
Yes, as you know. I was 9 years old, and my godfather rang up my father and said there's a part going. They're going to do this series called The Invisible Man, and the part is Sally, 9 years older. Would you like Debs to go up for it? Well, mother and father thought, well, I don't know, should we expose her to the business or whatever. In the end, they said, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do it, yes. So I went up there, and I met the producer, Ralph Smart, as I remember, and I walked into his office, and as a little 9-year-old girl, it was a bit awesome, really. I mean, the carpets were that thick, and this man was behind the desk, looking rather, I don't know, bossy, I don't know, but I was a bit frightened. Anyway, my mother and myself walked in, and we sat down opposite him, and she was sitting there, I was here, and Ralph was there. Hello, Debbie. And I said, hello. And he said, would you like to be Sally in The Invisible Man? And I went, I'm not bothered. And Mother went, kick, onto the table. And he went,
what? I said, well, and Mum said, come on, darling. I said, okay, fine. He said, right, let's read something, shall we? And I went, I can't read. And Mother went, kick again. And I thought, okay, I'll have to do it. So I read it, and I got the part. And I couldn't believe it. And I was so looking forward to the first day in the makeup chair. It was a lovely man, makeup man. And I thought, oh, I'm going to be glamorous, as a 9-year-old thinks, of course. I went, oh, yes, please, first day on set. So I got in the chair, and he said, close your eyes. I went, yes, that's right, fine. I thought, oh, when my eyes open, it'll be wonderful. And he said, right, after about 5 minutes, he said, you can open your eyes now. And I did. And I had a huge shock, because all he'd done was painted in freckles all over my face to make me look cute. And I thought, no, I don't like this. But I did the series for about a year. And it was all right, actually.
That
Then came the
anecdote
war.
and others.
Then came the war.
That anecdote and others are in the autobiography from Fantom Films. It's audio and paperback book, if you want to pick that up.
Oh, you're
Your
pushing
story,
it now,
your
are
story.
you?
Well,
Oh, I know that.
well, post-Christmas buck, you never know.
never
Right,
know.
so having all works before Doctor Who, did you think Doctor Who was going to be your big break, or were you reticent to take part?
What, me?
Well, all three of you.
Oh,
Not
right.
just you, Watling.
I know that.
They, just because they switched off.
They have. No, it was just another job to me, really.
I
wasn't
agree,
it?
absolutely.
Just another job.
We were,
Yeah,
we were young jobbing actors and
That's it.
actresses, and it was just another job.
But with you two, you would have been brought in with a year's contract, weren't you?
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, with me, I was
I
just
was.
4 episodes, just for the Highlanders. That was it. And halfway through the Highlanders, it's an old story, but BBC said we'd like Fraser to stay longer. So I just thought I was doing 4 episodes, and that was it. So Linus Lloyd said, "Hello, Fraser, old boy. How do you fancy joining the old TARDIS crew for a year or so?" I said, "I can't, because I've already filmed waving goodbye to Patrick and Polly and Ben and the TARDIS dematerialising at French and Ponds." He went, leave it. And 2 days later, we were down at French and Ponds again. This time I was getting into the TARDIS, waving goodbye to the Laird and Kirsty, played by Hannah Gordon. So I only thought I didn't know I was going to be doing a year's work, just 4 episodes for me.
So when Annika left and there was a vacant position for a girl, did you have any preference on who you'd like to...
Yeah, Pauline Collins. No, really. No, what's for Frank Gower? No, listen. Oh, just get comfortable. Oh, no, because we were doing the faceless ones. We knew Annika was leaving, and Pauline Collins, and I got on very well with her, and Patrick did, and we said, yeah, can't we have Pauline Collins to take over? And they mentioned it to her, and she said, no, I'm going to do other stuff. And she won an Oscar, for Shirley Valentine. But no, actually, we at the time, because nobody came to us and said, we've got so-and-so in mind for the next companion, or who would you like? We just said, oh, Pauline Collins, that'd be great, But they never told us till Debbie turned up. Because there was somebody else going to do it. And then I read somewhere that there was somebody else had been contracted. And then
I hear this all the time.
I hear
and
things
I don't
about
believe
Pauline Collins coming in instead and not me.
Oh, that was years later.
And that was years
That's
later.
years? No, that was...
I've read all sorts of
no,
things
I think
about
that
who...
sort of mixed up.
Yeah.
But apparently when Debbie left, you wanted Susan George to take over.
Of course he did.
Is that a true story?
Yeah, because I was going out with Susan George at the time.
Of course he was.
I was going out with her, and when we did Fury from the Deep, and we were in that rubber dinghy, and we were rowing ashore, and I was at the front, and my knees actually turned blue. I've never thought of this before, but skin can turn blue, and I stood there, my knees were knocking together, and Susan George, who was watching the filming, she grabbed this towel, threw herself on her knees, and started rubbing my knees to get the colour back into them, and all the crew were going,
Yeah, right.
and all the crew were going, can we borrow the kilt tomorrow, Fraser? Oh, God. And again, Patrick and I, because Patrick always had an eye for the ladies as I have, he said, let's get Susan in. But she, again, no, I want to do movies. Then she went on to do movies.
Did either of the girls ever rub your knees?
Only on set, I think, probably. Because it was in the script. Never voluntarily.
Really?
Only when ordered to in the script.
You mean you've forgotten?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'm not commenting on that.
It's in the book.
Yeah, right.
It's in the book.
Shut up about the book.
Yeah. We've got to sell it. Right. It's a Patrick Troughton event. What are your memories of meeting Patrick for the first time?
I was scared because he was actually at that point my favourite actor of all time.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I used to watch him when I was in all the Dickens, because he did a lot of Dickens series, didn't he, and the Beeb. And I thought he was absolutely magnificent, so I was absolutely terrified of meeting him. Because you don't know, do you, when you go into something like that. Also, you probably felt, taking over from Annika, that it's hard to come into something, but I wasn't bothered about meeting Fraser, but, you know, Pat, yeah. But actually, it was, you know, Pat was just...
Yeah.
I've never, ever, ever heard anybody say anything
nor have I.
bad or untoward about
But he had-
Pat in any way, ever. It's amazing. He was
always
an amazing
classed
man.
He always classed himself as a jobbing actor.
Yes.
He was
Oh, yeah.
far
Yes,
more than that.
absolutely.
He was a brilliant actor.
Yes, he was.
But he had these eyes that could be very scary. Very
Again,
scary.
yeah.
My brother Roy, who was an actor, and he came back and said, I've just been filming with this lovely actor called Patrick Troughton. You really like him. And I knew I was going to work with Patrick in The Smuggler's Bay, which is a BBC series, whereas I was the leading part, John Trenchard, and Patrick was in for one or two episodes playing Ratsy, an old sort of smuggler. And I've got some pictures, somebody said the other day, showed me, there's me and John, with the long hair and the pigtail, the Dick Turpin pigtail, and him as well. And then only about a couple of years later, I was asked to join Doctor Who, and Patrick was hit there, and I was sort of down there. But he was lovely, a lovely man. No star to him at all. No sort of, well, I'm the doctor, and what I say goes, and no, you can't have any ideas. You're just a woman companion. He was like, oh, when he's got an idea, what you got? Oh, yeah, when he says,
right,
wouldn't it be a good idea if we all fell on the floor here, Do you remember that time, I think it was your idea, when we were in a lift, and we were going up in this lift, and the three of us, we had to stop. And, and I think it was you that said this, when a lift stops, we all
do that.
We all do
yes.
that.
Yeah.
And I think it was Dougie Canfield. Oh, good idea. Yeah, we'll do that. Meant that being an invasion. Let's do that. So the three of us all stood there, and on a certain line, if Patrick says, "Let's go," let's go. We all just like, because we kept doing that, and we couldn't do it. And in the end, about 8 takes later, for goodness, I wish you hadn't had the bloody idea. But it's true. If you go to a lift, you always do that. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. We never got it at the same level, did we?
You thought you were going to say something? No?
That's fine, I will. Thank you. I'm not going to stop it.
So we can do a voiceover later, don't we?
We'll dub you. We'll dub you.
Yeah, dub you in.
No, the first time I met Pat, it was a hotel on the Thames. You were there. It was the launch of the new companion.
Will be a launch on the Thames,
I
won't
mean,
it?
oh, shut up.
There we go.
5 years.
And we start. Yeah, I didn't do Panther this year, so I'm getting them all out now.
And we were in long frocks, etc. And you were in, I don't know...
A long frock.
A long frock.
No, Dickie Bow and all that. And I met this lovely man. Of course, I knew him before, through his films, his parts. And he came straight up to me, and he just looked at me and said, "Welcome." And I went, "Thank you very much indeed." And from that day on, we became close. We were all close, weren't we?
Oh, yeah.
But he was an extraordinary man in some ways. I have lots of fond memories of him, and which I keep up here, which is great. We had fun, we had laughter, he always had the twinkle in his eye, and if anything was wrong, I'd say, "Pat, I don't know how to say this," or vice versa, he'd come up to me, "Debs, what about this? What do I do with this?" I mean, it was all just, it was family. We were a family. The three of us, weren't we?
Yeah. Well, Doctor Who is it is a family. It is a
It was,
the strange thing is we go to conventions and there's other companions there, and there's never this feeling of, our Doctor was better, our series were better. It's always you always all the companions and we all blend in and have a drink, and there's never any kind of them and us.
No, never.
We're now the modern stuff. You're the classic old stuff. No, everybody mucks in, and it is a family. And
all the girls, of course, the companions, the girl companions, we all club together.
Yes.
If anyone says anything against one companion, we go, what? And we all rally round saying, no way.
We can tease ourselves, and on stage, but if anybody else said anything about us, Rottweilers.
Yeah.
But you can say things about me and vice versa.
Exactly.
You think,
we can.
So did the family element to the regulars, did that help relieve the pressure, do you think, on a weekly filming schedule?
I'm sure it did, definitely. There was an enormous amount of fun as well as the work, wasn't there?
There was never any feeling of, I hope she's in a good mood. I hope he hasn't been on the
never a dread of going to work.
No. It was
No.
always you walk to work with a spring in your
And really only a certain amount of pressure on the recording day, I think, when you had a limited time in which to record an episode. And that really was the only day of pressure.
I remember we had weekends off sometimes, and we'd break on a Friday, have Saturday and Sunday off, very rarely. But I couldn't wait to get back on the Monday because I missed them so much.
Yeah.
It was family.
Because we only had 3 edits in those days, so they could only cock up 3 times.
Yeah.
And most of the edits were, you could do 1, 2, 3 scenes, and then they couldn't do the 4th scene because the camera cables were going to cross over each other, so the director had to stop. Otherwise, we would do 4 scenes inside the TARDIS, and we go out into the window, back into the TARDIS, then somewhere in the Rebels' palace or whatever. You could do as many scenes as possible until the camera.
I really like that method of recording where you start at the beginning and finish at the end.
Yes.
And you sort of, you finish a scene and you have to creep round really quietly to another set because somebody else is doing their scene. And, it's more like doing a play in a way, whereas now it's sort of...
If you actually went wrong, you had to go straight back to the beginning.
Absolutely
terrifying.
Yeah, it was terrifying, but I think a nicer way of recording than rehearse record.
Yeah.
Which is what they do now. Rehearse a scene, record it, done. And they can go out of sequence. You know more about this.
All the TARDIS scenes there, and then all the...
Yeah, and it doesn't feel quite the same. It felt like a play, almost like doing a...
Had you done a lot of theatre before then?
I'd done quite a bit of theatre,
I think that helped because in
I
the old days, but most people had done theatre, so you were used to doing 55, 60 pages, boom, in one go. Where nowadays, people, 3 pages and, oh God, I'm lost now.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you remember, Fraser, in one episode or whatever, the cameramen went on strike?
Oh,
and they couldn't move their cameras. They were static.
That's right,
So we had to hit the spots, didn't we, on the floor, and it was absolutely horrendous.
We had a strike when I was there, but that was the all the props men. Do you remember that?
All the props men.
Really?
All the sort of are they called props men? All the guys that do
do they look after the props?
Look after the props and the sets. But I remember they walked out once and we were still going, and we were about to do a scene and there was a hammer. It was a Cyberman story because I remember what I was wearing, and there was a hammer on the set.
Yeah.
And we were about to be to start recording this particular scene. And I saw the hammer and I went to pick it up and somebody shouted at me, "Don't touch the hammer!" Because you weren't allowed to touch anything that wasn't your job.
That's right.
Do you remember that?
It wasn't a Hammer film, was it?
Fire
it's lovely seeing you all.
Well, we haven't had a gag for about 5 minutes.
Get
a bit dry.
Dog's gone to sleep.
Fraser, who was the easiest to wind up then out of Debs and Wendy?
It's going to be Padders.
No, I think you...
What?
Yeah,
I agree, because I think you still are. I know I am, but I still think you're easy to wind up.
I think you're,
Yeah.
Because I think it helps you with your character was so petite and feminine, whereas she was a little sort of butch tomboy, you know.
Butch tomboy?
So he was. She was a little bossy boot.
She was. Exactly call her butch.
When you had a ladylike nickname, though, didn't you, on set?
Would that be fart?
That'll be fart.
Fart?
Yeah. We were known as Fluff, Cough and Fart. The three of us. Not you. You'd gone by then.
Us three.
Yeah.
Mainly because if there was ever a problem during rehearsal or recording and something went wrong, which invariably it did, Pat would fluff.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
He'd trip over his words and he'd do all this and he would never be able to get a word out, would he?
No.
So he became Fluff. And you were hilarious. If he made a mistake during the recording, he'd turn it into a cough and then demand water. So the whole thing came to an... and for some reason, I got lumbered with... And I truly don't know why. I really, really don't know why. Do you know why?
Yeah, because you passed wind.
You must have.
If you forgot
I
a
suppose
line...
I must have.
Yeah.
Not every time I forgot a line.
There was. You used
I
to...
didn't.
Every time you forgot a line, you used to, you know...
No, I didn't.
And one episode was a lot of fun. No, I think you did it. You probably did it once, and we all went, "Oh!" And then you got stuck with that awful nickname. But I don't think it was true for the whole series.
No. Thank you.
A lot of episodes from the era are missing, so if you could burn one and keep one. You see, we'll come to you last because there's more choice. Which one would you burn and which one would you keep?
I would burn,
She knows.
the one Pat played 2 parts, Salamander.
Enemy of the World.
Yeah, Enemy of the World.
I didn't like that at all.
Didn't you?
No. I really did not like that.
Well, because of the helicopters.
Now don't start on the helicopters.
Oh, the helicopters.
Stop it,
Yeah,
stop it.
that was the funniest.
No, do you remember when
Yeah.
Pat walked into the rehearsal room and he was going to play 2 parts? And he did his Doctor Who first of all, the Doctor. Then he played the voice of Salamander. And we just looked at him and we looked at each other and we said, Pat, are you really going to play it like that? And he went, what's wrong then? I mean, it was just...
He got all, his little face went, oh, what's wrong? I mean, like Orville, the duck. Oh, what's wrong then? Is Salamander Pakistani? We didn't
But that blooming helicopter scene,
Oh.
No, that was not in that one.
There wasn't?
No, that was Fury.
Was that Fury? Oh, yes. Well,
The one that I would rescue is Fury from the Deep.
Yeah.
And it was a wonderful, wonderful storyline.
Oh.
If only
Because you
we
left,
could get that
yeah.
back.
And we got Padders then.
There was one scene Fraser and I had to rush up this helicopter and get in, right? And there was no doors on the helicopter. And we had to...
It was a 3-seater as well.
That's right, 3-seater. The pilot, then 2 seats. And I'm not too good at heights. And the shot was we run in, got in, and the helicopter went right up onto a cliff and landed. And I said to Fraser, Fraser, would you mind? I really am not good at heights at all. And would you let me get there first, because I can sit in the middle seat and you're on the outside? And he said, oh, little Debs, of course.
Yeah.
And the director went, okay, action. I have never seen Fraser run so fast. I ended up like this going, oh, no. Going, oh. But we did it.
Yeah.
We did it.
Mad Mike was the name of the pilot, wasn't it? Mad Mike.
Oh, don't talk to me about him.
He used to chew glasses, didn't he?
He did.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
The helicopter pilot.
It was horrendous.
You used to chew glasses.
Yes, champagne glass.
He actually asked me out for a drink one time at this hotel we were all staying in. And I said, yes, thank you very much. And he said, right, what would you have? We met up. And I said, small glass of white wine. Fine. He said, I'll have a double brandy. And I just took one sip and he'd gone, dunk. And I thought, oh dear, what am I into here? And all of a sudden, he picked up the glass and he proceeded to chew it and swallow it. There was no glass left.
Yeah.
I thought, how the hell do I get out of this?
How bizarre.
Oh, it was very bizarre. Is he still alive?
No, he died of arsenic poisoning. But no, I remember we flew a French helicopter.
God, I've just got it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
bit slow.
Sorry.
We did this helicopter, and it was a French helicopter. We all had to jump into it and fly off, and again, BBC, no rehearsals, just run. We jumped in the and off we went. We were flying, and Bob Sidaway was playing a young unit captain, and Mad Mike was going, right, and we're up in the air now. He said, this is French. Altitude. What's that? He said, a height, that's height. Oh, a height, yeah. Gasolina. Well, this is petrol. He said, I can't speak French. We're going, what? No, we were trying to translate all these French. He knew straight away what to do, but he was frightening the crap out of us.
Absolutely.
What does that mean? I would love to resurrect the Highlanders, obviously, my first ever story, because I love to see how I started and the black and white and the sword fighting. Great story as well. Some lovely performances from Patrick playing the old woman and the German doctor, because I'm listening to it the other day on audio. And I'd get rid of the croutons. I didn't like the crotons at all.
No, I didn't like the crotons. I'd get rid of the crotons.
What's the croton?
Oh, you don't want to know.
We were supposed to do The Prison in Space, which was a really comedy story.
Oh, yes.
That was the reason.
That was the one that was in place of...
and Peter Bryant said, no, you're having too much fun.
I didn't realise that.
It's too much, it's too comedy. Too funny, you've had too much fun. We're doing and he brought in the crotons, and it was all that apartheid, the gong, get them now, all right then, Nelson Mandela, we get them now. I'd get rid of the crotons.
Yeah.
It's less of a question.
Hang on,
less of a question we make, because most of them still
exist of mine.
And we've got a little bit of evidence to suggest why maybe Debbie's went and yours is still with us.
Oh.
Is there anything you want to tell us? Is that Fury from the deep she's got in her hands?
I need to talk to my lawyer. I think. Sorry, Deb.
Professional jealousy.
Yeah.
It's not Dillis like she's now, but yes, you're right.
It looks like young Dillis Watling.
Do I look like Dillis?
Yeah.
Do I?
When she was younger, yeah.
But where was that from?
That was all your episodes that I didn't want to
No, it's gone.
Gone.
So, DVD royalties, speak to Padders.
No.
Okay.
So, having all had a great time on the show, was it difficult to decide to go?
Yeah. I went because they were going.
And I went because my agent said, oh, darling, you've done 3 years television now, you must do films. I said, no, I'm having a ball. As we said earlier, every day was a pleasure to go to work. No. And Patrick's wife was going, you should be doing other stuff. It's children's television, because it was children's TV, 5:15.
Yeah, Pat didn't want to go, did he?
No.
He didn't want to go.
Yeah, I've heard stories of people say Patrick was getting tired and irritable towards the end.
I couldn't disagree more.
Yeah,
I don't.
Never ever saw.
Well, we were there. I don't remember that.
Really?
No.
No.
Never got.
No.
It was.
He was under pressure from his wife to move on.
And I think that's why he might be.
From doing what was then termed just children's television.
Yeah. I've always said we would still be there now. You would never heard of David Tennant.
No.
We'd still be there.
With our Zimmer frames.
Yeah. They've had to shoot us to get out of the TARDIS because it was so much fun. We worked hard, summer holiday, hard, winter, Christmas off. I mean, somebody said the other day, oh, Fraser, you did 46 weeks in 1 year. I went, I don't remember just having 4 weeks off. It just seemed like 4 weeks off in the summer, 5 weeks off. It was never, ever hard.
No.
Of course, there are times you've got to, oh, God, I've got to learn 12 pages of dialogue tonight. But that's part of the job anyway, It's not hard work. Going down a mine is hard work,
Yeah, exactly.
That is hard.
Yeah.
Learning lines at night in a hotel room is not hard.
Well, you never bothered, did you, anyway?
No. I know.
I beg to differ.
Oh, you were ready to go?
No.
Oh.
Pat became very ill when I was in it.
Really?
And he had palpitations.
Oh, yes, he did.
And in the coffee break, he came up to me and said, I don't feel very well. I said, what's the matter? I've got these palpitations. I said, Pat, you've got to go to the doctor. And that's it. He said, OK, Debs, I will. He had a check-up. He was all right. But he came back to me and said, I'm very, very tired. And I think I have to go when you leave.
Really?
Yeah. He never did.
No, he didn't. Oh.
I think it
Well,
must
you
have
would
been
never-
contracted or whatever.
You would never have known.
Did you not?
No,
Because I saw him
honestly,
so tired.
he was. No, I would never have known
Would you
that
not?
he was tired or.
He must have hidden it or
had
whatever. He was
wanted
exhausted.
to-
I was so surprised. He did, you know.
I used to see him a lot as well out of work because we live round the corner from each other.
Yeah.
So I never picked up on his.
No, I did.
Him being tired.
I heard you left because of health reasons.
Not me.
Yeah, we know. We got sick of you.
No, you didn't. You didn't want me to go.
No, of course not.
No.
No.
No, rubbish. No, I decided that I should go. It was enough. I did a year, and it was a brilliant year, and I will never, ever forget it. It was a huge part of my life and my career. But I thought, no, get out in the big wide world, Watling, and do your own
something
stuff.
else.
And you did movies, didn't you? You
And
did
I
movies.
did movies and
Take Me High.
TV series. We don't mention Take Me High.
Why?
That was the worst film in 1974 with Cliff.
With Cliff? Was
Yeah.
it really?
Oh, it's dreadful.
Oh.
2 days into shooting, I thought, no, it's not going to work. And Cliff knew as well.
Oh.
But, you know, I did it. It was fine.
Danger UXB.
Yeah. Oh, the fun was.
Naughty Nora. Was it Naughty?
Norma.
Naughty Norma the Knicker.
Naughty Norma. What?
What? Naughty Norma the Knicker Nifters.
No, it wasn't. It was Naughty Norma.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And she got turned on by the bombs falling. Everyone else went under shelter. Naughty Norma went, oh, what? Got turned on and jumped on the nearest soldier. I had a wonderful time in that one. I really did.
And then, of course, you got Ringo Starr. That'll be the day.
With David
I'm doing the
Essex,
interview here.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm doing the interview.
But I'm worried if she gives all this away for free, who's going to buy the book?
Oh,
Shut up about the book. Shut up.
There's royalties to think of here. Well,
What was Ringo Starr like? Yeah, go on. We would love to know that.
Best ever. He was so unassuming. And the girlfriend, she played my girlfriend in a picture called Patty Love, fell in love with him, just following him about all the time, all doe eyes. And Ringo came up to me and said, Debs, I said, what? I've got trouble here. I said, yes, you certainly have. Get out of it yourself. That was it.
And David Essex.
Lovely.
You had the love scene with David Essex.
Yeah, I knew you'd bring that up. Yeah, I did, yes. Chalet scene.
Hmm? Yeah.
Yeah, yes. That was interesting. Yeah, it was good.
What was your line in that?
I'm slightly jealous, I think.
Don't
about
stop.
that.
She's well with sense.
Yeah, yeah.
There was a line at the end of the scene, I think.
Does anyone know this immortal line I had to say after this raunchy, what, oh, I don't know,
Yeah.
making love and God knows what, yeah?
Yeah, Fraser was better.
Wait, it wasn't a comedy.
You speak for yourself. But what was the immortal line then?
Oh, God, do I have to say it?
Because she was a very prim, innocent
Yes,
girl.
because
wasn't
I
she?
don't know
No,
what
I
it is.
But she was
I was
claiming
an
to be.
absolute tart.
She was claiming to have not.
This is
I've
meant to
done
be
it
her
before.
first lay when she'd done all the holiday videos, let's face it, anyway. And after this raunchy scene, because I had to clear the set and do all this bit, and my immortal line at the end was, Al, do you always come so quickly? That was it.
So you worked, after Doctor Who, with 3 of the biggest stars in the pop world.
Yes.
Yeah. That's nice. That's a nice little accolade. Not to be sniffed at, isn't
Thank
it?
you, Fraser.
No, that's
it's not to be
great.
said.
Well done, you.
Yeah, it's true.
No.
Thank you.
I don't want to visit Nana, she's mad. Don't say that, Harvey, sighed Mum. She's just a little eccentric. I chewed the bottom of my lip and stared venomously out the window as the car turned into the leafy road where Nana lived. It's only for a couple of days, and then I promise you we'll do something exciting. My eyes narrowed. Holidays were for fun, not for stopping with crazy old people. The car pulled up outside the house, and Mum pulled my bag out of the boot. Nana appeared at the door. She looked as if she was halfway through her thought but couldn't remember what it was. So much for a holiday. "Hello, Mother, I can't stop or I'll miss my flight," called Mum. I don't know if Nana heard, because she had pulled a pencil and paper out of her pocket and was scribbling furiously. "Barking," I whispered, staring at Mum. Mum's face painted itself into an apologetic grimace, and she kissed my reluctant cheek. "A couple of days, then we'll go to the dinosaur exhibition like you wanted." She ruffled my hair, jumped into the car, and with a beep of a horn was gone. I turned round to Nana. "Your mother not with you?" I stared back. The silence went unnoticed. "Never mind, I have seen her before. Cup of tea." She marched back into the house, and I scraped my shoes up the gravel drive and followed her. Nana's house was a cross between a junk shop and a museum. Everything was old and framed with brass, and most of it was sprinkled with a greyish tinge of long-neglected dust. "Do sit down," came the cheery voice from somewhere down the corridor. I peeked into the sitting room and surveyed my options. Every chair and table was covered with pile upon pile of fusty books. Not fun, enjoyable books with brightly designed covers. These were tatty leather tomes with the titles dimly embossed in gold letters and authors with initials, not names. I went over to the large chair by the fireplace and heaved one off so I could sit down. "Physics for the Inquiring Mind," I read to nobody at all. Fascinating, I don't think. I looked up and Nana had returned. "Tea? Biscuit?" I chewed my lip to stifle a response. Her mouth curled up into a kind smile. "Just the biscuits," she winked. I felt remorse that I wasn't being more polite, but she was mad and I didn't want to be there. She placed a plate of exotically iced biscuits onto an abandoned book-covered lamp table and gestured for me to tuck in. I suspiciously removed a bright yellow one from the top and chewed it slowly and contemptuously. "So, what would you like to do?" she asked brightly. My eyes lifted to meet hers, then darted away. What I would like to do, I thought, is go home. "How about the garden?" she offered. "You could play outside in the sun." Nana's mad, and even she wants to get rid of me, I thought. I rubbed the biscuit crumbs from my mouth and slumped out of the room, headed for the garden. The sky outside was like painted glass, with no clouds to deflect the bright summer sunshine. The garden, much like the house itself, was ramshackle and untidy. Green, mossy garden ornaments stared back ominously out of prickly thorn bushes, and ivy throttled its way up and over the walls. Wasn't like there was space to kick a football around. Even a garden shed was mad. It sat at the end of a cobbled path with an oak tree arching over it like a canopy. It was tall and painted dark blue, although some of the paintwork was chipping away to reveal the wood underneath. There were square windows with white lines across them, although I couldn't see in. "Police public call box," I read out loud. The garden seemed to sigh in anticipation as I did. I reached my hand out towards it and pulled the door. It was locked. "An inquiring mind, I approve," chuckled Nana from behind me. "What is it?" I asked, accidentally breaking my unspoken vow of silence. "A great scientific achievement," she said proudly. I looked at the old rotting shed and then back at Nana. She was serious. "My grandfather made it, with my help," she said, patting it like a fondly loved pet. "Would you like to see inside?" I wanted to refuse, but the truth was I was intrigued. "Yes," I answered and paused. "Yes, please." Nana held out her hand and unfurled it in front of me, revealing a shiny brass key. "Go on, then." I took the key from her and slid it into the lock. It turned with ease and I pulled the door outwards and stepped cautiously through. The first thing I noticed was a mass of lights flicking on in an instant. The next thing was the vast array of levers and lights, like a cross between a science lab and the dodgems at the fairground. I looked around in amazement, and then a third thing struck me. It was bigger inside than outside. I darted back out into the summer sunshine of the garden and felt my hands all around the shed as far as I could. It was definitely normal outside. I stepped back in bewilderment. Magic? I gasped. No, said Nana. Science. Everything can be answered by science. What is it? This is TARDIS, said Nana, resting her hand on a panel of switches. What is TARDIS? This, she said, inhaling deeply, is a time and spaceship. You're mad, I said without thinking. Nana looked hurt. It can't be, I said remorsefully. Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Did your mother say you wanted to visit a dinosaur exhibition? I started. How had she heard that when she wasn't paying attention? Maybe she wasn't as senile as she seemed. Yeah, I love dinosaurs. Well, how about looking at the real thing then? Her face illuminated into a beam, and the lines on her face were erased by a childish enthusiasm. Wow, really? Just pull that big red lever there, she said, gesturing to the centre of the room. I moved tentatively towards it and pulled it hard. Lights all around the room began dancing and the floor began vibrating. We were taking off. So how was it? Asked Mum as I sat back in the car. Wicked, I smiled. She looked startled. Wicked? Nana's awesome. She is? Mum couldn't understand the U-turn. Anyway, I have tickets for the dinosaur exhibition. Not bothered now. There's no point when you've seen the real thing. Mum looked at me with a bemused face. I see. The car began to pull away. Maybe Nana's not the only mad one, she chuckled. I looked in the rear mirror at Nana Susie's smiling face, her arm waving broadly. I waved back enthusiastically. Time-travelling Nanas were cool.
And a huge thank you there to Debbie Chazen for recording such a wonderful little story. Now, before our final panel of the day, we're going to go straight over to our self-isolation social hub. Hello there, Jason. How are you doing?
Well, it's certainly not felt like I'm isolated here today with all the love that I'm seeing coming through on Twitter and all our social media feeds today. It's been humbling and it's been lovely to see. It really has been. My Daleks kept me company throughout the course of the day, so that's been quite a delight as well. Generally, though, what I'm seeing coming through is an overall sense from the sort of Twitter feeds that we're getting in that generally feeling is we've brought the world of fandom together and we've just made it a bit of a smaller world tonight, and we've actually been able to share some love around the globe to many countries, and I think that's been one of the things for me that I've taken out of a lot of what I'm seeing coming through on the Twitter feeds, and particularly the archive interview that we just ran has certainly resonated. And it's delight, and you can see how much love and esteem our lovely Debs is held in.
I was going to say, watching that, I have to admit I did tear up a bit just seeing her mannerisms and things like that. But yeah, no, it was wonderful to see. Now, moving forward, how can people get involved in our next online event next Saturday?
Okay, so what we'd really like you to do, if possible, is we'd like to hear from you. So we've entertained you for the last sort of 6 hours or so today, and we'd like you to tell us what you'd like to see in next week's missing episodes time space visualizer. So send us a 30-second video on what you'd like to see and why you'd like to see it. So the bits you enjoyed the bits you enjoyed this week, would you like to see them again? And if you have any suggestions as well of things you'd like to see, then obviously that would be helpful for us as well in planning next week's event. So if you could send those to our email address.
That's right. So if you send, you can use WeTransfer or anything like that. We just want a 30-second clip of what Doctor Who episodes you would like to see returned and why. And then we'll take the best clips and we'll put them into a montage in next week's Missing Episodes themed event. Do we have a competition winner?
We do. And we have got one winner who correctly guessed the name of the book. And the name of the book was A Charitable Earth. And our winning entrant here is Jason Lithgow-Hay. So, Jason, if you wouldn't mind dropping your address over to us by email, and we'll take our time and get those bits out to you next week from the goodie side.
So,
of it.
Jason, this is our last link up before the last panel before we say goodbye. So, just on behalf of everyone here at Fantom, thank you for sorting the social media out this evening. We're still going to be through it on social media throughout the evening. So, if you have any questions or comments, please do keep them coming in. So now, sit back and relax for our final interview this evening with Mark Gatiss and Ian Hallard.
Righto, ladies and gents, it is my enormous pleasure this afternoon on TSV, Time Space Visualiser, to welcome the lovely Mark Gatiss and his husband Ian Hallard. Gents, hello, how are you doing? At what stage did you know you were going to be involved with the actual writing of Who, with The Unquiet Dead?
I got a call Christmas 2003, the best Christmas present I could ever imagine. Russell T. Davies. Now, it's so, I wish I could remember. This is the scary thing. It's 15 years ago. It's not a century ago, but your memories do blur. And I know that I'd already seen the guide because it said the episode 3 was called "The Name's Dickens," Charles Dickens, and I was hoping I want to write that one.
Uh-huh.
I can't remember how I'd seen it, whether it had been sent to me or whatever. But anyway, then I got a call from Russell, and he said, "I want you to, would you write this one?" And I went, "Let me have a think." And that's how it came about. I mean, I have to say, although many of us had carried the torch during the dark times, the time of chaos, interregnum, I sort of didn't really think it would ever come back. I just thought it would be sort of diminish. We'd only that year, that summer, we went on a holiday to Ireland with Ian's family, and it's a strange story. This we got the ferry from Holyhead, and we were driving there. And we passed this sign that said "World's Largest Doctor Who Exhibition." And I said, "Stop the car!" Because we had loads of time. We were in good time, and we stopped at what was it called? Llangollen. Yeah, I'd never heard of it. I honestly didn't know there was such a thing. And by extraordinary coincidence, there it was. And we went round this Doctor Who exhibition, which had Bessie. It was the most, you never went, it was the most ramshackle and insane thing. It had like Peter Davison's pajama trousers next to, it was all so random.
I never got to go. I'm genuinely jealous.
But I think as I remember, it was like the last day it was open. It was next to the Darpol factory.
Yes.
And it was just the end of everything. There were a few people traipsing around with bewildered children who didn't know what was going on. And I remember thinking, this is it. This is like the last full stop.
Yeah.
That was the summer of 2003. And then amazingly, that same year, back it came.
Mm. Yeah, fantastic. In September, the news was announced, and it was very, very unreal. Very unreal. So when you started writing, did it feel like this is the gig, this is the one, I've been waiting for this the whole time, this is the one I want to do? How do you approach it without kind of freezing on the whole thing? Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's a big gig.
Yes, I mean, the danger I think everybody faces with it is not a sort of kitchen sink thing of like, this is my go. I remember, in fact, when Russell asked me to do another one, he said, "You are not William Ems," because I think I tell him say, "I don't want to be William Ems. Please, can I do another one?" But yes, I think that's the thing. Just actually writing interior TARDIS for the first time, knowing it might possibly happen, as opposed to just writing in your bedroom, or because I'd written 2 Big Finish stories as well, so I'd sort of I'd done it in that sense, or as near as damn it. But knowing it was the real thing, and then of course the big question really was just how to sort of adjust to the new world. These are 45-minute episodes. I mean, looking back now, I sort of blush at some of the early attempts at sort of modernizing it, if you know what I mean. And because the thing is, Russell had the boldness and the intelligence to be really bold with it. Get rid of the Time Lords. Something extraordinary has happened. It was all about focusing it on the new audience, which is what it obviously always should be. You have to. You can't rely on old knowledge. And of course, but inevitably we were sort of still stuck in a sort of 4-part mindset. I remember doing the first draft, I think, and the Doctor and Rose arrive in Cardiff, and I did that bit where Rose puts her foot in the snow and that footprint in the past and all that. And then they go back into the TARDIS, and then Russell said to me, "Why did they go back in?" I went, "No, it's because it's 4 parts, because it that's what you do, isn't it? You got to make it last somehow." And of course that was the wonderfully radical thing about it. Essentially the old episode 1 was boiled down into the pre-titles.
And talking of which, I have. I come bearing props. Here she is. Here we are, viewers. There she is. She's lovely. Actually, really quite frightening. I thought for that time on a Saturday for a family audience, I was genuinely surprised at just how creepy that effect was. Were you expecting it to be quite that impactful?
I remember having to go on PM with what's his name? Oh my God, I remember. But I had to go on PM to defend it. That was thrilling. And he said
you didn't have to.
Eddie was Eddie. It was Eddie Bear. It was Eddie Bear. And he said, "How do you feel about scaring the nation's children?" I said, "Well, I'm absolutely over the moon. That's the point." Yes. So no, I was really thrilled at the way that came out, actually, and just the sheer scariness of it, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Now, Ian, you were there through all of this kind of this crazy period. What was it like to kind of be stood next to this moment that was the dream of? Be said. I mean, what was it to sort of be on the sidelines?
Well, obviously, I knew how much it meant to Mark and how excited he was about it all. So I was just happy for him, really. And it's interesting because I mean I was a Doctor Who fan. I watched it as a kid, and Peter was my Doctor, and but then I kind of I grew up and forgot about it. So I kind of still I know, I'm afraid. So yeah,
odd.
Yeah. Although I mean, but by then, by 2003 we've been together 4 years, so I'd already been re-educated in. I'd watched quite a few old episodes, plus episodes that I hadn't watched since I was a kid. So I knew all about it, and because I read all Mark's stuff that he writes anyway, and so I guess I was quite heavily involved, wasn't I, in terms of.
I mean, you were involved before then, because the two of you worked on the Global Conspiracy Extra on the Green Death DVD.
Was that before it came back, or
was it I think wasn't it the same year? I think.
Do you know, if I was a good fan, I would know that, but that's the kind of minutiae I just don't retain. Me and production codes and that sort of stuff don't get on.
If we can't remember,
no, that's fair.
I mean, you're not remembering.
That's fair. But Ian, of course, you played Gary Talbot on that one. Very, very butch.
Very butch.
Was that a lot of fun to put together?
Oh God, yes. It was. I mean, it's a gift, really. The Green Death is my favourite story, and still makes me weep. But and the idea of doing this little sort of sequel. I mean, it's amazing now. I got so many people back, you know, Bert the Miner, and it was and Tony Adams. It was amazing. I even accounted for why he disappears in episode 6, all those things, and it was so pleasing. But I do the thing I remember most about that was I wrote some other. The Brigadier was originally, bless him, and Captain Yates, and I think we just had to scale it down. But I do remember that Professor Jones' original stuff about Jo, he said something like she wasn't the brightest button in the box, and it was sweet. But Stuart, he objected. He was very kind, but he said, "I don't really want to say that."
Okay.
And I remember I was really touched by that. And I remember writing of Stuart Bevan. I remember writing a really passionate email saying, "You must understand, I love this. I love this story, and I don't want anything to take away from that. You know, it's just obviously it's satire, but I toned down a few of those things about Joe's intelligence." But I was
Katie was in Australia at the time, wasn't it? Otherwise, you'd have asked her to do it.
Yes, of course. Yes, I mean that's in those days when Katie was sort of wildly unavailable.
A mysterious figure in far-flung lands.
Yes, but it was a joyous thing. I mean, you know, getting Jerome Willis back and all that. It was really lovely. I mean, funny. And I think it was the same. It was before it came back. So that again felt like a sort of full stop. It was like bringing all that nostalgia to a full circle.
How difficult was it when you've been writing episodes for the new series? How difficult was it not to kind of fall back and rely on nostalgia and trying to trade on past glories of the program?
It's in a way it's a sort of constant battle. I mean, I think every episode I wrote has some reference to the past in it. I can't help myself, but it's not. I think it's imperative for the show to continue to be a living, breathing, modern, new thing. Yeah. That those things are nods. They're not sort of completely. Yeah. Someone said to me years ago, 6 months is a long time in television, and you can't make it much criticized, you know. But something like Attack of the Cybermen is about a continuity point from 1966. The general audience, it's fine as long as you can make them understand. You know, but it has to be presented as if it's a new thing. And so, even though I sort of I've always sprinkled my scripts with little nods to the past, it's much more always about trying to push it forward. And that's why it's no accident that the era we all hold up as the golden age before the show came back is Philip Hinchcliffe, and he really quite ruthlessly said no old monsters. You know. Yeah. And the new monsters he brought in are some of the best ones we ever had. Yeah. The Zygons, the Wirren, the Crinoid. It's one after. It's amazing, one after another. You know, and he really went for it. And that I think is the key to the longevity of the show. You have to risk the ire of the fanboys and girls in order to say to the new audience, this is what the show is. And I think that's key to its life and its health, is that you periodically just go, it's about a strange alien in a police box, and you just redo it. It constantly reboots itself, not just through the leading actor, but I'm just looking at our dog, who's very, very beautiful. But
no.
by rebooting the format itself. You know, and as soon as you get a new companion who walks through those doors, you essentially just do an unearthly child again, don't you?
Yes.
And that's how it should work. Bob has entered the picture now.
He's quite sleepy.
Bless him. Oh, look. I'm in love. I've shut the cats in the conservatory because cats, and this ramshackle setup is not. It's not going to happen.
Wait, don't worry. They can't.
What I was going to ask about is, I mean, you've written many episodes. You had brought back the Ice Warriors, which is beautiful. And just while we're on this particular kind of subject area of Doctor Who and its past glories, as it happened, I watched Empress of Mars with Wendy Padbury. The two of us sat there. Now, she turned round to me part way through, because I think there's a scene, I cannot quote it verbatim, apologies, where the Ice Warriors are all waking up, but all separately in their hives, so that we don't have to see that particular special effect of thousands of Ice Warriors. And she looked at me and she said, now that's Doctor Who. The idea that something would happen off screen so we didn't have to put the extra... But the money and the love and the time that goes into the program now is just, it creates such a polished product. Is there a risk with those kinds of television programs that you leave behind the heart and soul of what something is? When you're writing it, do you bear in mind, oh, well, that's going to be kind of 2 or 3 minutes filled by an effect, or do you worry about that later, pare down the writing later on?
No, I mean the thing is, you're not talking about Marvel movies. Doctor Who has a lot more money than it used to have, but it's really hard. So you are constantly, always were, thinking about how to do it. You can make it look a lot more polished, but and a lot more acceptable to a modern audience. You have to think about that as well. Kids are just not going to accept things that they would have done in the old ways, because it's just not that they're used to so many extraordinary things, and TV as well as film. But it's not about that. It never can be. I think that the charm and the joy of Doctor Who is always much more in its characterization and its sort of fun and plot than it is the spectacle. I mean, there are amazingly wonderful things. Seeing the Daleks and the Cybermen battling in space or whatever it is. It's the sort of stuff we used to dream about, wasn't it? Draw pictures of at school.
Of course.
But fundamentally, it's about the idea, and it's about the madness of that, the madness of the idea. I think that's what's always been joyous about Doctor Who, is that I'm not really a fan of sort of big epic sci-fi. I find them quite dry and big sort of space sagas, but Doctor Who is sort of quintessentially British, and it's much more homespun. Yes. And that doesn't mean it has to look shonky. I don't think it should or wants to. It never wanted to. Nobody ever wanted it to look shonky.
Of course not. Yeah.
I think it's about celebrating what at its hearts, which is a sort of joyous embracing of the universe.
No, you making a point of saying hearts.
Yes,
because it's not.
One must make such points. And of course,
we're drinking in the afternoon. It's lockdown.
Oh, how marvellous! That's good, because so was I. But I was feeling slightly too polite. But I am. I will have a sip once I've asked you the question. Yes. You worked together on Doctor Who, of course, with Robot of Sherwood. You having written that particular episode, Mark, and Ian playing the lovely Alan Adale. What was the experience like working together on Doctor Who?
Well, I guess we didn't really, did we? Because you wrote it and I was in it, so we weren't there at the same time.
I was there a bit. I came down to the cursed location of the great big hole in Wales, which we used for Sherlock, which was the
Isn't that what they call John Barrowman?
That was Robin Hood's. That was Robin Hood's encampment, wasn't it? But I managed to visit every single episode of mine for at least once or twice, except weirdly Empress of Mars, which I couldn't. I was filming the League of Gentlemen. I think I couldn't get away. Mm-hmm. But I came down for several days because it was Peter Capaldi's birthday. Remember that very well, and all that stuff in the camp when he's taking the tests.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yes, it was a very joyous thing. Wasn't it?
Well, the most joyous thing about it was I remember you writing it because it was supposed to be this idyllic, beautiful. Well, because it was required by the plot, wasn't it? Initially, this idyllic scene, and I remember him writing how this gorgeous sort of sun-dappled glade, and then we found out that it was going to be shot in April. I mean, you were already chancing your arm in Cardiff in the first place that it wouldn't be pissing it down, but especially when we found out it was going to be April, and then we had a beautiful weather for the entire shoot.
Yes, I remember Brian Minchin emailing me saying we're we're gonna. I think they might have delayed. There was some clever chicanery just to try and push into spring, just to give us a fighting chance. But actually, it worked out really well, didn't it? It did. It was very beautiful, yeah. But there was a very there was some very interesting things on that show because, well, first of all, it was quite different in its original premise. It was about it's a good idea. It was the Doctor obviously says there's no such thing as Robin Hood, and they turn up and there's Robin Hood. But there was a sort of Herne the Hunter figure who kept turning up, and his sort of catchphrase was "Follow the stag, follow the stag, follow the stag," and it was a sort of mysterious, much more sort of Robin of Sherwood kind of thing. And they eventually discover that Robin and his merry men are not what they seem. They are indeed. They're on a stag weekend in the future, organized by a company called Chronolidays, which offers time-traveling holidays. And they've got stuck in a perpetual loop. And the stag is a sort of avatar, which is meant to sort of keep them on track. But they've been basically trapped in these personas forever. I remember saying to Stephen, when he said, no, but I think he should just be Robin Hood. I said, okay, but I'm going to use that as an Adam Sandler film one of these days.
I really like that. I thought
it is good.
I thought it was a much better idea. I was really disappointed when Stephen wouldn't go.
It is a good
Not for
idea.
me to obviously comment. I would love to have seen that episode. I would love to have seen that.
Nice idea.
The script does exist, doesn't it?
It does,
because it was written that was the original.
They all exist
idea.
somewhere. Yeah, but it was a very lovely one. Actually, it was great fun, and I tell you what, one of the things I always remember about it. We went to our friend's wedding a week after it had been on, the Saturday after, in fact, and Tabby's boys were spoon fighting in the background at the wedding, and I remember thinking, job done. If and that's the loveliest thing about it. You can, if I remember things like the Time Warrior and how we all talked about that at school, and when Lynx takes his helmet off and we all called him Potato Head and stuff like it was just that sort of currency. That's what you're after. No matter what it is, you want to get the kids sort of invested and talking.
Absolutely right. And of course, I don't think any other. Certainly, I wouldn't imagine any American production ever thinking of, well, we'll have a fight and one will have a sword, there'll be a spoon. It'll be a spoon.
Although what I do remember is, because obviously I meant it to be like a teaspoon, and it was really impossible for Peter to fight with that. So in order to establish that, he had to eat his yogurt in the previous scene with like this massive sort of solid silver spoon. Yeah.
He's an alien. Eccentric,
exactly.
Isn't that right?
Exactly that. And what was it like to perform in that particular one, Ian? Knowing that hubby had written the words.
Yeah, it was fun. I think the words were quite good. But the funny thing was, it was one of Peter's first ones. It was only his third episode, and I think it was about the third one he'd shot as well. And I really felt for him because any filming you do, the atmosphere, well, any film or theatre or anything like that, the atmosphere is often set by the character of your lead, and whether they're nice or not, and how they treat people. And Peter was lovely because he's a very nice, kind man. But I did feel for him because he was coming around and kind of welcoming everyone. But he was also the new boy. So there were most of the crew had been there since it first came back. So they'd been there for what? How many years was that? 7, 8 years? More than that.
10 years.
Yeah. So and even Jenna had obviously done it for a couple of years before him. So I could see him sort of not struggling at all. He did it very elegantly, but I could see him kind of slightly, because he's a naturally kind of diffident. He's not a big extrovert either, diffident man, having to kind of slightly think, oh, I've got to be the sort of leading man here and welcome everyone. And I suppose simply because as well his career he's played kind of character roles, more quirky characters, so it potentially wasn't something that he'd done a lot of. But he was, Utterly charming, but I did thought that was sort of an interesting thing, this role that was sort of suddenly thrust upon him. He still did it nonetheless.
But I think also, you know, Peter's lineage, he knew how much that role was vital. You know, that John Pertwee and Tom Baker had that whole the company leader. It's really important and sets the tone, and it's very important to welcome guest artists into your show, and he's utterly brilliant at that. It was very happy. It was a really fun one. And then we had this extraordinary sort of postscript, because in the story, the actual robot of Sherwood is the Sheriff of Nottingham, and in their climactic sword fight, he's beheaded.
Yes.
And his head continues talking in classic style. And then 24 hours, no, in fact, the day of transmission, was out running, and I got a call from Brian Minchin because there was this terrible incident with ISIS, and he said, we can't do it, we can't show it. And I went, oh God, of course we can't. And I rang Ben Miller and explained to him everyone was very supportive. And
he did mean you can't show the beheading, though, not
yes,
show the whole episode.
Yes, we could show the beheading, and so it was hastily re-edited. It was just very strange to think how real life impacts upon things, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there was a surprise in that it wasn't then subsequently included within the episode when that was released.
I honestly don't. I really don't understand that. I was sort of promised that it would be restored because it made no. Why would it have any impact 6 months later?
Absolutely.
But it remains. I'm gonna redo it in 20 years' time when I'm elderly, and put it back in and really mess everything up, because that's the style. That's what you have to do.
That's absolutely what needs to be done. One thing, from a personal point of view, sorry viewers at home, from a personal point of view, Christmas Just Gone, beautiful M.R. James adaptation. I adore James, and I've loved all the work that you've been involved with, particularly that exquisite documentary, which I may have rewatched more than once. But I loved Martin's Close at Christmas. That was wonderful. And again, Mark, something that you wrote, and Ian that you played a part in. How did that all come about anyway? Is that just something you go on and on about all the time, a ghost story for Christmas?
Yes. I mean, I'd make one for a year for the rest of my life if I was allowed to. I mean, I've got one ready to go, which we were hoping to shoot in May.
Oh,
but I don't. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what's going to be like? I might have to just sit in a chair and broadcast live on Christmas Eve.
Oh, golly, do it as a Jeff Nori.
Yes, why not? Or Spine Chillers. Do you remember that?
Oh yes. Yeah. Oh, hello. Now we're talking.
Very good. Yes. Well, I mean. They're my favourite things, ghost stories, and the Christmas ghost story tradition. I was rather thrilled last year. The press around Martin's Close said, "Oh, this is a tradition now. The Mark Gatiss ghost story." Well, that's all I want. We've done two, well, three actually with Tractate Minute, but two in a row definitely makes tradition. So, amongst many reasons to beat the coronavirus, we've got to get on with it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But not just James. I mean, the thing is, he's absolutely the master, and there are lots of wonderful stories of his still to do. Actually, Count Magnus, which I'm always
as long as they're cheap.
Cheap. And Casting the Runes, of course, is never really considered because Night of the Demon is such a masterpiece. But actually, it would be also very nice to do that. But there are lots of other writers I'd love to tackle, and also original stories. You know, it's a strand which needs to be preserved, and it obviously brings people great joy, I think. Merry Christmas to all of you at home.
It is. It's wonderful. Ian, how was it for you performing in that one? It was such a lovely little period piece. I mean, how did you find it?
Oh, well, fine. I mean, I wasn't supposed to be in it, was I? But then, basically, because they're always done on with no money, there was a part that you were going to have to cut because you couldn't afford an actor. So I said, oh well, I'll do it rather than having to cut it
We
completely.
were paid.
I wasn't.
You not?
No.
Gosh.
Equity's listening. Please close your ears now.
But no, it was fun. And yeah, so it was very warm.
Horses 2 days. Horses 4 days of the year.
Yes.
And Peter again, of course.
Yes, yeah, and lots of sort of lovely friends and people I'd known and had worked with before. Sarah Crow, James Holmes. So yes, it was Elliot Levy being outrageous.
Yes.
But beautiful. So please do, if you get the chance, please do more. Please do more.
I'm here, but then we are all here. It's ready. It's ready to go, but it's just dependent on whether there will be a television industry.
Whether we are ever allowed out of the house again.
Yes.
Or if we are forever going to wander the landscape looking like Carolyn Seymour. I don't know. Right. I've got questions from over the world, across the globe. People have been sending in questions. So we're going to go for some of these. Some are, well, you know what it's like. I want to run this like I would if I was at a convention. So let's have questions from the floor, as it were. So
do we have to wait lots of time for them to be past the microphone?
Yes.
Pause.
Yeah.
No, I just get people to shout. If I can't hear them, they have to shout. If I can't hear them, then sorry, your question is not relevant. So I have one from Olympia Petrudzella, I believe. Mark, she says, will you and Stephen Moffat write a sitcom together?
No.
No. Not your kind of thing?
Stephen has written a play, very funny play.
Mixed up with the other husband.
Yes. Stephen has written a very funny play, which I am supposed to be directing in the summer. God willing.
Indeed.
That's close to it.
It is, yes.
Sitcom. It's very funny.
It is very funny. Yes. It is quite close to a sitcom. So that it's called The Unfriend, and if the fates are with us, it will be on in Chichester over the summer.
Lovely. Fingers crossed, fate's willing, as you say. This one is from Josephine. Josephine T. I'm guessing that she's not a member of the Happiness Patrol, but who knows? Yeah. Josephine T. from. Sorry, Ian. That may well have just. I may have lost you completely there with that one. This is Josephine T. from Germany. Mark, you recently mentioned that you have rekindled your love for art again. Are there any art mediums you want to try, such as working with clay or digital art even? Or are you happy with oil paints and charcoal?
I am. I'd love to sculpt, but I can't. This is such a thing to say in the current climate. I can't bear the feel of clay drying on my hands. I can't bear. I couldn't bear it at school. I used to constantly plunge my hands into wet slip to wet them again. When it dries on my hands, it makes me go funny. It's like when when your fingers go funny in the bath.
Yeah.
So that stops me, I'm afraid. And digital, I'm in awe of people who can do it digitally, but I don't think it's for me. I like actually getting my hands dirty, so that's why I stick with oil.
That's the best way. Ian, do you paint?
I dabbled in watercolors when I did a play about 18 months ago about Hogarth the painter, and the writer gave us all little tiny little canvases and painting sets as a first night gift, and then everybody in the cast we got a little bit competitive and started doing tiny little paintings. So I did one, and then at the end they actually got a professional painter, and who was a friend of the writer, and she came and judged them, and I won the competition. But I then got some watercolors at the end of last year and had a go at doing a painting for Mark's birthday, and it's terrible, isn't it?
It's not terrible.
It's currently in our bedroom, turned against the wall. That's how terrible this is.
That's just because there's no space.
No,
it's the space.
I'm amused
that's
by
what it is. It's the space.
I think my talent only works on really tiny canvases.
There's nothing wrong with that. Many people paint small.
Miniaturist. There we are. That's what you are. A miniaturist. How beautiful. Ian, this one's for you. This is from Martina. Brace yourself. Have you already tried to make polenta, that she gave you in December, or is it still in a remote corner of your kitchen? That is Martina, a member of the Italians.
Yes.
It's quite a big group.
There's a lot of
yes. Well, I hope she's all right at the moment. I can be dishonest or honest. I have made it.
And honest.
Things are so serious that I even cooked the other night. So I think it's quite possible we will be making polenta soon.
I'm saving it. I'm saving it for when I get really bored.
Love a bit of polenta. I thoroughly recommend it. Learn. Do the polenta. What have we got here? David Yule. I think I might know the answer to this one, but I'd like to answer it. David Yule. He says, Mark, was there ever any serious consideration given to a Who Sherlock crossover?
Never.
No. I thought that. So his follow-up question is, would such a thing ever truly be able to live up to anyone's expectation?
No. So what was the point of even thinking about it? Someone did a rather brilliant thing online where the TARDIS appeared in Baker Street, matching footage of Benedict and Martin and Matt Smith.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, brilliantly done for what, for whatever purpose there is in it.
Yeah.
But, if people ever wanted such a thing, they'd only complain when it wasn't what they hoped it would be.
Surely not.
Genuinely, since I was a little boy, since I was a tiny Doctor Who fan, I've hated the idea of things crossing over.
Oh, come on. What was the EastEnders one?
Dimensions in Time.
Yeah.
I rest my case. But I don't even mean that. Not even meant to be that. I remember, I loved Star Trek as a child. I remember, people thinking or talking about why couldn't the TARDIS appear? It's like, no, that's not right. It's muddled. There's an absolute obsession with it about people mixing it all together. And, I can tell you the trouble is when you mix things like oil paint or plasticine in the wrong ways, they just come out as a sort of purpley brown smudge.
What a beautiful way of putting it.
Yes.
Putting it.
Who wants that?
The one that never happened, that was very much on the cards, was the Daleks turning up in Blake 7.
Oh, yes. Well, but that's Terry Nation just, trying to maximize his pension, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Very different thing. Imagine if that had happened. We were talking about Blake 7 recently because, unlike many other things, I haven't watched it again since it was on. And I know I should. And we had a few years ago, many years ago now, we had a joyous time watching the Tomorrow People over breakfast. It was so brilliant. I remember when we got to the end of it, I said we should watch Blake 7 next. And
over many breakfasts.
Yes.
It wasn't just like one man.
The longest breakfast known to humanity.
Yes.
Okay, so is a Blake 7 rewatch on the cards then? Now that we're all stuck indoors.
If I had it here, this definitely what we'd be watching. I should order it, shouldn't I?
You should order it
because the post is still working.
It is.
The BBC have been putting up old series. Is that one of them? Do you think?
No,
probably not.
Not yet. Not yet, sadly.
I'm just having something handed to me that sounded rude, by my glamorous assistant, my fiance, who is just over there. Thank you, darling. He has passed me this. What's that? Oh, bless him. This is a question specifically from him that I'd forgotten to ask. Mark, this is for you. This is from Dan in Norwich. It's one of those very simple questions, but he's desperate to know. What was it like working?
The Daleks at the side of it.
Well, no. What was it like working with Julia Davis?
Oh, ghastly. What can I say? I was texting Julia yesterday, we went to Thailand before all this, and we went down this very funny street with pole dancing girls, and I took a video and I sent it to Julia the other day, just going, saw this and thought of you. Well, it was always an extraordinary, dangerous joy working with Julia, because from the first thing we did together, which was Sex Lies of the Potato Men, we simply couldn't stop laughing. and it went through into Nighty Night, and I couldn't. We just couldn't get through it for laughing, and the finished footage is just what was broadcastable. You can still see that we can barely keep it together, and we went through those. It's always amazing if you make the crew laugh and everything, but there's always a point where you hope you can sort of sober up, not because we were drinking, just stop laughing. And the director and the crew were laughing, and then they sort of got over it, and we just couldn't. And it was sort of painful. I mean, oh my God. I remember one episode where I was in bed, and Julie had to come in and say, I'd left a little present in the toilet or something, and I said I had a Lambuna the night before, and we had to film it separately. She had to go out the room, and I did my bits, and then she did her. We simply couldn't get through it. So it's always and then when I did Sally Forever last time we worked together, it was just contagiously dangerous. I couldn't get through it, and I was doing a gynecological examination, and on either side of me, I could see Julia bent over laughing. I don't know how we get through it. Anyway, always a joy.
Oh bless! Dan is now a happy man. He's putting his thumbs up and saying thank you. So
this will never happen. But Julia was saying to me, she was texting me, what are we going to do? And I said, why don't you do the Jill Tyrrell Isolation Diaries?
Yes.
I said that, and I said, look, I haven't got the wig, and I have to shave my beard, but I've got the teeth. I can do some badly framed Glenn, but
he would badly frame it,
like Skyping your parents. It would be so off. Anyway, I've put that out into the universe like Noel Edmonds and see what.
Yes. Tell her there's at least 2 people would watch. We'd watch. So this is good. Gentlemen, I want to say a huge thank you from everyone here at Fantom Films and Time Space Visualiser. And I'd like to think that the people at home, as if they would at a convention, will give you a huge round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is Mark Gatiss and Ian Hallard. Thank you both.
Well, thanks to Mark Gatiss and Ian Hallard for that lovely interview. Well, this is my final time. I'm going to ask you to our final time that we're going to say subscribe and like the video. Or we've been asked whether these videos will be online. We will upload them steadily throughout the whole week. We're back next Saturday at 2 p.m. for our missing episodes special.
On the subject of missing episodes, you may have noticed that Nicola Bryant's video hasn't appeared. It's in a temporal orbit right now, which is the sort of sign that we've had technical difficulties, but it will go out on the YouTube channel next week, so don't worry, it will appear.
So there's a good few thank yous that I need to say, particularly to Andy and Dan, who were looking after some of the video features, to Richard, Ben and Lee, who have been helping with some of the editing, and to Jason, who has managed the social media today. And also thank you to all our lovely Fantom crew that would usually be on a day like this sorting out Sharpies and herding celebrities, who have had the pleasure of watching all this from their living room.
Be in the pub by now.
We would be in the pub by now.
Be in the pub by now with ruler walking by.
Yes, it is true. So, yes, thank you everyone for sticking with us for this epic 6 and a quarter hour, 6 day marathon Doctor Who con. And we will see you 2 p.m. next Saturday.
Bye.
Bye-bye.